Hey, it's me, MLB. Here is the completed book of The Top Delinquent. This story is a quirkless school AU. They don't have quirks in this story, but Iida is still the class rep and hero that we all love. There are some very serious themes in this story, so I want to point out the trigger warnings now, and we'll give warnings again before the chapters in case anyone needs it. As you're all probably well aware, I like the more lighthearted stories. They're often very feel-good, but occasionally I'll delve into a serious topic when I feel like there might be someone out there that needs their fanfiction self to be saved by their comfort character. So this is one of those times. I will be delicate when detailing scenes because A, I don't want to trigger anyone too much, and B, YouTube has strict guidelines that they will take action against if you cross them. So without mentioning any actual trigger words, I'll just give you a rough idea of what will be covered in this book as far as the rated scenes are concerned. Yin in this story is from a not so nice family background. Her dad is a raging drunk and her mum is not helpful at all. If this is you, if this is your situation, I'm so very sorry. No one deserves to be in this type of situation, and I hope that you somehow find comfort in how Yin gets saved. Yin's boyfriend in this story is also a grade A a-hole and does things to Yin that I'd rather not say, but you get my drift. I may have to shorten or reword some of the things in these scenes for the sake of YouTube guidelines, but you'll understand the poop kind of situation that she gets into. A lot of people on Wattpad got quite angry at Yin in this story, stating that they would have done something different to what and how she handles things. But please just be mindful that these things do happen to people in real life, and there's a reason that these types of ABUSE exist, because sometimes you just don't know how to see your way out of a situation. So if you're going to make comment on how Yin acts or how she acted the wrong way, or should have spoken up, or should have done XYZ, please just remember that others can read your comment in the comment section and may feel attacked, even if you haven't pointed it at them. My channel is a safe space for everyone, and I want my listeners to feel supported and not attacked. If you're already concerned about the themes in this book, then please do not listen to this story. I completely support your decision. As the author, I am telling you, don't continue on. My concern is for your mental health, so maybe head on over to a lighter, happier book, and I'll see you in a future book. But if you're looking for something a little more serious that you can sink your teeth into, then keep it turned up, or maybe not, just keep your headphones in. Just a few other housekeeping rules before we start. The DF in this story is your devious friend. So y'all are delinquents in this story. So I'll just call her DF. And DH stands for D1CK head. This is your boyfriend in the story. He's not nice, so don't get attached. So let's get to it. Here is The Top Delinquent. Class, please find your assigned seats and sit down. Roll call is about to commence, Iida called from the front of the classroom, directing people authoritatively with his arms, using a sort of chopping motion. What the hell's he doing? You whispered to your friend, who was cackling manically from beside you, hand clamped over her mouth to stifle her laughter. Looks like a bloody factory reject action figure toy. Your friend continued to cackle, drawing the attention of Iida. Miss DF, please refrain from disrupting the class with your laughter, he said commandingly. She immediately stopped laughing and glared at him. Yeah, okay, Grandpa, she said in an annoyed voice as she rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. I do not appreciate being spoken to like... Iida, thank you very much. You may now take a seat, the teacher said as she entered the classroom. Of course, miss, Iida said respectfully, as he slapped his hands to his thighs and bowed stiffly before walking stately around to his seat and sitting down. Does he want to lick her shoes while he's at it? You whispered to your friend. She giggled again. Iida swung his head around sharply and glared at the two of you. You smirked and threw him a backwards peace sign, and your friend rubbed her eye with her middle finger, secretly flipping him off. Iida set his jaw in annoyance, but didn't say anything, and looked back to the front of class. Watch this, you whispered to your friend, as he ripped a small piece of paper off your notebook and secretly slipped it into your mouth, chewing on it and rolling it into a ball. You grabbed your pen and slipped the ink tube out of it, and then put the empty pen case to your lips, using it like a pea shooter. With a sharp huff through the chute, you shunted the wad of paper at the back of Iida's head, then quickly put the pen case down and looked away. Iida felt something small hit the back of his head and quickly reached a hand back to feel for whatever it was. His fingers hit the small wad of wet paper and he stiffened as he pulled it out of his hair. Your friend was still cackling manically from beside you. "Excuse me, miss," Iida called to the teacher, raising his hand earnestly. "Yes, Iida?" she asked as she stopped talking and looked up at him. "I regret to inform that I've become the victim of a paper spitball," he said sternly. You and your friend snorted with laughter, then immediately covered it with fake coughing. Iida turned in his seat and glared at you both. "It was one of these two delinquents," he said pointedly, pointing back to you and your friend. "Yin, DF," the teacher called sharply. "Please make your way out to the principal's office." "Yeah, sure thing, Teach," you replied brightly, standing up smartly and heading to the classroom door, completely unfazed by being sent out. It happened all the time. Your friend blushed with embarrassment, standing up and hanging her head as she followed you out. You both walked down to the principal's office and entered. "Sup, Mrs. Craig?" you greeted calmly as you entered. "Yin, what can I do for you?" the principal asked as you barged into her office unannounced. "Yin Lin," the receptionist called. "You cannot just come barging into the principal's office without making an appointment." "It's fine, Bethany," the principal said with a smile. "Yin and I are on close terms. She's in here a lot." "Gee, thanks," you replied sarcastically with an eye roll. "It's true, though," you added as you winked at the receptionist, Bethany. Your poor friend hung back. She wasn't always in the principal's office like you were, and she was almost embarrassed to be there. "So, Yin, why are you here?" the principal asked as she placed her pen down and leaned back in her chair. "I shot a spitball at Ida's head, and he called me out on it," you said casually as you sat down and spread your legs wide open, adopting a very casual, unladylike sitting position. "Smack bang in the back of his head, too. I should join the shooting club." The principal sighed. Was anyone else involved?" "Nah, just me. But he also called out my bestie because she was laughing," you said, looking back over your shoulder out the door to where your friend was waiting. "Come in, babes," you shouted. Her face went redder as she entered. Hello, Mrs. Craig," she said softly as she walked over and sat down neatly in the chair next to you. "So, it was just you then?" the principal reiterated, looking from your friend back to you. "Correctimundo," he said with a bright smile. The principal smiled. "Okay, DF, you can go back to class now, thank you," she said, excusing your friend. "See you later," you said to her as she got up and left. "Yin," the principal sighed again. "What do I do with you?" "You could pay me. I might not be so disruptive if I get paid to sit in class," he replied with a smirk. "It's not going to happen," she said shortly. "I think you need a bit of reforming, so I'm going to pair you with someone in class to help you focus more and get on the right path." "Who?" you asked pointedly. "I'll let you know once I've spoken to them," she replied with a smirk. "Really?" you deadpanned. "You know I don't really need this." "Oh, yes you do, Yin," she replied. "Please come back and see me again at the end of today." You sighed and stood up. "Fine," you grunted. "Laters, Mrs. Craig," you mumbled as you stalked out of the room. At the end of the day, you made your way back to the principal's office and opened the door. Iida Tenya was sitting there. "Oh, no you don't," you said sharply to the principal. "I'm not pairing with him," you added bluntly. "Miss Lynn," Iida said, addressing you sharply as he stood up and pushed his glasses up onto the bridge of his nose. "Although it is not pleasurable to be paired with you for this rehabilitation process, I will endeavour to do my absolute best to reform you, and—" "What the hell?" you spat. "Detention," the principal said loudly. "Please watch your language, Yin." "Rehabilitation process?" you snorted. "What kind of stupid-ass joke is this?" This is just a small message at the beginning of the chapter. This is a possible trigger chapter. "Education and manners are no joke, Miss Lynn," Iida said firmly as he crossed his arm across his chest and set his jaw. "Pfft, okay, Paul Blart Mall Cop," you deadpanned. "What's involved with this stupid program?" you asked the principal, looking from Iida to her. "Please take a seat, Yin. We need to discuss a few things," the principal said. You growled under your breath and marched over to a chair, pulling it back and slumping down on it with your legs spread open and arms crossed. Iida cleared his throat uncomfortably as he sat down neatly in the chair beside you, his hands resting on his thighs, with his back straight. "Miss Lynn, please conduct yourself in a courteous manner. "The way you are sitting is most unbecoming," he said in a low tone as he glanced hesitantly across at you. You rolled your head to the side and stared at him with a totally dead expression. "Bite me, Iida," you said bluntly, as you uncrossed your arms and grabbed the hem of your skirt, sliding it up to show him the top half of your thigh. He quickly looked away, a light blush dusting his cheeks as he gripped his hands into his pants. "Yin, enough, please," the principal said smartly. "Let's discuss this program." "Please commence," Iida said politely as he bowed his head earnestly. You rolled your eyes and pulled your skirt hem back down again. "This will be 6-week trial to see if—" "6 weeks?" you said loudly as you sat up and forwards. "RoboCop is going to be on my case for 6 weeks?" "Please use your inside voice, Miss Lynn," Iida dictated firmly. "Iida, let me tell you where you can shove your inside voice," you seethed, shooting him a cold glance. "Yin," the principal said sharply, "I'm warning you. Any more sass from you and I will be writing to your parents." You immediately shut up. The principal continued. "During this 6-week period, you and Iida will sit together in class, study together, and engage in one after-school activity together," the principal said, "and I will be receiving a report from Iida each week to see how you are progressing." "It would be my pleasure, Principal Craig," Iida said as he bowed his head respectfully. You sat there seething silently, uttering every curse word under the sun in your mind and praying that a piano would magically fall from the sky and squash both Principal and Iida. "Dismissed," the principal said with a polite smile, and you got up and stormed out of the room. "Miss Lynn, if I may have a moment," Iida called out from behind you as you marched off down the hall with your hands balled into fists. "Have a moment with this!" you shouted back to him, turning around and walking backwards while rapidly pumping your middle finger of both hands up and down in the air. Iida gasped and adjusted his glasses. "Yep, you saw correctly, Law and Order. Feel blessed that I even gave you a reply," you yelled before spinning back around and running away. "No running in the halls!" Iida shouted authoritatively, to which you promptly ignored. You ran to your locker and grabbed your bag, slinging it over your shoulder and running for home. Home wasn't the nicest of places. Your father was an alcoholic and prone to violence, and your mother could be emotionally manipulative at times. So if you were running for home to get away from Iida, you were obviously desperate. You slowed as you got close to your front gate. Dad was on a rampage. Yelling and screaming filled your ears as you gingerly pushed the front gate open and walked nervously to the front door. "Oh, should I go in right now?" you thought as you heard him yelling at your mum. "I don't want to get hit. I just want to get to my room and listen to music to help me cheer up. Maybe if I slip inside really quiet and run to my room, I can avoid him." You very quietly twisted the knob on the front door and pushed it open. Your father looked up and saw you. You froze. "Get the hell inside," he growled as he let your mum go. She slumped to the floor, already laced with bruises on her jaw and neck. Sorry, you whispered hoarsely as you quickly got inside and closed the door behind you. "Where the hell have you been?" your dad hollered, and you flinched. "At school," you said quietly as you stayed frozen at the front door. "Don't talk to me like that, you useless brat," your dad fumed, marching towards you as he raised an empty beer bottle up with his right arm. "No, don't!" your mum wailed as you quickly raised your arms above your head to protect your skull. Pain shot through your left arm as the beer bottle came crashing down onto it, and you whimpered in pain. "Move your arms!" your dad screamed. "Please stop, please! No!" your mum screamed at him. "Shut the hell up or I'll kill you!" he shouted at her as he turned around and stormed back to her. You quickly ran past them, racing for the stairs to get away while you heard your dad attack your mum again. Tears filled your eyes as you ran up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, your heart thumping in your chest. You tore into your room and quickly closed the door, jumping onto your bed and yanking the covers up over your head. "Please don't kill her. Please don't kill her," you whimpered internally, tears streaming down your cheeks as you cradled your left arm. It was already starting to throb where he'd hit you with the beer bottle. You knew that you were safe now. If your dad got all of his anger out on your mum, he wouldn't come for you, but you felt really bad for your mum. "I'm so pathetic," you thought as you tried to block your ears of the cries from downstairs and the thumping noises. The next morning, you woke and winced as your arm touched the bed. "Oh, it hurts," you thought as you raised your arm up to look at it. There was already a very large green and purple swollen bruise present, and you pulled a face as you ran your fingers lightly over it. I guess I'm going to have to wear a jumper today to hide this, you thought as you got out of bed and readied yourself for school. It was a lovely sunny day outside, and in no time you were sweating like hell. Oh, damn the sun, you growled internally, glaring up at it. You rolled up your right sleeve, the one without the bruise, and continued on to school. As you neared the gates, you saw Iida standing there. Why is he there? He better not be waiting for me, you thought as you dropped your gaze and strode out purposefully, aiming to pass him without saying a word. Miss Lynn, if I may have a moment of your time, Iida asked politely, as you held up a middle finger as you marched past. He gasped. This behaviour is most Shove it up your ass, Iida, you called over your shoulder as you broke into a run to get away from him. He didn't give chase, but instead let you go, not even reprimanding you for running, because you were still outside. You entered the school building and jogged to your locker, throwing your bag in there before pulling a notebook out and heading for the classroom. Ugh, shouldn't have run. Now I'm all sweaty, even more so. I can't take my jumper off, you thought as you walked down the hall to the classroom. You grabbed the front of your jumper and flapped it rapidly to try and cool yourself down as you entered the classroom and spied your friend at her desk. What's up, homie? You greeted as you plopped down in your chair and threw your legs up on the desk, the cool wooden desktop feeling lovely on your hot calves. Why are you panting? Take your jumper off, aren't you hot? DF asked. Nah, you lied as you tried to stop breathing so heavily. All good. You two chatted for a bit until you saw Iida walk into the classroom. He took one look at you with your legs on the desk and adjusted his glasses with an irked look on his face. Miss Lynn, remove your legs from the desk at once. You are disrespecting the As Iida approached you, you stared him down, reaching for the hem of your skirt and slowly raising it as you maintained strong eye contact. He faltered mid-sentence and blushed with embarrassment as he looked away. Please refrain from showing me your undergarments, Miss Lynn. Miss Lynn, stop! You ignored him and kept pulling your skirt up. Unbeknownst to him, you had a pair of shorts on underneath, but he kept his eyes averted regardless. This will go into the report to Principal... Okay, you shouted with annoyance. Shut up, all right? Jeez, it's down now, you grumbled as you took your legs off the desk and pulled your skirt down. Iida returned his gaze to you sternly. You can't be behaving this way, he said as he chopped his arm repeatedly with frustration. It is my duty to reform you, and if you continue at this rate, it will appear poorly for the both of us. What's wrong, one-armed kung fu? Afraid you'll fail? You replied with a snide smirk. Are you challenging me, Miss Lynn? He asked as he set his jaw and crossed his arms across his chest, staring you down. What if I am? You retorted. I'll have you know I back down for no one, he said in a low voice, and for some weird reason it threw you. You tried to smack him with a comeback, but nothing came to you, so you just turned your head away and started up a conversation with your friend. Iida turned and walked to his seat, sitting down and running a hand through his hair. You glanced at him as he kept talking with DF, noting that Iida was sporting an undercut. Undercut? Since when was Four Eyes so stylish? You thought as you looked back to your friend. After school, Iida cornered you at your locker. Miss Lynn, we are required to engage in one after-school activity, so seeing that I am part of the school maintenance club, we will be partaking in such duties, Iida said proudly. You deadpanned as you looked at him. Maintenance club? You said in a dead tone. Frickin' maintenance club? Who the hell made such a club? You said with a disgusted look on your face. I did, Iida said defiantly. I am the president of the maintenance club and nutrition club. Nutrition club? Oh, wow. I can only imagine what fun that would be, you said sarcastically as you rolled your eyes. Iida ignored your comment and grabbed your left arm to drag you towards the door, but was immediately punched hard as you lashed out in pain. Don't touch me, you shouted in fear, wrenching your arm away from him, shaking with pain as you tried not to cradle your arm and draw suspicion. My apologies. I shouldn't have grabbed you without warning, Iida said quickly and earnestly, as he bowed with respect. It's fine, you snapped, marching towards the door yourself, ahead of Iida, so that you could hide your tears from him, blinking rapidly to try and dispel them. Your arm was throbbing again. Why is he always so nice to me, bowing and stuff, even when I treat him like trash? You thought, a muddle of emotions rising inside you. Iida followed you out and then took the lead, proudly marching to the equipment shed to get the cleaning gear for the pool. "Swimming classes will commence soon, so we must make sure the pool is clean and ready to be filled," Iida said authoritatively. You just sullenly took a broom from him and followed him to the empty pool. "The quicker I get this done, the quicker I can get out of here. But do I really want to go home?" you thought with a despondent look on your face. "Something troubling you, Miss Lynn?" Iida then asked in a more gentle voice. He had been watching you from the corner of his eye, and he sensed some kind of vulnerability in you ever since he'd grabbed your arm. "I'm fine," you grunted, immediately adopting a scowl on your face. He just nodded and looked back to where he was going, climbing down the stairs into the empty pool. "Do watch your step, Miss Lynn. It's quite slippery," he commented. You scowled and turned to climb down the stairs, but your shoe slipped on the top step and you careered off the side, smashing your left arm into the side of the pool wall. You screamed in pain and let go of the rail with your right hand to clutch your left. From the bottom of the pool, Iida quickly threw himself to the left, catching you in his arms as you fell from the ladder. "Please be careful, Miss Lynn," he said gently as he held you bridal style. Unfortunately, there's another trigger in this chapter, so proceed with caution. You looked up at him in surprise, completely thrown for a second before you snapped out of it. Put me down, Iida," you said sharply, struggling to get out of his arms. "Miss Lynn, if I may see your arm," he said as he held onto your wrist and tried to roll your left sleeve up. "No!" you shouted, yanking your arm away protectively. "Miss, I will have you know that I am a qualified first aid You're a qualified square. That's what you are," you growled. "I don't care, I'm fine." Iida pushed his glasses further up onto the bridge of his nose and stared you down. "What if your arm bruises?" he asked bluntly. "You can prevent bruising with the application of ice." "That's what long sleeves are for," you snapped at him, holding your arms out in a T-pose. "That's what I've always done," you started to say, your voice stopping as you realised that you were exposing yourself. Iida studied your face and you looked away quickly to hide your emotions. "Miss Lynn, is there something that you wish to talk about?" he asked in a more gentle voice. Your eyes immediately welled with tears. Crap, I can't cry. I can't let him know. If he found out and told the principal or something and she rang home to check and Dad thought that I'd been saying things, he'd beat me to a pulp. Maybe even kill me. I can't let this get out," you thought frantically as you set your jaw and flicked your head back to stare at Iida angrily, dropping your arms by your side and glaring at him. "No, I don't want to talk," you growled, your voice cracking under the intense emotional pressure you were under. "If there's anything I can do," Iida said in a firm yet kind voice, as his facial features softened. You bit the inside of your cheek to stop the tears from spilling, but unfortunately before you could stop them you felt hot tears cascading down your cheeks. "Crap," you grunted, lifting your arms to your face and wiping the tears away furiously. "Please," Iida said again, and you shook your head rapidly as you started to run past him, heading for the pool stairs. As you passed him, he reached out to stop you, but you flung his arm off and ran to the ladder, pulling yourself up quickly to get away. "No running in the pool!" Iida shouted authoritatively, and you ignored him as you got to the top of the ladder and grabbed your bag, running for home. Your dad's car was gone from the driveway as you reached your place, and you breathed a sigh of relief. "At least he's out," you thought as you entered the house. "Mum," you called gently as you entered. You were a little hesitant since you hadn't seen her since yesterday. You heard a noise from the kitchen and she walked around the corner and glared at you. "You okay?" you asked when you saw her black and blue bruised eye. "See this?" she snapped, pointing at her eye. "This is because of you. He hits me because you are so useless. And what do when I try and save you? You save your own ass and leave me for dead," she said angrily. "Is that what you want? Do you really hate me that much?" Your heart sank and you felt sick to your stomach. I'm sorry, Mum. I'm scared." "You're the problem, Yin. If you didn't exist, I wouldn't be treated like this," she spat vehemently. Tears formed in your eyes again. "I'm sorry," you said in a wobbly voice, your bottom lip quivering as tears rolled down your cheeks again. "If you're truly sorry, you'd let him beat you like you deserve to be beaten," she scolded heartlessly. You covered your face with your arms and bawled, running past her and up the stairs to your room. Today had been another terrible day. The next day at school, the teacher was giving everyone back the results of an exam that had happened a few weeks ago. You were pushed back in your chair, casually rocking on the back legs with your arms across your chest, jumper still on, and not the least bit phased about the exam results. Okay class, as you know, the results will be next to your student number to maintain anonymity, so you need to look for your number and your exam marks will be there, she said as she handed the results sheet to the student in the front row. You watched as the paper was slowly passed along the line, making its way towards Iida. He took the paper from the student to his left and nodded his thanks before scanning down the list and scowling. You could tell he was displeased from the way his shoulders stiffened and how abruptly he passed the paper on to the next student. Finally it came to you and you scanned for your student number, read your results, then smirked before passing the paper on. DF was next to receive the results page and she sighed heavily as she silently read her result. No good? You asked her in a lowered voice. She shook her head. Failed, she replied in a hushed tone. For all those who have failed this test, there will be a resit next week, and if you fail again, you'll be required to stay for weekend classes in 2 weeks' time. Suddenly DF gasped and realised the dates of that weekend. You and her had organised to go and see your favourite band together, and there was no way she was going to miss it. No, she wailed softly as she slumped forwards on her desk. She was very quiet for the rest of that class, and it was only afterwards that she came to you with a plan. Okay, so she started, I don't want to miss out on seeing this band, and I know for sure I'm going to fail. Would you help me steal the answer sheet? Do you know where it is? You asked with surprise. Yeah, in Teacher's Lounge. All we got to do is break in after school and take pictures of the pages and we'll be sweet, she said excitedly. That easy, huh? You said with a chuckle. Yeah, okay, I'm in. Yay! You're the best, thank you! DF said gratefully as she hugged you. Piece of cake, baby. When do you need it by? You asked her as she pulled back from the hug. Let's do Wednesday because most of the after-school clubs have Wednesday off, she said as the two of you turned and walked to your lockers. Man, you really thought this through, huh? You said with a chuckle. It'll be a no-brainer. Then you'll be free to come and see the band. You both high-fived and then opened your lockers, stuff falling out of yours as you looked for stuff to take to the next class. Babe, you got a pen? You asked. Got so much damn stuff in here, I can't find my own one. Yeah, I got you, she replied, handing you a pen from her locker. Thanks, you said with a smile. That Wednesday, you and DF shared a knowing glance at the end of the last class as you left to go to your lockers. Everything was set for breaking in after school close that evening, and you both decided to do it around 6 p.m. Most of the teachers left by 5 p.m, and stragglers should be finished shortly after that, so you'd stake it out and wait till all was quiet and then make your move. You had just finished up shoving things into your locker when Iida approached you. Miss Lynn, seeing as I do not have any club duties on this evening, I thought it would be beneficial to utilise this time to study together, he said, making chopping arm motions as he explained his piece. You know what else you can utilise, Iida? You asked, giving him a dead stare. I would ask you to elaborate, but I have a feeling the answer would be quite obscene, he replied stiffly, adjusting his glasses. You're damn right it's obscene, you replied as you slammed your locker door shut, bits of paper sticking out of the hinges as you whacked the door a few times to make sure it stayed closed. You bent down and yanked your bag out from the metal box under the locker and straightened to stare at Iida. Leader's glasses, you said casually as you spun and strode off down the hall, head held high as you walked to the front door. Iida sighed briskly as you walked away. Will I ever be able to help Miss Lynn? He thought to himself. She still hasn't opened up to me. He walked to his locker and got some study materials out and then headed for the library to study. Hey, right on time, DF said in a soft whisper as your black hooded form approached her at the rear gates of the school. Hey, what's up, homie? Ready to study hard? You asked cheekily. She giggled. This is the best study, honestly, she replied in a soft voice as you two climbed the back fence and dropped down behind the back of the building. How we getting in? You whispered as the two of you crept along the brick building. I slipped a piece of paper against the door jab at the exit in the stairwell, she whispered. The door should just push open, but if not, I brought back up. She pulled out a cut-up old credit card that she used to help break into places, and you smiled deviously. Nice, you whispered. As you got to the door in question, you saw the paper was still there, and you pushed the door open, letting the two of you in before it closed and locked behind you both. Stage 1 done, you said with a smirk as you threw up a backwards peace sign. She smiled, and you both made your way up the darkened stairwell to the second level where the teacher's lounge was. All was quiet, and you tiptoed quickly along and let yourself into the room. Okay, so you know where it is? You whispered to her, pulling your phone out and flicking the torch on. Yeah, in teacher's file, she whispered back. Follow me. She pulled her phone out and flicked on her torch, and then led you over to the filing cabinet and opened it. Damn, the teachers in here are super dumb. No one locks anything, you commented lowly as DF quickly located the answer sheet and pulled it out to take pictures. You held up your torchlight for her, and she snapped shots of each page before compiling them and putting them back in the cabinet, closing it before you two left. That was beyond easy. What the hell? You whispered with a laugh. Now to get out of here. You both slipped back out into the hall and started to head for the stairs when a voice behind you stopped you both dead in your tracks, the hair on the back of your neck standing on end. Stop right there! The voice bellowed from the far end of the hall. Oh crap, it's Iida! You hissed to DF. Run! The two of you bolted for the stairs, Iida giving chase behind you. Holy hell, he's quick! You gasped as you looked back over your shoulder while running. What is he? The love child of Steve from Minecraft and Sonic the Hedgehog? DF burst out laughing as you sprinted, the panic in her laugh evident. No running in the frickin' halls, Iida! You shouted over your shoulder as the two of you jumped from the top of the stairs and landed at the base, DF unlocking the exit door and the two of you barreling out of the door while howling with laughter. Iida just got to the exit door as you two cleared the fence and landed on the other side, running off down the street, still whooping and screaming wildly while he called for you to return. Mission completed. The next morning, Iida cornered you at your locker. If I may have a word with you, Miss Lynn, regarding last night, he said sternly as his blue eyes bore into you. Oh, you make it sound so dirty, Iida, you cooed seductively. Tell me what we did last night. No. We did not do such things as what you are thinking we did, he stammered, flustered that you had turned the conversation sexual when he wasn't thinking that at all, his hands chopping in weird directions as he tried to deflect from the current embarrassing situation. You laughed. Calm your robot farm, Iida. We're going to be late for class, you said as you slammed your locker closed quickly to stop things from falling out, and then walked off to class. Iida composed himself and followed after you, making a mental note to talk to you again later. It was now the end of school, and he cornered you yet again. Miss Lynn, I insist you come to the library with me to study this evening, he said as he bowed stiffly, then held a hand out to you invitingly. Ew, you said bluntly. No thanks, I'm allergic to study. Please, he said as he looked up at you, setting his jaw as he stared intently at you, then straightened. You just don't give up, do you? He said with an annoyed sigh. Alright, if I go with you, will you leave me alone after that? It is my duty to not give up on you or leave you alone, Miss Lynn, but I think that you will find studying most delightful. Pfft, you think a cactus as a dildo would bring me much more pleasure than studying? You deadpanned at him. No, it would cause you a trip to the hospital, is what it would do, he replied just as bluntly. You cracked a smile. Gotta hand it to you, Iida. You didn't even flinch at my comment just then. Usually sexually charged comments throw you off. I'm adaptable, Miss Lynn, he said as he adjusted his glasses and gestured for you to take the lead down the hall to the library to study. Which subject do you wish to study first? Iida asked softly as he sat down at the library desk with you opposite. None, he replied in a soft tone. Iida shook his head. Which subject are you most lacking in? He asked again as he opened up a spare notebook and slid it across to you, passing you a pen as well. None, you replied again with a smirk. So you're telling me that you were in the teacher's lounge up to no good for no reason last night? Iida then said as he stared you down from across the desk. So you're assuming it was me that broke into the school up to no good last night then? You replied with air quotation marks before crossing your arms across your chest and glaring at him. Well, the boot fits, Miss Lynn, he said pointedly as he set his jaw again. Are you profiling me, Iida? You replied smugly. Let me guess. I'm a delinquent with failing grades. Couldn't care less about my future. Iida slightly raised an eyebrow as if to say, well, yes, everything fits so far, as he averted his eyes slightly. And what? I come from a broken home as well? Is that what you're thinking? Abusive parents? You said, your voice trailing off as Iida looked back into your eyes. The look in his eye told you that he had just connected all the dots of the puzzle and had figured you out. How is your arm, Miss Lynn? He suddenly asked in a hushed tone. It's fine, you snapped softly. May I see it? He asked quietly. You quickly pushed your sleeve up to show him how the bruise was fading. See? It's fine. It was only a little knock when I slipped on the ladder, you said stiffly. Iida looked at the bruise and then back to your face. That bruise was there before you slipped on the ladder that day, Miss Lynn, he said in a low, even tone. Your heart started pounding. Miss Lynn, I can help you, he said softly as he continued to watch your face. Trying to hide the fear in your eyes, you sat forwards and rested your arms on the desk, staring Iida down. I don't need your help, you hissed lowly. You don't know me, and you've got me all wrong. I think that I am on the mark, Miss Lynn, he said sternly. Oh yeah? You retorted coyly. You sure you're not just pissed because you can't get the top marks in class? How do you know that? Iida replied with surprise. You were sneaking into the teacher's lounge to find out all of the student numbers, weren't you? Iida, I swear to God, I'm going to buy you a trampoline since you like to jump to conclusions so frickin' much, you shot at him. How else would I know that you're not the top student if I didn't know people's student numbers? Iida sat there and studied your face for a few minutes. You would need to know the top student's number, he replied after thinking a minute. Exactly, you snapped, pulling your student card from your pocket and slapping it down on the desk in front of him. Iida looked down at it and his mouth fell wide open with surprise. You are student 22467? He asked, absolutely floored with this revelation. Yes, bish, so shut up. You know nothing about who I am, and I'm done with your profiling. So unless you want to get on my level, sod off, you growled in a hushed tone as you stood up to leave. Miss Lynn, Iida said quickly as he got up and walked around the desk to block your path. I need to test your claim. The hell? Okay, whatever. Test me, you said as you crossed your arms and waited for him. 10 times 5, minus 2, plus 140, Iida said quickly. 188, you replied instantly. Ida's jaw dropped. Miss Lynn, please accept my humblest apologies. I was out of line, and it was remiss of me to be so presumptuous about you and your life. He bowed low, keeping his head down deep to respect you. You weren't sure why, but the fact that Iida was apologising so fervently really struck a chord with you. No one had ever apologised to you before. You were always the problem, always the one doing the apologising, and even if anyone did apologise to you, it felt like it was half-assed, and you felt like Iida, of all people, was the last person who should be apologising to you, considering how you treated him. You looked up and away quickly, and bit the inside of your mouth to stop yourself from crying, balling your fists up protectively. Stop it, you idiot, you whispered hoarsely. Get up. Iida straightened and looked at you. But tell me, Miss Lynn, why were you in the school last night? I know it was you, so please tell me the truth. I was helping DF with something, he replied stiffly. You're going to snitch, aren't you? You added in a dead tone. I won't say anything unless asked directly, he replied as he turned and walked back to his desk. You have my word. Why are you so nice to me? You blurted out. Stop being so nice, I don't deserve it. I am not being nice. I am merely treating you with the respect you deserve, Iida said as he looked back up at you. Now, if you will excuse me, I do have study to do, so that I can take your place as top of class. Ha! You laughed sharply to cover the emotion that you felt from the first part of his statement. I don't think so. Iida smirked at you as you turned and left the library, happy that you had managed to avoid his questions about the bruise and proud that you had won over him by being the top student. Where were you? DF asked as you approached her at the school gates. Dealing with human whack-a-mole, you grunted as you walked up beside her. Iida? She asked. Bingo, baby, you replied as you both headed out the gates. I swear he's got the hots for you, Yin, she sneered. Highly doubt it, he replied. Mrs. Craig has made him my buddy or some BS. Supposed to bring me into line, blah blah blah, I'm an anus, blah blah, you monologued. DF laughed. Yeah, but what if he's catching feelings? Well, he can shove those feelings up his nose and snort them for all I care, you replied. I have a boyfriend, remember? You're still going out? DF asked with surprise. I never knew where the hell you two are at in your relationship. I'm pretty sure we're together, you mused. I don't know, man. One minute we're all over each other and then next minute he goes quiet on me. I don't hear from him for like months and then all of a sudden he hits me up like nothing happened. Just drop him, babes. You can do so much better, DF said nonchalantly. Yeah, I think I will. You lied. You hated that your relationship with your boyfriend was so hot and cold, but he was the only guy who had ever shown you some love. Coming from a not-so-nice household, starved of love made it harder to break it off with him. At this point, any kind of affection was good affection. You knew deep down that you were better off without him, but the thought of having no one made you panic, so you hung on to him, convincing yourself it would be okay. After parting ways with DF and getting home safely and into your room, you flopped down onto your bed and pulled out your phone to listen to some music. Your screen lit up as you turned your phone over and you saw a message. It was from your boyfriend, DH. Seeing his name made your guts twist with annoyance and excitement. Ugh, what the hell does he want now after all this time? You thought angrily as you quickly opened the message to him. You noted that the last message that you'd sent to him was 2 months ago. Hey cutie, did you miss me? He had sent. No, you texted back bluntly. Aw, baby girl, don't be like that, he replied. I've missed you. I want to see that beautiful face again. Your stomach churned as you read his words. Ugh, I hate it when he does this, because he knows I want to see him again. He always gets what he wants when he butters me up, and I hate that I give in so easily. You thought angrily as you forced yourself to get a grip so that you could send a reply telling him to go stuff himself. Fine when, he replied, livid that somehow you'd fallen back into simp mode and didn't have the guts to tell him to get lost. How about tomorrow, baby? I'll come and pick you up from school and we can go somewhere quiet, he said, adding the smirk face at the end of the text. Your heart skipped a beat and you swallowed as he sent a message back to him. Whatever, you replied, trying to play it as cool as possible. You know I know how to please you, he sent back. Can't wait to get between those thighs. You bit your bottom lip as you read his message. The two of you knew how to get handsy, and he was amazing at getting you off, but you guys hadn't gone the full way yet. He'd started asking for it, and you kept refusing, and that's when he dipped on you. Will he stay around more if I give it to him? You thought as your thumbs hovered over the phone screen, debating what to send back. As you were about to reply, he sent another message. I'll make you come in 5 minutes, like last time, he sent, smirk face at the end again. You looked away from your phone to compose yourself. He had indeed made you come very quickly last time, your mind replaying the scene in your head. You'd better, you replied smartly as you squeezed your thighs together. Only the best for my girl, he sent back with a kiss face. You sighed and rolled onto your back, letting your arm fall to the bed beside you as you stared up at the ceiling. Maybe I'll kick it with him for another week or two, and then when he starts to distance himself, I'll break it off, you thought. The next day at school, you were at your locker when you saw Iida approach his, down the row a bit from yours. Oh, I'd better tell Iida not to tell anyone that I'm top of the class, you thought as you closed your locker and marched towards him. Iida hadn't seen you approaching, and he turned to head off down the hallway to the first class, when you caught up with him and quickly ducked around in front of him and stood in his path. The muscular male was striding out quite quickly when you all of a sudden appeared in front of him, and he tried to stop but couldn't pull up quick enough, so he quickly whipped an arm out around you, picking you up as he stumbled forwards, then quickly turned and slammed a hand into the locker nearby, your body caught between his well-built chest and the locker behind you. Miss Lynn, I apologise, he said with horror as he kept his arm around you. You appeared so suddenly, I didn't have time to stop. Let me go, you stammered with embarrassment at being held off the ground a little and cabedoned up against the lockers. Gently he put you down and stepped back so he could bow to you. Stop friggin' bowing at me, you growled. I just wanted to tell you to act normal and don't tell anyone about what we talked about yesterday, okay? Not even DF knows my student number or where I am on the exam scaling. Iida kept his head lowered, so you smacked him on the back of the head. Stop it, he hissed again. As you wish, Miss Lynn, he replied as he straightened and gave you a small smile. And don't smile at me, you replied with an embarrassed pout. I have a reputation to uphold. Don't think we're friends. You turned quickly and walked to class, slightly flustered at being pinned up against the locker by Iida. Frickin' hell, I had no idea he was that strong, you thought as you entered the classroom and stalked over to your desk. Hey, DF asked. You good? You hummed as you sat down hurriedly and looked across to her. What? Oh, yeah, fine. She raised an eyebrow at you. Nah, whatever, I'm sweet, you said as you shook your head and furrowed your brows, waving her off with your hand. What? She asked with a laugh. You were about to reply to her when you looked past her and saw Iida walk in. His eyes met yours, and you quickly shut up and looked away. DF scrunched her nose in confusion and looked over her shoulder, spotting Iida, who was looking at you as he made his way to his seat. "Oh," DF said slyly. "I see what's going on here." You whipped back to face her. "Whatever you think you're thinking, you're wrong," you said bluntly as you looked away again. "I'm seeing DH this afternoon anyway." "No way," DF gasped. "Did you call him after we spoke yesterday?" "No," you snapped. "He texted me just randomly out of nowhere, said he wanted to meet up." "And you dumped his sorry ass, right?" DF deadpanned. "Well, You paused when you realised Iida was listening in on the conversation. "Let's talk about this later, huh?" you said quickly as you looked away again, your gaze glossing Iida as you turned your head away. "Okay," DF replied suspiciously as she saw you glance at Iida. "Okay, so what the hell?" DF asked you as you both walked out onto the school roof terrace at lunch. "I haven't broken up with DH, you stated firmly. "Why the hell not?" she asked with exasperation. "Yin, what the hell, just dump his sorry ass." I'm going to, you replied hastily. I'm gonna do it when I'm ready, okay?" "Hell, man," she whispered. "I don't know what you see in him." "Hey," you snapped defensively. "Cut me some slack, yeah? We've been dating on and off for like 3 years now. I do actually have some feelings for him." "Okay, but you can do so much better, and Iida would be keen to date you next," she leered. You scowled with embarrassment. "It's not like that," you snapped. "He can karate chop himself in the dick for all I care." "Then why were y'all making eyes at each other when he came in this morning?" she pressed, crossing her arms across her chest and raising an eyebrow in challenge. "We were not," you snapped. I tried to stop him in the hallway before class and kind of just appeared in front of him, and he didn't stop in time, so he grabbed me, and next thing I knew I was pinned up against the lockers," he said, averting your eyes. "Oh, okay, I see him," she leered cheekily. "No, it wasn't like that. It was an accident," you said with a scowl. "Look, and now you're defending him," she teased. "Shut up," you shouted with embarrassment. "It's not like that. He doesn't like me, I don't like him, end of story." DF started laughing. "You're so riled up about this," she chuckled. "What's happened to you? Old you would have been like, yeah, we're totally doing it, and that would have been it." You sucked your lips between your teeth and bit down as you looked away. "Whatever," you grumbled. "DH is picking me up this afternoon anyway, so I won't be walking home with your sorry ass here." Yeah, she replied flippantly. "Maybe I'll walk home with Iida instead," she added as she shot you a devilish smirk. You rolled your eyes. "Yeah, go walk home with 8-bit Mega Man," you replied with a dismissive hand wave. After the final class, you checked your phone. You had a missed call and a message from DH. "Hey, sexy. Gonna be running late. Just stay at school, I'll pick you up," he said. "Okay," you replied and shoved your phone back in your pocket. "Yo, good luck with DH this afternoon," DF said as she left for the day. "Yeah, thanks," you replied, watching as she walked to the school gates and headed off home. You sighed and got your stuff, walking over to the school fence and waiting for your boyfriend to arrive. Slowly the school emptied, and finally you were the last one there, sitting alone by the fence. You kept checking your phone to see the time, and it was now 30 minutes past when DH was supposed to have turned up. Needless to say, you were pissed. You scowled. "Hell, maybe I'll just go home." "Miss Lynn," a voice asked from over the fence. "Iida? What the hell?" you gasped in shock as his voice seemed to have come from nowhere. "What the hell are you doing?" you asked as you spun your head back and looked up at him. "Language, Miss Lynn," he said sternly as he looked down at you. "Would you mind giving me a hand? I'm trying to get the tiller started so I can carve some rows in the school garden in preparation for sewing on Monday." "What the funky monkey?" God, that sounded weird. "Are we sewing on Monday?" you asked as you stood up and picked up your bag to walk around the fence to help him. "Carrots, I believe," Iida said as he directed you to where the tiller was sitting in the middle of the school lawn. So how am I supposed to help?" you asked with furrowed brows. "I don't know how to do garden stuff." "I just require someone to hold the petrol lid open so I can pour the petrol into the tank. The bottle is too heavy to do both," Iida replied. "Pussy," you teased with a smirk. "Can't even lift the petrol container." "Miss Lynn, I assure you I'm very capable of picking up the container," Iida replied knowingly. You scoffed and walked over to the tiller, crouching and lifting the lid to the petrol tank, for Iida to pour the petrol in. He walked over to the petrol case, but before lifting it up, unbuttoned his shirt and slid it off, tying it around his waist, a black tank top underneath. Your jaw nearly hit the tiller, it dropped so fast. Holy! He's shredded like frickin' Parmesan cheese, you screamed internally, your gaze locking onto his biceps as he lifted the petrol container easily and started pouring it into the tank hole. You swallowed thickly and focused down on your hand, where you were holding the lid open, making sure not to let it fall closed. Okay, finished, he said after a few seconds as he stopped the flow and put the container back down. Once again your eyes were drawn to his biceps as he flexed them while manoeuvring the can. Miss Lynn? He asked as he looked up at you and saw a strange look on your face. Huh? Oh, You looked down, quickly screwing the cap on the petrol tank of the tiller, and then stood up and took a step back, refusing to look at Iida. If I don't look at him, then I won't get caught with my jaw on the floor, you thought as you ignored his question, hoping he would move on, which he did. Now to start it, Iida mused to himself as he bent over the tiller and looked for the pull cord to start the motor. Where's this thing going again? You asked as you looked over at the garden. There was a wire fence around the perimeter of the garden, and then a taller chicken wire cage around some of the more special vegetables in the centre of the garden, the cage being there to keep the birds out. On the outside of the wire cage, Iida said as he pointed ahead. I'll start it here and then drive it over to commence digging once it's in place. Yeah, right, you said as you crossed your arms across your chest and watched. Iida found the cord on the tiller and with an extremely masculine grunt pulled hard. Suddenly the tiller jumped to life and took off across the grass, metal prongs digging into the soft earth and sending it in all directions as it shot towards the wire fence surrounding the garden. What the? You yelled in surprise, watching as it easily climbed the fence and fell over the other side, bouncing back up on its prongs and making a beeline for the wire cage. No! Stop, I implore you! Iida cried, shouting at the tiller to stop. The tiller continued on, and the prongs grabbed into the large chicken wire fence, easily scaling the cage and getting tangled in the top wire and seizing up, dangling from a height. Oh, Iida said as he stood there, arms in a position as he felt as if defending a soccer goal, mouth agape as he just stared at the carnage before him. You saw the funny side and burst out laughing. Dude, what the actual hell? You cackled. Miss Lynn, I am sorry you had to witness such gold, you wheezed. Oh my god, that was hilarious. Now what? Iida just stared at the torn up grass and garden fence before he and you started laughing. Hey, why don't we just plant a row of carrots just here? You asked as you walked over to the start of the tiller tracks and pointed to the ground. Just bloody plant carrots the whole way along this. Who gives a damn if it's in the middle of the playing field? Your language is inappropriate, Miss Lynn, but I do appreciate that you're trying to make me feel better with humour, Iida said as he smiled at you. I'm not trying to make you feel better, you snapped, flustered by his comment. I'm just saying that's all we should do. This is my problem to solve, Miss Lynn. There is no need for you to use plural personal pronouns, Iida said as he started walking towards the garden to save the tiller stuck up in the cage. Plural personal pronouns? When did I use friggin' plural personal pronouns? You asked. We, Miss Lynn, you said we when this is my problem, not ours. You need not concern yourself with my mistake, Iida stated. You stalled, realizing you had inserted yourself into the equation without even realizing it. Thank you for helping me, and for the petrol lid, Miss Lynn. Stop calling me Miss Lynn, for hell's sake, he said with exasperation. Just call me Yin, okay? Iida paused with surprise and looked back over his shoulder, the two of you just staring at each other for a few moments. Then a soft smile graced his features. As you wish, Yin, he said courteously. Your heart jumped at hearing him say your name and you looked away. Just then, DH popped his head over the fence and saw you. Hey, sexy, he called loudly. You jumped with surprise and your eyes whipped over to meet his. Oh, hey, you mumbled, glancing across at Iida, who was now looking at your boyfriend. What you doing? DH asked as he hung over the fence, eyeing Iida in his tank top suspiciously. Helping a classmate, you said quickly before heading over to your bag and picking it up and then walking around the fence to DH. Nothing more was said, and you didn't say goodbye to Iida as you left, low-key feeling guilty for leaving him there with so much mess to clean up, but promising yourself that you would ask him about it the next time you saw him. Who's that? DH asked as he dropped down from the fence and landed in front of you. Who? You asked. Dude you were with. You're not cheating on me, are you? He asked bluntly. What? You screeched, blushing hard. No? What the hell? Oh, well, after today, you'll only want me anyway. He leered. You scowled. What do you mean by that? I don't want to do that with you yet. I only want it on my terms, you said angrily. You'll change your mind when we get to it, he said dismissively, making you even angrier. Come on, he added as he walked over to his motorbike. He handed you a helmet and you put it on, waiting till he had hopped up on the bike before hopping up behind him. DH kicked the starter over and the bike jumped to life, emitting that deep throbbing purr that you'd come to love and hate, knowing that with this bike noise also came your man. You wrapped your arms around his middle and held on tight as he took off down the street, heading out of town to a little abandoned cottage that he had found. Earlier on in your relationship, when things were steady, he had promised that he was going to buy the cottage and do it up. It was going to be your little home away from the rat race, as he called it. You had been excited, thinking that this could be a reality, but the more you and he spent time together, the more he became distant, only hitting you up when he wanted something. A short ride later and you appeared at the rundown cottage, taking a deep breath in as you took off your helmet. I love the smell of the forest, you commented. It's such a nice smell. And I love the smell of you, he replied. You scowled. Is that all you care about? You snapped with annoyance. Just a small warning before we start, there is no adult scene really in this chapter, but I've had to just change some things around because there's a few words that would not be YouTube appropriate and a few scenes that would probably not be YouTube appropriate. So it's just slightly adjusted to keep it PG. No, he snapped back, annoyed that you were being so difficult right off the bat. I care about your body, your sexy ass, that rack, that face when you're on your knees looking up at me, he said as he turned around and grabbed your chin in his hand, tilting your face up sharply so he could look down at you. Stick your tongue out, baby, he commanded. Screw you, you barked, smacking his hand away. You don't even talk to me for months, and then now all of a sudden you want to do it? I don't think so. Hey, I've been busy, okay? He said sharply back. I thought I could get some peace and love from you, but no, looks like you've become a brat since we've been apart. Maybe because you're crushing on that other guy. Your blood boiled. How dare he insinuate that you had a thing for Iida? You know what? Screw you, you seethed, hopping off the motorbike. I'm done. You put his helmet down on the bike seat and turned and started walking back down the path towards the road, not caring how long it was going to take for you to walk back home. Hey, whoa, he called out from behind you. You can't walk all the way back home. What the hell do you think you're doing? I don't give a damn, you shouted back to him. Anywhere else is better than being here with you. He jogged after you, reaching for your hand to pull on it. Baby, he cooed. Don't frickin' baby me, frickin' muppet. I'll cut your dick off. You shouted as you flung his hand off your hand and spun to face him. Whoa, feisty. I like it. Come and unleash some of that frustration in the bedroom, he leered. No, you pouted. Oh, come on. You know you want to, he cajoled. No, screw you, you growled. You don't mean that, he said as he grabbed you around the waist and hoisted you up against his body and then turned and carried you to the dilapidated cottage. You fought him weakly, kinda liking that he wasn't going to give up on you that easily, but kinda not liking that he wasn't taking no for an answer. He carried you to the front door and pushed it open. Home sweet home, he sung as he made his way across the wooden floor to one of the rooms. No, it's not, you grumbled as he walked into one of the rooms and dropped you down to the bare mattress there. Come here and let me pleasure you, he said lowly as he crawled over your body, kissing you down your neck as his fingers hastily undid your school top. You allowed him to, but at the same time, you really weren't in the mood for this. He undid your top and growled into you, squeezing your body in a haphazard way that really wasn't doing anything in the ways of getting you turned on. You looked out the window and watched the trees swaying gently in the late afternoon sunshine, wishing that you were with someone else at that point. DH kissed down your torso, lifting up your school skirt and pulling down your underwear. Again you allowed him, apathetically dreaming out the window as he moaned and groaned to himself, muttering things about being between your thighs. He bent his head down, starting to do some things to you, and your eyes fluttered closed. I'm trying to get into this, but I'm just really not feeling it right now, you thought as your brows knitted slightly. DH, I don't want to do this, sorry, you stated gruffly as you reached down and pushed his head away, wriggling up the bed slightly and closing your legs. Oh, you want something more, do you? He leered as he reached for his belt and unbuckled it. No, you ass! I don't want to do it with you, you said loudly. Go away! You stated as you sat up and looked for your underwear. Oh, I see how it is, DH snapped angrily. You probably already screwed so many other guys, huh? Running around like a whore, legs open every lunchtime at school, he said cruelly. You lashed out and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying backwards off the mattress and landing heavily on the floor. You gasped internally when you saw what had happened. I'm so sorry, yelped out loud. I didn't mean to kick you. You just made me mad. DH pulled himself up and reached forwards, grabbing you by the arm and yanking you towards him. Don't you dare ever do that again. You hear me? He growled, removing his hand from your arm and knitting it into your hair firmly while tugging on it to make sure that there was some serious tension on your scalp. You do that again, and I'll mess you up. Tears welled in your eyes as all the flashbacks of your father hitting you came to the foreground. Images of your father's angry face meshed with your boyfriend's face, and you whimpered pitifully. I'm sorry, you wailed softly. Screw it. I'm going to take you home, since you're being such a frigid bitch, he snapped as he threw you backwards onto the bed. Button your top up, scum. And with that, he hopped up and stormed out of the room. You whimpered to yourself, tears streaming down your cheeks as you looked down and slowly did your top up, feeling ashamed and dirty, keenly aware of the slick between your legs. After finding your underwear and putting it back on, you walked out of the cottage and headed over to where he was sitting on the bike, accepting the helmet from him with your head down in shame. Silently he started the bike and you got on, allowing him to take you home. He dropped you off on the corner of your street and sped off, not another word being spoken that whole time. You hung your head and dragged yourself home, feeling like crap. As you opened the front door, you were met by an enraged, drunken father who yelled in your face, calling you every name under the sun before punching you. You only just made it to your room before passing out, your right eye throbbing as sleep finally found you. The next morning was Saturday, and you were hella grateful for the weekend because it meant that you had 2 days to hide in your room and let the swelling and bruising go down from your right eye. It was a killer hit that you received from your father, and your eye felt gravelly every time you blinked. Oh, man, how am I supposed to cover this when I get to school? You thought as you checked it out in the bathroom mirror. Maybe Mum has some kind of makeup in here I could just use to cover the bruise? You opened the drawer under the sink and fished through the random makeup in there. Concealer? You thought as you pulled out 2 kinds. You looked over both of them and then opted to use the slightly darker one, opening the bottle and dabbing a bit on your wrist to check the colour. Ugh, wrong colour. You grimaced internally as you stared down at the blatantly wrong colour on your wrist. Oh, I guess I can try it anyway and see. You grabbed a cotton bud and dabbed some of the concealer gently around your eye, doing your best to cover the green and purple bruise. Well, it's better, kinda. If I have dark glasses on or something, shouldn't be that noticeable. You thought as you walked back to your room and grabbed some sunnies out of your drawer, and then went back to the bathroom to try them on. Yeah, it'll do. You donned the shades and saw that they had covered the rest of the bruise. Monday came and you applied the makeup, happily noticing that the swelling had gone down significantly and was really just the colour that you were covering. Perfect, you thought proudly, as you slipped the glasses on and then got your bag and headed for school. It was a really sunny day out, so a number of people had sunglasses on, and you relaxed, safe in the knowledge that you looked like any other regular person that day. You got to school and headed for your locker, opening the locker door and stepping back as papers and random things fell from the storage cube. Ugh, you grunted as you crouched down to pick the stuff up. Watch your language, Yin, a calm yet stern voice stated from your right, and you quickly looked across to see who had spoken. It was Iida, and he had crouched down to help you pick up the rogue papers that had scattered across the hall floor. Oh, sorry, you said quickly, and he looked at you with surprise. You hurriedly looked back down and kept picking things up as you avoided eye contact with him. Miss Yin, those glasses are not part of school policy. Please remove them at once, Iida said in a reserved tone as he handed your papers to you. No, you replied bluntly. Begging your pardon, Yin, but as the class rep, I don't care who the funny man you are. I'm leaving them on, you stated firmly. You stood up and started putting stuff back into your locker when Iida called your name again softly. Your heart leapt at the tone he had used, and you looked at him with a forced scowl plastered on your face. As you stared him down, Iida reached out and slowly removed your glasses, looking at your face tenderly as he did so. Fearfully, you quickly looked down, holding your hand out for him to return your shades to you. Give them back, you said, waiting with bated breath for his reply. After a few more minutes he spoke. You may keep them on, he stated calmly, handing your shades back to you. Then he reached into his back pocket and pulled out his paper of merits, demerits and passes, and wrote you a uniform pass. There, please show this pass to the teachers, should they ask to see it. You took the pass from him and nodded stiffly, before turning to your locker and getting things out for first class, biting into the side of your cheek to stop yourself from crying. Iida stepped around you and headed to his locker, glancing at you from the corner of his eye as you passed him to first class. Hey, DF called when she saw you. What's with the shades? Friggin' bright stain, my eyes hurt, you grumbled. You hungover? She whispered. Yeah, so shut up, too loud. You lied, preferring not to talk anymore. Oh, I'll sneak out at lunch today, grab us some greasy food, yeah? She said with a sympathetic smile. Thanks, babe, you grunted. Just then Iida entered, and DF groaned when she saw him glance at you. Yeah, bet Choppy Rep's gonna call you out, she said lowly to you. Iida sat down in his seat and started laying his pens out like he usually did, acting like it was another normal day. Wait, what? DF suddenly asked with surprise. Iida, you're not going to harass Yin about the shades? Shut it, DF, you snapped at her. Yin has a uniform pass, Iida said calmly as he turned in his seat and looked back at DF. I have no reason to address her about it. DF's mouth fell open as she looked across to you. Okay, we need to talk later, she whispered lowly to you. You scowled and looked away. Yo, what the actual hell is going on? DF said with a laugh as you and her sat at the far end of the playing field eating your favourite food. What do you mean? You asked apathetically. Okay, first off, Iida called you by your first name and not Miss Lynn, and you didn't even flinch. And second of all, where the hell did you get a uniform pass for the shades from? She asked incredulously. It's not that big a deal. God, woman, you're overreacting. And second of all, who cares where I got it from? I have it, and that's all that matters, you said with an annoyed sigh as you bit into your food. Why are you obsessing over it? I'm not, but it just looks like you and Iida are getting along now, she mused. That's definitely not the case, you said as your eyes scanned over to where the tiller had ripped the garden apart on Friday. The area was perfect. No signs of damage anywhere. Grass even looked like it had been replaced or something. It looked like absolutely nothing had happened. I'll have to talk to him about it later, you thought as you ate more food. After school that day you milled around, waiting for DF to leave so that you could talk to Iida about Friday. You coming? She asked as she headed for the school gates. Nah, gotta talk to Mrs. Craig, you lied, about the whole Reformation program thing. Oh, time with Iida, huh? She teased. Shut up, you snapped. Can't wait to be finished with this whole stupid thing. Ah, that's more like you, she teased with a cheeky smile. Okay, we'll have fun. Screw you, you grunted. She laughed. See you tomorrow, Yin, she called with a smile as she headed off. Yeah, you grunted again as you walked off down the hall, looking for Iida. You went to the library, but he wasn't there. Went to the maintenance club room, but he wasn't there either. Checked the grounds, but again, he was nowhere to be seen. Where the hell is he? You growled angrily to yourself as you stalked around the school. You were about to give up, thinking he had maybe gone home, when you saw him coming out of the principal's office. Oi! You yelled as you marched towards him. I've been looking for you. Oh, Yin, he greeted pleasantly with a small nod. Why were you looking for me? I wanted to ask how you went with cleaning up the tiller mess thing the other day, you mumbled as you looked away. Actually, who cares? It's fixed now. I don't know why I'm bothering. Thank you for your concern, Iida replied kindly. It took a while to unhook the tiller from the top of the cage, but nonetheless I got it free. You grunted in acknowledgement of his statement as your mind pulled up the images of his flexing biceps and you blushed furiously behind your glasses. Yin, Iida asked softly, did that man hit you, the one that came on Friday? What? You stammered with surprise as you looked at him again. What man? The man who appeared over the fence on Friday. I presume that he is your boyfriend, Iida continued. Oh, you said in surprise. Well, yeah, no, he didn't, but he's an ass. I'm going to break up with him, you added. I'm glad to hear that, Yin. You deserve much better, Iida said tenderly, before blushing a little and looking away. You quickly dropped your gaze to the floor. The way he said that just now, does he actually like me? Yin, who hit you? Iida then asked bluntly. No one hit me. Why do you ask that? You replied defensively, looking back up at him. It is obvious that you have used makeup around your eye, Iida said bluntly, and it's the wrong colour, which means you used somebody else's. Since when do you know so much about makeup, Iida? You teased. Something you want to tell me? Nothing of the sort, Yin, and do not try and change the subject. Now please tell me who hit you, he asked gently. A can, you blurted out. Can? Yeah, I opened the cupboard and a can fell out onto my face, and it's embarrassing, so don't ask again, you mumbled as you looked away again, and then down to the ground. Iida stood there looking at you for a bit, while you shifted uncomfortably, staring at the floor. May I walk you home? Iida asked softly. No, you grunted. But we can maybe walk together for a bit, I don't know. That would be wonderful, Iida replied honestly, and you cleared your throat before you both turned and headed off down the hall together. You walked in silence as you headed out of the school gates, and you were about to start a conversation with Iida when an obnoxiously familiar voice called to you. Oi, the male voice called out. Your head shot up when you heard the voice. It was DH, and he was on his bike at the gate. Oh no, this looks really bad, you screamed internally, as your steps faltered for a minute. You were about to yell something back when Iida put his arm out across your chest to stop you. What do you want with Yin? Iida called to your boyfriend sternly. None of your business, Four Eyes. Get your arm off my girl, DH growled as he got off his bike. Don't bother, DH, we're over, you yelled sharply. You can fudge off now. Your man scowled heavily, a threatening look on his face. It's not over till I say it's over, he shouted, rolling his sleeves up as he marched towards you and Iida. You stepped back in fear as Iida stepped in front of you protectively. DH, as I assume your name is, Miss Yin has made her decision regarding your and her relationship, so please kindly remove yourself from the premises, Iida stated calmly in authoritative voice. Oh, is that so? He snarled. Let me guess, you two are doing it in the equipment shed each day, huh? She's a whore. Don't you dare say that about her, Iida suddenly said darkly, and you looked at him in surprise. DH had almost reached Iida by that point, and you could see he was about to get physical. Iida, back, get back, you yelled, grabbing for his shirt to pull him backwards. Suddenly the two were in a fight, and you gasped as you ducked back. Stop, you screamed as DH and Iida exchanged blows. Knock it off! The two ignored you as they continued to rain punches on each other, so you dropped your bag and bolted to the principal's office. Bitch, get out there, they're fighting! You screamed into the principal's office as you yanked the door open. Language, Yin? Mrs. Craig gasped loudly. Call the police, they're fighting! You screamed again. Who is? Mrs. Craig asked as she quickly grabbed for her phone. Iida and my ex-boyfriend are! You yelled. Iida? She yelled in surprise. Yes, get a move on! You yelled, snapping your fingers. Principal Craig rang the closest police station and then quickly followed you outside. The two guys were still in a heated punch-up, neither backing down. Iida's glasses were off and smashed on the ground, and his school clothes were ripped slightly from DH yanking on them. He also had a few gashes across his face from where the broken shards of glass had cut him. DH had a bloodied nose and a massive bruise on his jaw. Stop immediately! Mrs. Craig called loudly as she approached the two guys. The police have been called, and they are on their way. Upon hearing that, DH backed off. To hell with a lot of you, DH snarled viciously as he backed off. Especially you, Yen. You'll be hearing from me. Principal Craig, Iida suddenly said loudly as he spun to face her. I sincerely apologise for my conduct. This is most unbecoming. I accept any discipline you feel is necessary for... Iida, she snapped. What is the meaning of this? Please come to my office, both of you, she added sternly, looking at you and Iida over the top of her glasses. You looked from her to Iida, who looked at you and then hung his head in shame. Principal Craig, I chose to act on my own impulses. Please let Yin go, he said softly, as he kept his head down and balled his fists up by his side. She tried to stop me, but I refused. No, Iida, I'll come, you said as you looked from him back to the principal. Let's go. And Yin? The principal asked sharply as you turned to head to the principal's office. Do you have a uniform pass for those glasses? Yep, you replied bluntly. Got this bad boy right here, you added as you flicked out the uniform pass like it was a Pokemon card. I see, she replied before turning and heading for her office. Hey, you alright? You asked slowly to Iida, trying not to sound too concerned as he walked up beside you and fell in step with you. I am fine, Yin. My apologies that you had to see that, he replied as he looked down. Why'd you let loose like that? You asked, looking at him curiously. I did not appreciate the way that he was talking to you, he said darkly, but I let my anger get the better of me when I should have de-escalated the situation. Well, thanks though, for beating the ever-living crap out of him. He came off second best, you said with a smirk. But you got cut up though. The cuts are a small price to pay for fighting for your honour, Iida said seriously, as his intense eyes locked with yours from behind your dark shades. You cleared your throat and looked away. Honour? The hell, sounds like a friggin' Knights of the Round Table kind of thing, you thought with a smirk. I am also glad to hear that the relationship has been terminated between you two, Iida said softly. You kept looking away from him, so your flusteredness wouldn't show. Yeah, you grunted. Now, Mrs. Craig said sharply as you all entered her office. What happened out there? Well, dickhead showed up, slung insults at me, squared up, swung first, then Iida threw hands, dragged a bitch. You turned up, dickhead ducked. The end, he said, holding your hand up and then doing the mic drop motion. The principal scowled slightly and looked sternly at Iida. You are the school representative, she said in a serious tone to Iida. This is very unlike you. I am truly sorry, Iida said sternly as he smacked the palms of his hands to his side and then bowed low with his head down. But I could not stand by and let somebody slander my, friend. The principal's eyes widened and your head snapped towards Iida. Friend? He yelped internally as you stared at him from behind your shades. The principal sighed and walked around her desk to sit on her chair. Iida, you did the right thing by Yin, albeit a violent outcome, but I do appreciate you standing up for her like that. Now, because this was outside of school hours and there was no other witness present, I will let this go with a warning. But please, go and see the nurse while she is still here and then head home. I will ring your parents and explain the situation. Oh, no, don't, you said quickly. It's fine. Let me deal with my own ex-boyfriend, you added. The principal looked at you and then nodded before looking at Iida. I will ring your parents then, Iida, and explain what happened. If they wish to press charges against the man who hit you, then I will gladly help, the principal said with a gentle smile. Just then the police arrived and knocked on the office door. Ah, gentlemen, please come in, the principal invited, introducing them to you and Iida before giving a brief description of what happened. Would you like to make a statement? One officer asked you. Yeah, I guess, you replied as you picked up a pen off the principal's desk and wrote down what happened on a piece of paper. After talking briefly with them for a bit, you took Iida down to the nurse's office. Yin, please, I do not wish to delay you any more, Iida begged. I will attend to my own wounds, and then head home. Don't be stupid, right? You don't have your glasses on, so you can't see where the hell you're going. I'll just take you there, you grunted as you headed down the hall to the nurse's office. You knocked sharply on the door when you got there, but the lights were off inside, so you slid the door open and flicked the lights on. She isn't here, Iida commented as he followed you in. Well, guess what? I'm the nurse now. Sit down, you commanded, as you pointed to a chair nearby. Iida obeyed and sat patiently waiting for you. Now, you muttered as you pulled out drawers left, right and centre, looking for band-aids and sticky suture things. Where the frick are these bitches? Yin, please do not stick a bitch on my face, Iida said in a dead tone as you reefed another drawer open. You burst out laughing and looked over at him. You're an idiot. Iida, you gasped, pulling your glasses off to see his face better. Hell, man, you're beat up. The gashes below Ida's eyes were deeper than you first thought, and they had all bruised slightly. On top of that, his ripped up shirt made him look almost badass. You quickly put your shades down on the bench and turned away, then found a band-aid in the drawer and turned back and walked over to him, trying not to get too flustered at how close you'd have to get to apply the band-aid. Hold still, you said in a low voice, talking more to yourself at this point than him. You pulled the back of the band-aid off and then held it up over a smaller cut on his chin, gently placing it to his skin and smoothing it softly with your fingers. There, that should... Iida was looking deeply into your eyes, and your blood pressure spiked as you quickly pulled back. Stop looking at me like that, kung fu class rep, you muttered, quickly looking away to get some suture strips and cotton swabs. Iida didn't say anything and just looked down, embarrassed that you'd called him out for looking at you. Here, you said as you pursed your lips together and turned back to him again, holding up a swab. You gently placed the swab on his cheek to clean the gashes under his eye, and he flinched. Hold still, you sook, you grunted as you reached around and placed a hand on his opposite cheek so you could hold his face still. You turned his face to yours, and he couldn't help but make eye contact with you again. Yin, he said softly as he placed a hand on your hand that was on his cheek. If I may give you an honest compliment, you have beautiful eyes. You ripped your hand away from under his and stepped back quickly, eyes nearly popping out of your head as you spun away from him. Fix your own cuts, he grunted hurriedly as he ran out the door and down the hall. Yin, wait! Iida shouted down the hallway after you. He called something else out, but you just had to get away. Is he serious right now? Really? Right after everything that's happened with DH, he goes and says something like that? You thought as you ran. Why is he doing this? It's not fair to be saying stuff like that to me. I might look tough, but I'm so freaking weak. I couldn't handle it if he played me as well. You continued to scream internally as you ran, asking yourself why he would compliment you, and did he actually mean it? You ended up running all the way home, without your bag or glasses, and snuck into the house. Thankfully, the front door had been left open. The next morning you snuck back out of the house and headed to school, completely empty-handed and very apprehensive. As you got closer to the gate, you saw Iida standing there with your glasses and bag in hand, and you hesitated on what to do. Sucking it up, you put on your best scowl and marched towards him, eyes flicking away every time you almost made eye contact. As you got closer, you reached your hand out for your bag to take it from him, and he didn't let it go, even when you pulled hard on it. Yin, he said in an even tone as you kept your eyes averted. You broke out in goosebumps as your heart rate spiked, fearful of what he was going to say to you. I am not apologising for what I said yesterday, but I am apologising for my timing. I shouldn't have said that straight after you broke up with your boyfriend, he said earnestly. You hung your head and nodded. Okay, thanks, you mumbled, pulling your bag free of his grasp and turning to head to class. Yin, your glasses, Iida called as he held them up to you. You looked back at him. It was the first time that you had made eye contact that morning, and you saw that he had a new pair of glasses on. He hadn't put any more band-aids or sutures on his face, but he had kept the band-aid that you had applied on his chin, wearing it like a badge of pride. How's your face? You asked gruffly. Fine, thank you, he said with a smile. You nodded and walked back to take the glasses from him. How is your eye? He asked softly as he looked down at you. Fine, I think. Does it still look... You asked, your voice trailing off as he reached for your chin and tilted your head up to have a better look at it. Your eyes met his, and you froze as he held your gaze, his curled finger under your chin. Oh, am I interrupting something? The sly voice of DF said from your left, and you quickly backed away from Iida. Nope, you said as you spun and walked off, leaving her to run after you. I have so many questions, she bubbled as she ran up beside you. Question 1 is, how is it that Iida can touch you now without getting his head bitten off? Can you friggin' not? You barked at her with an angry look on your face. I'm so friggin' done with everyone. Why? What happened? She asked with a confused laugh. Okay, so DH rocked up here yesterday after school and took a swing at Iida, you said as you continued marching towards the stairs inside the building. DF screamed. He what? Yeah, you grunted. Then friggin' got that stuff sorted out. And then I went with him to the nurse's office, but she wasn't there, so I slapped a band-aid on his chin. He told me he friggin' liked how beautiful my eyes were. Like, what the hell? Whoa, hold the phone, DF gasped dramatically. He flirted? I don't friggin' know, you shouted, confused. Why the hell would he be flirting with me? Because he likes you, DF deadpanned. I've been saying this for the longest time. I would not be a bit surprised if he wrote a confession letter to you. Ugh, please do not put that out in the universe, because now that you've said it, it'll probably happen, you groaned. What's the issue? DF asked as she crossed her arms across her chest once you two had gotten to your locker. You like him, so just go out already. What? You screeched as you riffed your locker door open, another blush on your cheeks. As if I like him, he's... Yeah, you do, she stated plainly. A blind man can friggin' see it. Can you just drop this already? Are you that lonely that you have to try and live through my life? You seethed, thoroughly riled up. Ouch, she replied. Personal attack much? Sorry, but shut up, you grunted as you grabbed your books and stormed off to class. DF watched you go. She knew you were starting to develop feelings for Iida, and it was plain to see that he liked you too. But your pride wasn't about to let you admit it that readily. Good luck to the guy, she thought as she watched Iida approach his locker, his eyes watching the back of you as you marched to class. He's going to have to be patient and as strong as a frickin' titan to break down those walls that she has up. You got to class and plopped down in your seat, whipping your head towards the window and staring out of it angrily. Pfft, as if I'd like Iida, you thought. Just then Iida entered the classroom, and you heard him greet a fellow classmate, and without thinking you turned your head to look in his direction. Although he was greeting the classmate, his eyes were on you, and you quickly looked away again, embarrassed that you two had made eye contact. Why does he keep looking at me? You thought, heart rate increasing as you desperately tried to focus on looking out the window. Okay, class, the teacher called as she entered the room. Find your seats, please, we're about to start. You looked at the teacher as she spoke, and then saw DF quickly sit down in the next seat beside yours before the teacher continued. We'll be having a resit of the test from last week on Friday this week, so all those who didn't pass last time must attend and pass this time unless you want to stay and do weekend classes. You glanced across at DF, who gave you a sly, confident look before looking back at the teacher. Yeah, she'll nail it. Then we can go and see the band, you thought proudly. I need something good to happen after all the BS that's been going down these past 2 weeks. I've literally memorised the answers, including some wrong ones, DF said with a chuckle, as you and her stood at her locker, waiting for her to get her things for the makeup exam. Awesome, just nail this one, then we're sweet, you replied to her, as you left the locker and walked down the hall side by side. As you walked and talked, you saw Mrs. Craig coming the other way. Sup, Mrs. Craig? You called casually to her. Yin, pull your socks up, please, and tuck your top into your skirt, Mrs. Craig said with an exasperated sigh. And can you and Iida please see me after school for an update on the Rehabilitation program? Aight, you said with a shrug, as you half-asked tucking your shirt in. She nodded and you passed each other, continuing down the hall. Date with Iida? DF leered teasingly. Yeah, we're going to have a threesome with Mrs. Craig. I'm going to top both of them, you replied casually. DF snorted with laughter. I don't know, I think Iida might be the top, she smirked with a wink. Nah, could totally top him, he replied flippantly. She already is the top. We have established this. Ida's voice came from behind you both. You jumped and immediately screamed with embarrassment, face burning at his very blunt comment. What? DF screeched as she spun around to face him. Whoa, hold on, hang on a minute. My weave has just flown and my sister is shook. I know it sounds bad, but he doesn't mean what he just said. He's talking about something else, you screamed, arms flailing wildly. Yin is the top, Iida said again, a bewildered look gracing his face as he looked from DF to you and back again. And please refrain from using such vulgar language in school grounds. If he isn't meaning a relationship, then what is he meaning? DF screamed in confusion, head snapping back and forth between you two. You're totally doing it. Yeah, no, what? You screamed, covering your face with embarrassment. I beg your pardon, but what in the world is going on? Iida asked, confused. Can I explain later? You wailed at Iida. Oh my god, if the ground could just swallow me up right now, that would be fudging fantastic. Okay, you're definitely doing something. You said please, and then you stopped swearing? DF deadpanned. Okay, both of you shut up, you snapped. You barked, pointing at DF. Go and do your exam, and Iida, you punctuated sharply. Mrs. Craig wants to see us after school. Yes, of course, Iida said pleasantly. Laters, bitches, DF sneered, blowing a kiss to you as she walked off down to the exam room. And screw you, you snapped at her. Good luck on the exam, you'd better pass. DF flipped you the bird as she entered the classroom and you smirked. I do not understand your relationship with your friend, but as long as there are no physical fights, then I will turn a blind eye to the bickering, Iida said with a confused, close-lipped smile. Thanks, she's a dumbass, but I love her, you grunted. Did you tell DF that you are the top of the class? Iida asked innocently. No, you hissed. No, she was being stupid and saying stuff about, just stuff that you don't need to worry about, you grumbled, looking down. Does DF think we are in a relationship? Iida asked softly. Your eyes shot up and met his. She doesn't mean it. She's teasing me, you fumbled, feeling lost for words for the very first time ever. I am not embarrassed by it, Iida said confidently as he turned to leave. It would be an honour, he added as he walked off. Wait, what? Did he just confess to me? You screamed internally, watching his broad shoulders as he walked away. What is going on here? You turned away and quickly ran to the other end of the hall, heading outside to the grassed area outside to have some time before meeting DF after her exam and seeing the principal. What if Iida actually did ask me out? You thought as you lay down on the grass and stared up at the sky. What would I say? As you lay there thinking, you closed your eyes, enjoying the sun as your mind wandered. Suddenly someone kicked your foot and you jumped. The heck? You gasped as you sat bolt upright and looked up at DF. What, you done already? What time is it? It's well and truly past school now, she deadpanned. I was looking everywhere for you. Iida and the principal are waiting for you in the office, she added. Oh, you groaned as you got up. I gotta go. See you, babe. I'll text you. You called as you ran for the office. She actually cares about getting there on time, DF mused as she watched you run off. Usually she wouldn't give a damn. Sorry I'm late, you puffed as you entered the office, looking dishevelled and groggy from your impromptu nap. Yin, are you okay? Who did this to you? Iida asked quickly as he got up from his seat, worried by the way you looked beat up. Where are they? Whoa, calm down. I fell asleep on the lawn, and this is just how I look, he said with a laugh. I'm good. Please take a seat, Yin, the principal asked. You nodded and walked in, sitting down next to Iida, who quickly adjusted your chair and helped you sit, even though you were swatting his hand away to stop him from helping you. Yin, I have already had a meeting with Iida about your progress, and he assures me that you are improving, but I would like to see you engage in more after-school activities together, she said sternly. Yo, listen, you said sharply. I'm doing my best here. Why do I need to be engaging in more after-school activities? You added, scowling as you crossed your arms across your chest. Yin, I will not tolerate this behaviour. I will need to contact your parents if you... Okay, you said quickly, anger turning to fear. Okay, I'll do it. Are we done here? Mrs. Craig looked across at Iida, who had been watching you this whole time, and called his attention to herself. Iida? She asked. Is this arrangement okay with you? Yes, Principal Craig, yes, Iida said loudly as he stood up abruptly and bowed respectfully. You scowled and got up, turning and making your way stiffly to the door as Iida turned and made quickly after you. Yin, please wait a moment, he called as he dashed out the door after you. Principal Craig sighed and reached for the desk papers, shuffling them and then standing them up and tapping them lightly on the desk to set them straight before she laid them down again. So, Bethany the receptionist asked slyly as she entered the room shortly after you and Iida had left. Mrs. Craig looked up at her and a giant smirk overtook her face. My ship just might sail, she said with a cheeky glint in her eye. I knew it! Hot diggity and a bag of chips, Bethany said as she did an awkward hip swing, which was much too lively for her age. No, Bethany, Principal Craig deadpanned, face palming at her receptionist's failed attempt at trying to be cool. That doesn't even make sense. Yin, Iida called, reaching out and grabbing your arm to get you to stop as he caught up. What? You yelped as he spun around, yanking your arm from his. Don't touch me. I can't help but notice that you do not wish for your parents to know anything about what happens at school, Iida said as his keen eyes studied your face. If there is anything I can do. I'm fine, you said quickly. I need to get home now. I'm going to see my favourite band on the weekend with DFs, so I need to be on my best behaviour or whatever, he said dismissively as you turned and walked off. See ya. Iida watched you go. He really wanted to say something. anything to spend more time with you, but he also didn't want to get in your way. It's not like I don't want to spend time with Iida, but the earlier I get home, the less likely Dad's going to be there, and I can avoid getting my ass beaten, you thought as you quickly headed for the locker, then home. That afternoon you snuck into the house. Your dad's car was in the driveway as you arrived, and you could smell the sharp, stale smell of alcohol wafting from his car as you passed it. Oh, please may he be asleep, you prayed with worriedly knitted brows as you slowly and quietly opened the front door and slipped inside. You were an expert at getting up the stairs silently, so you picked your route and tiptoed up the wooden steps, making sure to skip the 5th step entirely because it squeaked like a friggin' 10,000-pound mouse and would definitely give you away. Triumphantly, you pumped your fists as you made it up without any noise and silently walked to your room. Booyah! If I've nailed this, then it means the weekend is going to be amazing, you thought with a soft smile as you entered your room and went to the bed for the night. You woke up the next morning to your phone ringing and groggily picked it up, wondering who the hell would be calling so early. It was 11 a.m. Yo, you rasped into the receiver, your morning voice muted slightly by the fact that you had your face shoved into your pillow. I motherfucking blast! DF screamed from the other end of the phone. You did? You yelled with excitement as you yanked your head straight up from your pillow. Oh my god, yes! Let's go, members of Agency Yin and Co, she yelled with a laugh. I'm pretty sure that's not how it goes, but I like your version, you chuckled, stretching and rolling onto your back as you smiled up at the ceiling. So it's a go for tonight then? You bet your pretty little face it is, she replied excitedly. I'll meet you there. You got the tickets, yeah? Yeah, babe, locked and loaded, you said as you sat up. What are you wearing? Band top and jeans, she replied. I'll do the same then, you mused as you hopped off the bed and walked to your closet, phone still to the ear. I'm pumped, hey, it's going to be mad fun. Same here, I'll see you tonight. Yeah, babes, later, you said, and then you hung up and started shifting through your clothes. Oh my god, DF squealed as you approached her outside the stands of the concert later that night. You look so freaking hot. Think I'll catch the lead singer's eye? You asked cheekily. Could totally flash him. That would get his attention. DF cackled. I would pay to see that, she replied as she grabbed your wrist and dragged you towards the show entry. After showing your tickets and getting stamps on your hands, you entered and made your way towards the front where the stage was. Are we going to the mosh pit? DF asked. Do we want to die? You replied. Nah, not today, she replied with a chuckle, picking a different spot to walk to. Oi! DF! Yin! A voice called over the cacophony of voices in the auditorium. You and DF stopped and looked to see who had called, and your heart sank slightly when you saw the best friend of your ex-boyfriend waving from a distance. You and DH hadn't spoken since the day that he and Iida had had the fight, and you had dumped him, but he wouldn't have been able to have spoken with you anyway since you'd blocked him on your phone. Hey! DF called to him, waving happily as he approached you both. Hey, Yin, he said with a smirk as he walked over. Yeah, hi, you replied bluntly, crossing your arms across your chest and scowling slightly. Oh, don't worry, babe. DH isn't here, he said casually, reading your concerned look like a book. Yeah, thanks, Captain Obvious, I can see that, you replied sarcastically. His best friend stiffened slightly, but didn't say anything as he turned his attention to DF. Fancy seeing you both here. We should totally hang out after the show's done, he said. Just a little warning before we start. There's nothing particularly triggering mentioned in this chapter, but it's an unpleasant situation and may cause anxiety. So please stop listening if any part of this chapter makes you feel uncomfortable. Totes, she replied excitedly, swept up in the atmosphere of the place and the fun of the moment. Ugh, DF, no, what the hell are you doing? You groaned internally, making a mental note to talk to her about it once he had left, intending to say that you two should just duck and not hang out with him. Sweet. Okay, well I'll see you after the show then, he said as he turned and walked off. Dude, you deadpanned her. What the hell? What? She replied innocently. Dude, that's DH's best friend. I don't want to hang with him. As you two continued to talk back and forth between yourselves, DH's best friend had rung him. Hey bro, he said into the receiver. I'm at the show, and Yin is here. There was a pause as he listened to DH's reply. Yeah, no worries. I'll bring her and her friend there, then you can do what you like to her, he said with a wicked, nasty smile pulling at his lips. I got you, bro. Ah, that was so amazing! DF squealed as you two left the stands after the show. That went far too quickly. I want to see them all over again, you moaned. Oh, they're all so freaking hot. Oh my god. Right? DF replied emphatically. I'm so glad we got to come. You and DF continued to chat as you walked, heading off down the road towards the bus stop, completely forgetting about DH's best friend and his invite. Suddenly someone grabbed you and DF by the shoulder each and gripped onto you to stop you in your path. Thought we were going to hang, the person said. You whipped around to face the person, noting with disdain that it was the best friend of your beloved, not ex. Nope, we changed our minds. Laters, you deadpanned as you turned away, shaking his hand off your shoulder. Aw, hey now, he cajoled, letting go of DF and grabbing your shirt again as he dug his fingers into the fabric. Let's not get nasty. Dude, DF said bluntly to him. Don't mind her. We might just head home though. Sorry. We'll hang another time, she added as she placed her hand on his arm to get him to let go of you. Fine, his best friend replied. You guys aren't going to wait for the bus though, are you? You'll be waiting there for a whole night. I'll take you home. No thanks, you deadpanned. Dude, DF said to you, come on, free ride. You and DH's best friend were in the middle of an intense stare-off, neither one backing down. Car's here, the best friend suddenly said, looking up and pointing to a car that pulled up nearby. Your stomach sank as you stood there, looking at the car, knowing this would get out of hand and go south really quickly if you didn't act now. Your eyes flicked from the car across to DF, trying to silently give her a signal to run, without being noticed by your ex's best friend, but she was too busy looking at the car to see you. The driver of the car got out and walked over, smiling innocently as he did. Oh, I don't like this at all, you thought as you stiffened, ready to throw hands if needed. Just then the next wave of people walked past you, pushing forwards towards the bus stop and making it harder for you to keep an eye on DF and the other two boys as they swarmed around you. DF? You suddenly called, realising you couldn't see her anymore. Yen! You heard her call back, and you pushed your way through the crowd towards her voice, suddenly being grabbed and forced into the back of the waiting car. Babe, you called when you saw her sprawled across the back seat. We need to get out now! Not so fast, sweet cheeks. DH wants a word with you. DH's best friend sneered at you as he slammed the car door behind you. Screw you! You snarled, spinning and grabbing for the door to yank it open, panicking when it wouldn't budge. Don't you just love child locks? The best friend sneered from the passenger seat as he hopped into the car and slammed the door shut, the other guy jumping into the driver's seat quickly and pulling away from the curb. Your stomach contorted, knotting over itself as dread set in. I'm going to be killed, you thought, believing that this was the end. Suddenly rage built inside you, and you lashed out at his best friend in the passenger seat, throwing hands like your life depended on it. Let us out, you bastard, or I'll rip your balls off, you screamed at him, scratching and punching wildly. The best friend retaliated in kind, hollering obscenities back at you while he turned and fought back, landing a good punch to your temple and knocking you unconscious. What are you doing? DF screamed at him. What's going on? Shut the hell up, rag, or you'll be next, he snarled threateningly. When you came to again, you were in the room of the abandoned cottage that DH used to bring you to, a ripped cloth tying your wrists behind your back and cutting off the circulation to your fingers. Oh shit, you gasped internally, the overwhelming dread making you feel 20 times heavier, as if a lead weight had been dropped into the pit of your stomach, slowing your movements as you tried to yank your arms free. Crap, crap, crap. You looked around the dark room, trying to plan logically among the screaming voices in your head. Iida, you suddenly thought. Get your phone and call Iida. You swung your arms from behind you to the side and felt for your pocket. Your phone was still there. Quick, 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 you screamed internally as you fumbled to get it out. You pulled the phone out and unlocked it, quickly dialing Ida's number and praying it would connect instantly. The reception was bad at the dilapidated cottage, and the minute that he picked up it dropped out. Ah, no, you wailed, heart thumping in your chest as the adrenaline took over. You heard voices approaching from outside the door, and you quickly tried to dial Iida again. Where's my screw toy? DH called maliciously as he swung the door open, making you squint heavily as the light came punching in behind him, outlining his ghastly silhouette. Where's DF? You said stiffly. Where is she? She's having fun with my bestie, DH sneered cruelly. You lay one finger on her and... You what? Sit there and cry? He asked with a hostile laugh. Look at you. You're so freaking pathetic. Another warning for this chapter, there is violence mentioned. I'm going to cut out a certain scene because it's definitely not appropriate for YouTube, but it may still be a trigger in this chapter, so just listen with caution, and if it's too much, then stop. Go away, you said in a low, shaky voice. We're done. Over. Finished. Oh, no, we're not. He snarled with a malicious smile as he stalked over to you and lifted his leg, kicking you firmly in the side of the head. We're only through when I say we're through. His kick was perfectly placed, and you were knocked out cold the minute his shoe connected with you. He grunted as you collapsed sideways and sprawled out unconscious on the floor. Taking her when she's out's no fun. Guess I'll just have to wait till she comes to again, he muttered to himself. Outside, in another room nearby, he could hear the muffled screams of your friend. I'll go and have fun with your bestie, and then come back and have fun with you, he said to you as he gathered a spitball in his mouth and hucked it at the side of your head. You weren't sure how long you were out for, but when you finally did come to, you tasted blood in your mouth and couldn't see properly because of the throbbing headache. You moaned with pain, wincing as you tried to sit up. DF, you suddenly thought. You listened and could hear her begging for someone to stop, while you heard a cruel laughter from two males. One laugh you recognised well. They better not have done anything to her, you seethed internally as you dragged yourself to your feet and stumbled towards the door. I'll frickin' kick his balls up into his throat if he so much as touched her. You stumbled out into the main lounge and looked around. The whimpers were coming from another room. Leave her alone! You hollered, making your way towards the room's doorway. Oh? She's awake now, is she? You heard DH comment slyly. I'll leave it to you, man, he added to his best friend as he got off the mattress. I'll wait till you're balls deep and then I'll follow suit with this one, you heard his best friend say. Don't friggin' touch her! You screamed, fear and anger fighting for dominance in your cry. I won't touch her, because I'll be touching you, DH said in a snarky tone as he walked out of the room and reached out quickly to grab you by the hair. You winced as his fingers knotted into your scalp, but the sad truth was that this wasn't the first time that you'd ever been grabbed by the hair and thrown to the ground. Only this time there wasn't the stench of alcohol. DH threw you off balance by your hair, and you stumbled back and hit the ground with a thud, arms painfully tucked in behind you as they remained bound by the cloth tie. Your ex wasted no time in ripping the clothes off your lower half, despite your kicking and screaming, shouting every threat under the sun while he remained focused. Your pants and underwear were quickly discarded, and his pants were taken off too. Just then the door burst open, and someone barreled through, nailing DH and knocking him flying. You burst into tears and quickly closed your legs, now that the assailant had been removed from between them. Through your tear-blurred eyes, you made out the back of a very familiar figure. Iida! You shouted through sobs. DF! Save DF! She's in the other room! Iida heard your voice and stopped punching DH long enough to get up and race into the other room. There was a heavy scuffle and suddenly DF came stumbling out of the room, naked from the waist down. DF! You cried. She bawled, tears streaming down her face as she ran over to you and hugged you before getting around behind you to try and get the ties off your wrists. I can't get them off, she wailed, crying into your back while you sobbed. Iida appeared again, breathing heavily and bloodied from where someone had scratched his cheek. Iida, you cried, I can't get out of this. She's tied up, DF sobbed. Iida didn't say anything as he looked around and spotted your pants and underwear, picking them up quickly and walking over to you before taking off his jumper and laying it across your lap. DF, your attacker is unconscious, as is DH, he said as he gestured to the knocked-out pile of poo in the corner of the room. You are safe to retrieve your clothes, he said to DF. Sorry, DF mumbled, sobbed, quickly covering her privates with her hands. Please, do not apologise, Iida said softly. I should be the one apologising. DF quickly ran back to the room and pulled her pants on, while Iida looked for something to cut you free with. He found a shard of glass in the kitchen, presumably from the broken kitchen window, and brought it back into the room to cut you free, which he managed to do with a degree of difficulty. Once your hands were free, you quickly placed them over your lap, embarrassed that you were naked under his jumper. Unable to speak, you just sobbed again. Iida gently coaxed you to put your clothes back on while he turned his back to you, and after you had dressed, he picked you up bridal style and held you against his torso. Yin, I swear to you, I will never let this happen again. No one will ever touch you again, he said in a soft yet stern voice. You turned and buried your face into his chest, sobbing as you clung into his shirt. DF sheepishly walked out of the room, head hung low as she clutched her arms around her torso. Come with me, Iida called to her as he turned for the front door. As I was on my way over here, I called the police. They should be here any minute. You were too ashamed and embarrassed to even pull your head back from Ida's chest, and so remained completely submissive, safe in his arms. DF and Iida talked about a few things as they stood at the entrance to the cottage. Then you heard the sirens approaching, and you clutched onto Iida harder. He felt your grip tighten, and adjusted his hold on you so that he could wrap an arm around your back and place another one on top of your head, holding you protectively against himself. You heard unfamiliar voices as the policemen hopped out of their cars and asked Iida where the assailants were, and from there the rest of the conversations were a bit of a blur as the shock from being inappropriately handled shut you down. Presently you were taken from Ida's arms, and you and DF went to the police station to put your statements in. Then you were taken to the hospital for testing. The both of you came up positive for semen, and the results were compiled in your files for use in court, should you wish to press charges, which you did. You were both kept overnight for observations, and you huddled together in the hospital bed and cried. DF apologised profusely for her stupidity, and you mentally beat yourself up for even allowing the situation to happen in the first place. Unbeknownst to you, Iida was already organising the court case. He had spent the next day calling lawyers and talking with his family solicitor, completely focused and blinkered by rage at the injustice that befell you. It is up to me to help her. She doesn't deserve this, and although I may never have my feelings for her returned, I will feel like I have shown my affections adequately by doing this, Iida thought as he rang his family solicitor for the 5th time that day. The next day your mum came to get you from the hospital. Your dad was off drinking again, and you hoped he wouldn't be home when you got there. You really didn't want to have to face anything right now. Shaken and upset, you just went straight to your room. Your mum had been talking to you, but you didn't hear any of it. Your brain had basically shut down. The day after that, you and DF didn't go to school, and Iida was worried about you, so decided to pay you a visit once the day was done. He had gotten your address from Mrs. Craig, who had heard that you had been in hospital and was also concerned about you. I am highly suspicious that Yin's parents may not be the nicest of people, judging by the bruising that I've seen on her, so I will need to be careful, but I will not hesitate to fight back should the need arise, Iida thought as he made his way to your house. All was quiet when he knocked on your door, and you heard the knock from where you were in your room upstairs. I'm not even going to answer that, you thought as you rolled over in bed. Just then your phone rang and you looked up at the number. Iida? You said out loud as you picked it up. Hey, you said into the receiver. Yin, I am outside your residence, he said. It's okay, I'll come down, you said quickly, as you hopped off the bed and ran for the stairs. Heart pounding, you ran to the door and flung it open, standing there a little lost for words. I came to check on you. I'm glad you're okay, he said softly as he adjusted his glasses, a soft blush on his cheeks as he looked away. Seeing Iida again brought everything back, and all your emotions spilled out as you reached for him and clung to his shirt, sobbing uncontrollably. He quickly wrapped you in a hug, whispering something about going inside, which you allowed. Shall we converse in the lounge area? Iida asked you. No, you said as your bottom lip quivered, fighting back tears so you could speak properly. Just come to my room. Iida stiffened slightly. He had never been in a girl's room before, and his pure heart wasn't ready for such a large step in your relationship, but he begrudgingly followed you as you led him up to your room. If you wished for him to enter, then he would do so. Please excuse me, Iida said as he bowed before stepping across the threshold into your bedroom. You can sit on the bed, it's fine, you said softly as you crawled back onto your bed and sat down, crossing your legs. Iida sat stiffly on the edge, hands balled into soft fists as he placed them gently on his knees and stared straight ahead, looking as if he were about to have his school picture taken. Would you lighten up? You said with a half chuckle as you wiped tears from your eyes. You look so stiff. I've never been in a girl's room before, he said seriously as he turned his head to look at you, and I do not know the appropriate procedure. It's not a military ward, you scoffed. It's just my room, you said as you gestured around you. Okay, so, like a dump, but still, it's just a room. Iida nodded as he looked at you, his eyes refusing to leave yours, so you looked away first. Yin, he said softly, his voice striking you to the core with tenderness. How are you doing? Truly. You broke down again, sobbing into your hands as you admitted that you'd been having nightmares, and you hadn't really told your parents about what had happened, explaining that they weren't really the supportive type anyway. Iida listened quietly and slowly shuffled up the bed towards you. He had become a beacon of safety to you, and you didn't hesitate to crawl over to him and curl up in his arms, letting him comfort you. I have arranged everything to see him put behind bars for good, and to make sure that you are adequately compensated for his sickening actions, Iida said as he held you. Although it won't be able to repay for what he did to you, it may help, even just a little. Thank you, you whispered as you clung to him. I really mean it. You are most welcome, Yin, he said as he rested his chin on your head. There appears to be progress between us as people. She is more open to thanking, he thought as he squeezed you gently. You remained in his embrace far longer than you ever thought possible. Just being with him was calming enough for you, and before long you started yawning like crazy. Have you been sleeping adequately? Iida asked as he pushed you back a little to look at your face. You shook your head sadly. You have a nap now, and I'll watch over you, he said softly. I won't let anyone come in. A weight was lifted from your shoulders at his words. Iida had proven multiple times that he was capable of protecting you, unafraid of throwing hands, so you took him up on the offer as he lay back down on the bed. Iida hopped off the bed and pulled the chair out at your desk, sitting himself down comfortably and placing his arms on the desk. You lay facing him, your eyes travelling over his features. Had he always been this attractive? Iida could feel your eyes on him, but refused to look at you. He didn't want to make you feel uncomfortable in any way, so decided to keep his eyes averted. Iida? You whispered softly. Yes, Yin? He asked as he hesitated a glance towards you. I'm sorry for the way I treated you before, you said softly, as another tear slipped down your cheek. Forgiven, Yin, he replied with a soft smile, before looking back at the desk. Iida? You asked again. Yes, Yin? He queried gently, his small irises finding yours behind his glasses. How did you find me that night? Why did you come? Iida knew exactly what you were referring to, and sighed as he recalled the order of events on that fateful evening. I picked up your call, he said softly as he returned his gaze to the desk, but then it dropped out. You remembered back to the initial heartbreak when you saw the call fail. Then, when you rang a second time, I picked that up too, and... He paused, adjusting his glasses and clenching his jaw. I heard his voice on the other end. He balled his fists in anger at the memory. I immediately used the phone tracker app while keeping you on loudspeaker, while I ran for the door. When I saw your location was a distance away from me, I hung up and rang the police, but I still ran. More tears streamed down your cheeks as he spoke, but this time from gratitude at his persistence in wanting to find you. But why, Iida? Why? Why help me? I'm worthless. I'm mean to you. None of that matters, he said suddenly in a very commanding voice as he looked at you again. You are a good person. You've been dealt a terrible hand in life, but nonetheless you are a good person. I'm not a good person. You are, Yin. You are, he said with absolute conviction in his voice. You stared at him, still crying as he tried to understand how he could think so highly of you. I don't understand you, you sobbed. I'm not asking for you to understand me, he said softly. You cried more. The sobbing racked your body until finally you fell into a fitful sleep that turned into a deep, restful slumber while Iida watched over you. Once your breathing patterns had normalized, Iida breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes travelling over your facial features. She is truly beautiful, inside and out, he thought with a smile. Once this is all over, I might gather the courage to confess my feelings. You slept through that night, and Iida stayed, not wanting to leave because of 3 reasons. 1, he had promised that he would stay and protect you. 2, he didn't want to randomly leave your room and have your parents see him, potentially creating more trouble. And 3, he heard your father beating your mother downstairs later that night. The things he heard that night was enough to confirm everything that he had been suspicious of, and on top of having you compensated for the ill treatment you received from your ex, he also determined that he was going to have your father pay for his crimes as well. He was not aware of your mother's emotional abuse at that point. I won't let you know about what I have heard because she quite obviously does not want anyone to know about it, but I will make him pay, he thought as he scowled at your bedroom door. The next morning you awoke with a start, flinching heavily as you stirred in your bed. You gasped as you sat bolt upright. It's morning. You looked around wildly and saw Iida fast asleep, propped up against your bedroom door, with his head hung and arms across his chest. "Iida!" you hissed as you hopped out of bed and knelt down in front of him, placing a hand on his shoulder to wake him. "Wake up!" His head snapped up, glasses falling off with the momentum of his head jerk. "Yin, my sincerest apologies," he rasped in his just-woke-up voice. I should have left last night, but I told you I would stay, and you kept sleeping, so I... Shh, it's fine, you hissed. "We need to get going, though. Are you... are you coming to school today?" he asked in an excited whisper. "Yes," you nodded. "I can't let this keep me down any longer. You fought for me. The least I can do is repay you by living my life to the fullest." Iida smiled happily, his eyes lighting up as he put his glasses back on. "The best revenge is to thrive," he said gently. "I'll do my best," he said with a smile, your hand still on his shoulder. You both remained looking into each other's eyes for a few moments too long before you cleared your throat and pulled back. Okay. Let me get dressed and then we can go," you said as you sat back and stood up. Iida nodded and stretched before getting up. "I will not be able to leave the room to give you some privacy, but I will turn away from you," he said with a light blush on his cheeks as he turned his back to you. "It's fine," you said with a shrug as you found your school uniform. "Have you heard from DF? Is she okay?" "I am not sure, Yin. I have not heard from her," Iida said regretfully. "Oh," he said softly as you slipped your sleeping top off and put your bra and school shirt on. "I'll need to check on her." "Yin, I have arranged a court case to have DH and his friends put behind bars," Iida suddenly blurted out, and you spun around to look at the back of him, your eyes bulging over your skull. "What? A court case? You organised that by yourself?" you asked with disbelief. "Yes, Yin," he said confidently, still staring at your wardrobe. "I understand this is all very raw, still, but whenever you are ready, I'm ready." "But how did you organise this?" you asked, still in awe that he had organised a whole-ass court case. You quickly finished changing and told him that he could turn around, so he did. "I come from an influential family," he said as he pushed his glasses up onto his nose. "I have connections." "Damn, Iida, I'm impressed," you said as you grabbed your shoes and sat down on the side of the bed to put them on. He smiled and waited patiently for you to stand up again. "Okay, let's go," you said. Wait, I just gotta make sure my parents aren't home because, well, you're a guy and you spent the night in my room, so, it's perfectly fine, Yin," Iida said comfortingly. "I understand." "Okay," you said as you smiled up at him. He blushed. Your genuine smile caught him off guard. You walked to the door and softly pushed it ajar, listening through the crack for any noises downstairs. All was quiet. Mum is usually out at work by now, and Dad is out drinking, so it should be safe to leave the room. If anyone was home, I'd hear some noise at least, you thought as you beckoned for Iida to follow you out. You tiptoed down the stairs and made it outside safely and headed for school, talking comfortably as you went. As you two got to the school gates, you saw DF coming from the other direction and abandoned Ida's side to run to her. The two of you embraced, hugging like it was the last day on earth. "Are you okay?" you whispered softly as you pulled back from the hug. She nodded at you, glancing at Iida as he approached. "Yeah," she said softly. "I can't let this plague me forever. It's time to move on." "Hell yeah, queen shit," you said proudly. Then you remembered Iida was standing right there beside you. "Oh, queen stuff." "Dude, doesn't sound as good," DF deadpanned at you. "Frick, sorry, I just wanted to say queen shit," you pouted, looking at him from the corner of your eye. "If I am not present, then it does not bother me," Iida said calmly as he turned and continued on to the school grounds. You didn't say anything but just watched him go silently. "So when's the wedding?" DF leered quietly. "The hell?" you hissed, looking back at her. "No, it's not like that." "Why are you so in denial?" she moaned. "Just kiss and fall in love already." "Ugh," you pouted, pulling a disgusted face. "Love. Screw love. Love isn't real." "Iida is real and he is love," DF said authoritatively. "I thought Shrek was love," he replied deviously. "Ugh, you're haunted," she replied with a grimace, the two of you falling in step and walking into the school grounds together. That day a lot of people came up and asked if you and DF were okay, assuming that you were just really sick in hospital, and you played along and assured them that you were fine. Iida kept a close eye on the two of you, moving people along if he felt like they were asking too many probing questions, or if he could see that DF or you are becoming physically uncomfortable with the attention. Is Iida like your personal bodyguard now or something? DF asked rhetorically at lunchtime. He's been super protective of you. You shrugged. Well, he kind of did see, stuff. So he knows what we went through. He's just being nice, you said dismissively. No, dum-dum, he likes you, she deadpanned. Why are you so stupid when it comes to this? Excuse me, you enigmatic piece of foam, he replied. What? You heard me. No, but like, what the hell kind of an insult was that? That was a friggin' Iida insult. No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was, she replied playfully. You two are perfect for each other. Ugh, you groaned, taking another bite of food and ignoring her comment. She smirked and looked back down at her lunch. I support it, so don't worry, she commented dryly, before eating some more food. You shook your head, trying to look displeased, but deep down you were happy that you had her approval. Mrs. Craig wasn't giving up on her ship, and the minute you two were back at school she recommenced the buddy program. Iida, Yin, I need you both to stay back and clean up the bookshelves in the library. There are so many books out of place. What a disaster, Iida said with earnest horror. You snorted and smacked your hand over your mouth and nose. This is no laughing matter, Yin, Iida said strictly as he looked across to you. All books must be in their allocated spots. You burst out laughing and doubled over. I'm sorry. It's just, I just can't take you seriously. Seriously, they're books, you cackled. He remained straight-faced as you cackled away in your seat, legs splayed out as usual. Book order is no joking matter, Yin, he said sternly. You laughed even harder, so hard you wheezed a little. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh my god. You laughed, fanning your eyes rapidly to try and calm down and stop the tears of laughter from streaming down your face. Thank you for bringing this grave matter to our attention, Mrs. Craig. We will see to it that the issue is rectified in a timely manner. You lost it again. Yin, honestly, put yourself together, Mrs. Craig said sternly. My god, you wheezed, hauling yourself out of your chair. Okay, let's go, before I pee my pants. Your language is so vulgar, Iida said softly as he got up and followed you out of the office. Mrs. Craig smiled and shook her head as she listened to your chatter disappear off down the hall. Oh, that Yin reminds me so much of myself at her age, she thought as she opened her drawer and pulled out some papers to send off in a fax. As she stood up, her shirt rode up a little, revealing a skull tattoo on her hip to the empty office room. If only Yin knew I was the class delinquent that married the class representative, she thought with a knowing smirk as she tugged her shirt down again to hide her tattoo, and then headed over to the fax machine to send reports. This chapter starts in the library. Iida, you gasped with mock concern as you stood on a small stepladder that was placed up against the library bookshelf. Come quickly! There's an architecture book in the music history section! Blatant disregard! Iida cried with horror as he skidded around the corner of the shelves, power walking as fast as he could, with his hands making stiff chopping actions as he beelined towards you. You burst out laughing and stepped down from the small ladder, doubling over with laughter as he took the book from your hand and quickly walked off. Dude, you're taking this way too seriously. I can't deal, you cackled, grabbing onto the shelving as you belly laughed. This school is filled with such disrespectful students, Iida grumbled. I ought to have these books fingerprinted to find the culprits, and then have them properly disciplined for their paper crimes. Calm down, you chuckled, wiping a tear from your eyes. You straightened up. It is not your duty to correct the world. I will not sit back and be a bystander when I know I can do more, Iida said as he walked over to you and stopped in front of you, forcing you to look up at him. You stopped laughing, feeling like he was no longer talking about the books. I will bring them to justice, he said in a stern voice, his piercing eyes holding your gaze from behind his glasses. You're not talking about the books anymore, are you? You asked in a whisper, mostly rhetorically. You deserve better, he added. Yeah, this is no longer about the books, you thought as you cleared your throat and looked away. Thanks, you whispered as you gripped your left arm with your right hand, your heart beating a little faster. Are you going to need compensation for this? Because I don't know if I can pay you back. I would never dream of asking you to compensate me, Iida said with surprise. This is purely from luck. He stopped and cleared his throat before continuing. This is purely coming from sincerity, he said softly. You looked up at him, the soft blush on his face making him look very vulnerable and showing that he really wanted to reveal his feelings for you, but opted to hold back instead. Much appreciated, you said as he looked away again and fiddled with your fingers. Yin, he asked gently, his voice wavering a little. May I ask you a question? Your heart rate went through the roof, panic setting in as you felt the conversation was starting to veer into a territory that you'd been trying to avoid for a long time. No, you whispered fearfully. Iida, I don't want you to ask me something that I can't answer right now. He nodded, almost understanding what you meant. My apologies, he said as he turned and walked back to the book trolley that was sitting in the aisle. Iida, you called after him as you looked up to where he was walking. I didn't say no, okay? You mumbled meekly. He smiled. Thank you, Yin, he said gratefully as he bowed stiffly. Don't bow, you soggy waffle cone, you berated him. You know I don't like the bowing. Apologies, he yelped again, straightening quickly. Accepted. Now help me rearrange the art section, you said authoritatively, trying to clear the air of the sudden awkward softness. Someone put a whole row of books in alphabetical order by first name. Iida looked mortified and clutched at his scalp as his jaw fell open, a pain-stricken look on his face as he let out a silent scream. God, you whispered, chuckled in a vexed tone. It's as if someone told you they'd burn the library down. Well, they may as well do that and start again, Iida replied emphatically as he reached back and grabbed the trolley handle, pulling the wagon briskly along behind him to catch up to you. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it, he said with a shrug. Ah, a Malfoy, Iida said with a laugh. You have a surprisingly good sense of humour, he added with amusement. No, I thrive on fart noises and dirty jokes, you deadpanned, giving him a dead stare. Well, I personally prefer the Malfoys and intelligent humour, he replied. You can never be too cultured. The only culture I possess is bacteria, you replied, smirking as you said it. That was quite an intelligent quip, Iida replied, pushing his glasses up onto his nose a little more. You shook your head. This guy's impossible to dissuade, you thought as you got to the shelf in question and started pulling books off. There wasn't much time left in the buddy program, and Mrs. Craig had you both under the pump doing all kinds of things together after school hours, from fixing book order to checking dates on packets of food in the canteen to general maintenance of schoolyard. You know what, Iida? You commented one afternoon as the two of you were watering the school vegetable garden. You're a bit of a rebel yourself. I beg your pardon, he replied in surprise. No, I'm not saying it in a bad way. You're like a hidden badass, you said defensively. I remember when that tiller got away from you that time, ripped up the lawn and then got tangled in the fence, you said with a laugh as you reenacted the scene with your hands. You never told Mrs. Craig, did you? Iida clenched and unclenched his jaw and looked away. I saw no reason to have to tell, seeing as I fixed it myself, he stated. And then you gave me a pass for my glasses for, no reason, you added. Iida remained looking away. And you've punched more people than I have, and you're the class rep, you said with a gentle chuckle. You're surprisingly refreshing, you admitted with a gentle smile. Iida looked back at you and caught your smile, returning it with his own gentle smile. We make a good pair then, he said softly as he looked at your face tenderly. Well, yeah, I guess, you mumbled, quickly looking away and wandering off somewhere else. Iida watched you go. After the court case this weekend, I will write her a confession letter, he thought with determination. I know I am strong enough to protect her, and I know I can give her the love she needs. She has also indicated that she doesn't despise me, so I need to live up to the standards that she has set. I need to be that badass that she sees. Later that afternoon, Iida was madly preparing for the court hearing and had called his family lawyer for the 15th time that week. Leave it with me, Iida, the lawyer said from the other end of the phone. I'll do my best to settle this out of court with maximum compensation for your friend. If they refuse, I can push for more money due to trauma induction. Yes, sir, Iida said with purpose, straightening in his chair as he spoke to the family attorney. I wouldn't want any more undue stress to your friend. She's been through enough. So if we can avoid her having to face her offender again, then that is the most ideal option, the legal practitioner continued. I will talk to the accused's lawyer and come to an agreement. Very much appreciated, sir. I am most grateful for your expertise, Iida said as he pushed his chair back and bowed in his seat, still holding the phone to his ear. You are welcome, Iida. Your family have a wonderful reputation, and it is a very honourable trait, your wanting to protect people from the injustices of the world, the lawyer confirmed. I regret to inform, sir, that I have fallen romantically for the victim of this case, and thus it appears that I have an ulterior motive, spurred by my affections for her, Iida admitted bashfully, a pink blush dusting his cheeks as he straightened and adjusted his glasses while clearing his throat gently. That doesn't matter to me, the lawyer said with a soft chuckle. However, I do have an unrelated question to the case, but do you plan on revealing your affections for her? Yes, sir. I would be a coward not to, Iida replied. I plan on writing a letter of confession at the conclusion of this court case. Very good, young Iida. I'll make sure that the outcome of the case is favourable, so that she is more than likely to accept your confession and return your feelings. Were that to be the case, I would be indebted to you, sir, Iida said as he swiftly bowed in his seat again. All the best, the lawyer said with a gentleness in his voice. I'm sure your earnestness will be felt. Much appreciated. Thank you for your encouragement, Iida replied, as he then said a short farewell and hung up the phone. Now, he thought to himself, time to write this confession letter. He slid his chair forward to his desk and reached out, taking his favourite pen from the pen jar and a pristine white piece of paper. Then he held the pen over the paper, his mind instantly going blank as he tried to think of the best way to start the note. Dearest Yin Lin, he wrote, I am very good with words, until it comes to you. You lay on your bed, taking deep breaths in to try and calm yourself, but the more you told yourself not to panic, the more your chest tightened and you began to panic. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. It's okay. It's okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. No, I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I don't want to do this. I don't want to face him. I can't see him again. No, please don't. I don't want to do this. I don't want to go to court. Your mind rambled and babbled, sharp, explosive breaths rattling in your chest as you hyperventilated, stressing about having to appear in court on the weekend. I don't ever want to see him again. I don't want to remember. I don't want to be asked questions. How do I make this go away? I need help. Please, don't make me do this. Hot tears streamed down your face as you gripped your hands into the bedsheets, sobbing uncontrollably as terror seized you to the core and you lost yourself to the panic attack. Suddenly your phone rang beside you and you grabbed it, pressing it to your ear as you rolled onto your stomach and cried into the receiver. Help me! I don't feel good! Help me! Please help me! You wailed into the phone. Yin! Iida's authoritative voice called from the other end. Where are you? Home! You gasped, still hyperventilating. I'm coming, he said quickly. Stay on the line. You heard doors slamming and running footsteps from his end of the phone, his breathing starting to become heavier as he bolted down the street in the direction of your house. Iida! You sobbed. Iida, please! I'm coming. It's okay. I'm on my way, he panted, still running full tilt down the street. Please come. I'm coming. Help me. Hold on for me, Yin. Don't hang up. Stay where you are. I'm on my way. Please. I'm coming. I'm right here. I'm not leaving. And the conversation continued in short bursts until he rounded the corner to your house. I'm going to hang up, but I'm at your house. I'll be up soon, Iida rasped as he took the phone from his ear and knocked loudly on your front door. Your mum was the first to get to the door and she opened it. Who are you? Begging your pardon, madam, but your daughter, Yin, needs me. My sincerest apologies for my intrusion, but I must get to her, he said before slipping past her and running up the stairs. Who the hell do you think you are? Your dad hollered drunkenly from the lounge when he saw Iida run up the stairs. Get the hell out of my house! But Iida was on a mission. You heard the commotion outside your door and sat up, a new wave of panic washing over you as you heard footsteps approaching. No, you screamed internally, body shaking uncontrollably with the petrified adrenaline that was now coursing through it. Iida knocked briefly on your door before opening it, and the minute you saw him you stumbled off your bed and threw your arms around him, and he, you, holding your quivering form against his. I'm here, he said soothingly, his firm, strong arms around you making you feel like you were wrapped in the world's best security blanket. "I told you to get the hell out!" your dad bellowed as he stumbled up the stairs, laboured breathing making him sound that much more terrifying. You caught sight of him as he made his way towards your room, and your face paled when you saw he had a half-empty beer bottle in his hand and was swinging it with purpose. You'd seen him do this many times before using it as a weapon, and you let out a scream as he approached you. "Iida, look out!" you hollered at the top of your lungs. The terror in your voice caused an extra wave of protectiveness to wash over Iida, and he quickly spun to face your dad as he pulled you in behind him and then raised his arm up to block the beer bottle that was fast approaching his head. Your dad smashed the bottle down onto Iida's arm, who didn't even flinch, and the bottle remained intact as it followed through after hitting its target. "You're going to have to do a lot more than that to subdue me," Iida said lowly, as he held his other hand back around you so that he knew where you were. "You're going to friggin' regret coming into this house," your dad slurred, raising the bottle again. "Don't!" you wailed. "Dad, stop!" "Shut up or you're next," your dad hollered, belting Iida's arm again. Iida stepped back and his arm that was around you quickly dove into his pocket, fiddling with something before resuming its position, wrapped around you again. "This is the last time you threaten Yin," Iida said loudly. "Your senseless beatings end here. I'll beat anyone I want to, especially pathetic, worthless pieces of garbage that don't even deserve to be on this earth," he yelled in an unstable voice, swinging the bottle once again. "Sir, that is physical and emotional misuse," Iida said loudly. "The judge is not going to take kindly to your statement." "What frickin' judge?" your dad yelled. "No one can touch me. I'll kill the lot of you and no one will know." Iida stepped back again as your dad hit him for the fourth time in the same spot on his arm, a bruise starting to show already. "Iida," you wailed. "Please run. Don't worry about me. It's okay. I can take it. Don't hurt yourself anymore." "What kind of a man would I be to leave you now?" he called back to you. "I'm not going anywhere, and I mean that." He stepped back once more. At that moment you heard voices downstairs, and their call made you burst into tears of relief as your dad froze in place, distracted by their arrival. "Police!" you heard them shout into the house. "Drop your weapon!" Iida grabbed you and pushed you back as he ducked and threw himself at your dad, bowling him over backwards before rolling him over and pinning his arms behind his back. "Get the hell off me!" your dad bellowed, struggling drunkenly underneath Iida. "This is a citizen arrest," Iida called loudly. "We're up here!" His shout alerting the police downstairs to his whereabouts. The police, 5 in total, raced up the stairs and immediately took over from Iida, who ran back to you and grabbed you in a hug as you sobbed into his chest. "It's over now," he said calmly, holding you firmly. "It's all over. He'll be put away. Your case is being settled outside of court, so you don't need to go in, and I will arrange for you to stay elsewhere," he added, glancing back at your dad as he was lifted heavily off the ground and basically carried off down the stairs to the waiting police car. "I don't want to stay here tonight," you sobbed. "I don't want to be alone either." "If it wouldn't be too abrupt, I would very much like if you stayed at my house until further notice," Iida said as he stepped back from you and bowed. "Stop bowing!" you chided with embarrassment, bonking him on the back of the head with a soft fist. "I got nowhere to go, so, Your voice trailed off as you looked away. "Please, Yin," he said earnestly as he straightened. "Would you stay at my residence? We have plenty of rooms to accommodate." "Yeah, okay," you huffed, quietly pleased that he had asked you so quickly. He smiled broadly and adjusted his glasses, and then held a hand out to you. We will take good care of you, Yin," he said as he took your hand in his and led you out of the room and down the hall. The Chief Inspector stopped you both on your way out of the house and asked a few questions, including if you wouldn't mind coming down to the station to make a statement, and your anxiety peaked again, your grip on Iida's hand indicating your distress. "Sir," Iida said authoritatively, "if I may send you a copy of something via your mobile device." "What is it in regards to?" the inspector asked suspiciously. "I have audio evidence of the violence that has befallen Yin," Iida said as he pulled his phone from his pocket. Your eyes widened. "Did you record what Dad said?" you asked incredulously. Iida looked at you from the corner of his eye and nodded. "I'm serious about having him removed from the picture," he stated. Your whole being softened, and you gave him a look that you'd never given anyone else before. He looked back to the inspector as he held his phone up. "I believe this will suffice." he said as he airdropped the audio to the inspector. This is very solid evidence, the inspector said, playing a piece of it back to hear the quality. Thank you, Tenya Iida. You are welcome, sir, Iida said with a polite bow. Now I must excuse myself and Miss Lynn. She's had a traumatic day and needs rest. Of course, the inspector said graciously. Please allow one of my staff to drive you home. That would be most appreciated, Iida said with another bow. Thank you for your kindness. In a few short minutes you found yourself at the Iida residence, and the police car pulled up and stopped at the very large iron gates that stood out the front of Iida's house. Sir, allow me, Iida said to the policeman driving, as he hopped out of the car and walked over to the speaker, then spoke briefly with someone on the other end, before the mechanics on the gate whirred to life and opened slowly, allowing the police car to drive through. The grounds were huge and very well manicured, with a very cliché water fountain out the front of the mansion. The mansion, that was the modest house of Iida, his parents, his siblings, and his servants. This is your place? You asked in a small voice as you took everything in. Yes, it is a humble dwelling, but we like it, Iida said genuinely, and you snorted with laughter. No, this is not modest, you scoffed. Your guard dogs have 2-story kennels, you pointed out, gesturing to the 3 kennels off the side of the house that were indeed 2 stories each. We treat our animals with respect, Iida said. Yeah, can I honestly just live here like an animal then? You asked. Because I get treated with far more dignity here than I've ever had in my own home as a friggin' human. Iida reached out and took your hand gently in his, your gaze meeting his in response to his touch. No one should ever go through what you've been through, he said in a low voice. I swear to you, I will see all of them behind bars. You just looked away, emotions that you'd rather not show or feel starting to boil up at his earnest pledge. The police car rolled to a stop in front of a very well-lit veranda, and giant double doors, lined with gold trimmings, opened quickly as 4 wait staff hurried out to the car. What the heck? You whispered as the door was opened for you, and a young waitress immediately pulled a warm cloak around you as you got out. Young sir, the bath has been run like you ordered at the gate, you heard another young waiter say to Iida. Much appreciated, the straight-A student replied with a polite head nod. See to it that the guest room is perfect. If she calls for anything, I expect someone to respond immediately, he added. Is he talking about me? You thought as you looked across to him. This way, please, madam, the young lady then said gently to you, softly holding your elbow and gesturing inside. Madam? Who is madam? I'm basically a dude, you deadpanned at the kind young lady. She looked at you, slightly confused, and looked past you to Iida, silently begging him for help. Thank you. I will escort her in, Iida said as he stepped up beside you and linked your arm in his, being careful to use his left arm to link it with yours and not his right arm. Yo, you mumbled. Stop being so formal. Is it always like this? You asked in a low voice as you glanced around at everyone who watched the two of you enter the place. Why are they watching us? This is creepy, you whispered. Tenya! A loud voice called from the inside balcony that hung over the spacious foyer. Tensi! Iida called back happily, his whole face lighting up when he looked up and saw the guy on the balcony. What happened? The guy named Tensi called as he walked to the stairs and then came down. I was attending to a matter, Iida said confidentially. Your matter is quite pretty, Tensi said with a cheerfully cheeky smile as he extended his hand to you. Hi, I'm Tensi, 10 years older brother, he greeted politely. He is a lawyer, in training, and very good, Iida gushed professionally. He is interning with our family attorney. Can you stop talking me up like that? You're going to make me get a big head, Tensi teased with a smile, still shaking your hand. And your name is? He asked. Yin Lin, top of the class and a bit of a handful. Yes, I know who you are. Tenya won't stop talking about you, Tensi teased with a mischievous glint in his eye. Both you and Iida blushed furiously, and you pulled your arms from his as you quickly let go of Tensi's hand. Brother! Iida barked with embarrassment. If you know who I am, then why did you ask? You grumbled embarrassedly. I'm just teasing Tenya, Tensi said as he stepped back to avoid Iida's swipe. I must escort Yin to the guest room and see to that she is cared for, Iida stated quickly, grabbing your arm and dragging you past Tensi, who chuckled lightly as he watched you both go. Have fun, you two, he sung. Iida gave his brother a death stare before stammering an apology to you. It's fine, Iida, don't worry about it, you replied, face still bright red as he showed you to your room. Why is the thought of Iida talking about me making me blush? You thought as Iida pushed your temporary bedroom door open, and you gasped. Dude, what? You said with surprise as you stepped into the spacious, luxurious-looking room. Inside Iida's guest room there was a large four-poster bed up against the far wall, a very expensive-looking lounge set in the middle of the room that faced a screen on the opposite wall, an ensuite, and a decent-sized sunroom to the side, with an egg-shaped cushion pod for you to chill in, with your own private wading pool just outside the door. What the actual hell is this? You asked, turning to face Iida. Judging by your language, I assume that you do not approve, Iida asked despondently. Approve? Approve? Dude, how is this a guest room? This is a friggin' house all on its own, you said, still in shock. You may call for anything, Iida said as he pointed to the phone by the bed. Our personal chef is on standby 24/7. Okay, yeah, this isn't a house, this is a hotel, you deadpanned. Do the dogs get a personal chef to wait on them 24/7 too? Of course, Iida replied with confusion, as if you'd just asked the strangest question ever. Oh my god, you replied in shock. Miss Lynn, a masterful voice commanded from behind you. Your bath awaits. Oh, my apologies, Bernard, Iida said quickly to the very well-dressed head of staff. I am afraid it was I that detained Miss Yin from her bath. See to it that it doesn't happen again, young sir, the austere man said with authority. Are we going to talk like this for the rest of our lives, or? You asked, earning yourself a strange look from both Iida and Bernard. Okay, bath, got it, you said as you turned towards Bernard and followed him out of the room. Iida watched you go, and then let out a small sigh as you left his sight. You're smitten, Tensy jeered playfully as he appeared slyly in the doorway and leaned up against the door frame, with his arms crossed casually across his chest. No, Iida stammered, blushing and looking away again. Don't try and deny it, little brother, I see right through you, he teased. It's okay. She's pretty cute, so I can understand. That is most inappropriate. Come on, I'm just messing around, Tensy cajoled, as he dropped his arms and walked into the room. When are you going to tell her? I don't know, Iida said honestly. At first, I just wanted her to know how I felt about her, irrespective of her response. But now, I would dearly like for her to return the same feelings for me, he said sadly. Ah, come on, bro. Of course she'll return your feelings. You're a catch, Tensy replied playfully. I terribly misjudged her, I'm afraid. I am not on her level, Iida said dejectedly. She is far too good for me. Whoa, hold up, Tensy said with surprise. This is a side of Tenya I've never seen before. You're lovesick, little brother. You have a crushing fever. Alas, Iida replied as he hung his head. It is true. Tensy burst out laughing. Stop being so dramatic and have a shower. You just need to get some good food and sleep into you and you'll feel better, he added, stepping back from the door and gesturing down the hall. Your woman is relaxing in the bath as we speak, so go and do the same in the second bathroom. Iida blushed. Do not speak of her when she is in a state of disrobe. It is most unbecoming, he replied strongly, appalled that his own brother would even dare to speak of you in the nude. Get to the bath already, Tensy replied with a snort of amusement. You need to calm down. And with that he turned and left, leading Iida to follow instruction and head to the bath himself. Iida's guest bathtub was the size of a small swimming pool, and you sunk right down under the deliciously warm water, letting your body float as you cast your mind over the afternoon's events. I can't believe I'm in Iida's house right now. DF would flip if I told her. Where'd my phone go anyway? What's going to happen now? Is my dad going to go to jail? You floated on your back and stared up at the roof, your mind throwing a multitude of questions at you as you let your body relax in the warmth. I'm hungry, but I'm too embarrassed to ask for food, you thought as you let yourself back down, backside, sitting back down on the built-in seat on the side of the bath. Maybe I'll wait till everyone's asleep, then sneak down to the fridge or something and grab, I don't know, a stick of cheese or something. After washing yourself up, you pulled yourself out of the bath and reached for the fluffy white towel that was hanging on the rack nearby, noticing immediately that it had been warmed. Do they warm the towels as well? you thought with surprise as you pressed it to your face. I can't stay here, this house is too frickin' fancy. You dried yourself with the warmed towel and then slipped into a complimentary robe. The robe was very luxurious and the label was from a very high-end store, probably costing around $1,000, and you sighed in poor. Come to think of it, they probably don't have just normal cheese here. It's probably some fancy French one that smells like arse but tastes like heaven. You rambled internally, slipping their complimentary slippers on and shuffling to the door to open it. As you pushed the bathroom door open, you smashed the handle into someone and recoiled with surprise. Yo, sorry, Your eyes met a very well-built torso with a bulging six-pack, and your head immediately snapped up to see who the owner of the heaven-sent body was. No surprises, it was Iida. Whoa, you monotone. Dude, My apologies, Yin, he said quickly as he tried to hide his body from view. I did not know that you would be finishing at the same time I would be passing. No, yes, okay, it's fine, you flubbed, flustered that you couldn't stop looking at his chest. I'm gonna go now, you added quickly, as you tore your eyes away from him and ran down the hall, making straight for your room. Oh, damn, call the police and the fireman, you screamed internally as you entered into your room and slammed, back first, up against the door as it closed loudly. Why is he so hot? That's not fair at all. I want to speak to the manager. After heavily breathing for a little bit, you finally pushed off the door and walked over to your bed where some clothes had been neatly left on the end. Dearest Yin, you read. My apologies that we may not have the appropriate clothing in your size. I hope it is not too forward of me to have put some of my own shirts in this collection. Please discard them if you feel that this was an inappropriate gesture. Regards, Iida. You finished, looking down at the pile again and sifting through them. Would it be weird if I wore one of his shirts? You thought with a lip bite. I want to see what it looks like though. You sifted through the pile and found a light blue shirt, definitely an Iida shirt, and put it on, the size dwarfing your form. Damn, you thought as you looked at the large, full-length mirror nearby. But I kind of like this look, and it's comfy, and it's his shirt. You smiled to yourself as you felt the material again, lifting the other pile of clothes off the end of the bed and placing them on a chair nearby. You yawned loudly and suddenly felt very tired. You wandered back over to the bed and flopped down on it, pulling the thick covers back and slipping under the sheets and stretching before arranging the pillows around you, fluffing one up under your head and then settling in. Your body felt heavy, and before you knew it you had passed out, lights still on in your room and your crumpled towel on the floor. When you woke the next time, it was still night and the lights had been turned off and the towel removed from the room. Oh, what time is it? You thought as you blinked and sat up, your stomach growling the minute that you assumed an upright position. Time to do a late-night fridge raid, I guess. You pushed the covers back and slipped out from under them, touching your bare feet to the floor before walking swiftly to the door. You pulled the door open softly and poked your head out into the darkened hallway, then headed silently for the stairs. The kitchen has to be in the bottom level, right? You thought as your eyes adjusted in the darkness, and you noiselessly made your way down the stairs towards where you thought the kitchen might be. It took a little bit of wandering around before you found the kitchen, and you happily walked over to the fridge. Pulling on the large stainless steel door, you opened it and your eyes were met with a fridge full of items that you had never seen before. Where the frick is the Walmart cheddar cheese? You thought as you crouched down to look on the lowest level. What the hell are these things? You thought as you pulled out a box of chocolate profiteroles. What the heck's a profiterole? Suddenly the lights were flicked on, the soft light flooding the kitchen and revealing your fridge-prowling form to the newcomer. Yin! Iida's startled voice behind you yelped, making you drop the box of custard-packed balls with surprise as you turned and toppled over onto your backside. Sorry, you blurted out. I was hungry and, You missed dinner, Iida said sternly as he walked over to you. Eating a good, well-balanced meal is important. I fell asleep, dummy, that's why I didn't eat. I didn't even know dinner was happening, you replied with a hangry pout. That's why I'm here now, balls deep in stuff I can't even pronounce the names of. Yin your language, Iida said with an appalled look on his face. Listen, bro, I need food. Where the hell's the cheese? You said as you pulled yourself up and squared off with him. Iida backed down with surprise. You did seem to be very easily riled right now, so he conceded and stepped gingerly around you to help find something for you to eat. Would Roquefort suffice? He asked as he leaned into the fridge and pulled out a fancy packed cheese. I don't even know what that is, but yes, you deadpanned, taking it from him. Wait, he said, turning to the pantry doors and opening them before looking back at you. Allow me to provide some gourmet crackers to... Yin! You had ripped the fancy packaging open and taken a bite out of the side of the cheese, chewing on it methodically as your palate deciphered the flavours. Iida's soul nearly left his body as he let out a silent scream of utter disbelief, shock and horror that he had just bitten into the side of a very expensive French cheese without even so much as a second thought. What? You deadpanned with a cheekful when you saw the look on his face. You just... he stammered, arms flailing wildly as he tried to collect himself before speaking again. It's cheese. It is not cheese, this is Roquefort. Why are you saying it all fancy and stuff? That is how it's pronounced. You want some? You asked calmly as he continued to have a panic attack that only seemed to register on his face and arm. Out with it, Iida, what's your issue? You asked, confused by his mortified expression. You just bit into Roquefort like it was a bagel, he wheezed, catching his breath after every few words. I'm hungry, okay, and it's pretty good, you replied, not taking the situation as seriously as he was. Iida pinched the bridge of his nose and took some deep breaths in as he took another mouthful and watched him. Stop. Put it down, he said in an unnervingly calm voice. Okay, you said as he went to place it down on the kitchen bench without a plate. No! With a plate, he said, pulling a similar face to before. God, Iida, calm down, he said with an amused chuckle as he quickly pulled a plate out from the cupboard nearby you. I feel better already, okay? Thank you for the cheese. Iida paused in his frantically skittish movements and looked at you, softening when you smiled a little at him. You're welcome, Yin, he said as he pushed his glasses back up onto his nose and collected himself. So why are you here? You hungry too? You asked, nodding towards the fridge. No. I was getting something else, he said, clearing his throat a few times and avoiding eye contact. You're acting sus, Iida, what's up? You asked as you took a step towards him. He took a step back quickly and hid his arm behind his back, his movements drawing your attention. What's up with your arm? You asked, pointing to it. Nothing, he lied. Don't lie to me, give me your arm. Please, I do not wish to concern you, Iida said softly as he kept his arm out of reach. Give me your arm. That is an order, Iida, you said authoritatively, grabbing his sleeve as your body bumped into his front. He looked down at you bashfully and carefully gave you his arm, and you saw immediately the bruise that was there and the angle of his arm. Iida, you gasped with horror. Your arm's broken. We need to call the ambulance. Please, he said as he tried to pull his arm away. It is just a small bruise. I will just look for an ice pack. Small bruise? This is friggin' the size of Texas, man. That is very much an exaggeration, Yin. No, it's not. Look at the thing. And it's definitely broken too. Is it throbbing? Yes, he said softly. But this is a small price to pay for your well-being and safety. I do not mind. Iida, I know when something's broken. I've been in this situation many times. You need to have it x-rayed. It is the middle of the night, Yin. It can wait till morning, Iida pleaded. Why, Iida? Why? Why me? Why did you do this for me? Why all this? It should have been me that got hit. You didn't need to take it. You suddenly snapped, tears flooding down your face as you let go of his arm and hugged him around his middle. He didn't reply. He just cuddled you back, unsure of what to say at that point. He desperately wanted to confess his feelings, but he also didn't want to put any pressure on you to reply favourably, so just instead kept quiet. The sound of footsteps broke your little meltdown, and you quickly let go of him and turned away, just as Tensy arrived on scene. I thought I heard talking, he said smugly. What's going on in here? I heard the words broken and arm in the same sentence, mind you, and decided to investigate. Brother, I am fine, Iida said. It is just a bruise, and I was looking for an ice pack. Let me see, Tensy said as he walked over to his younger brother and took his arm in hand to inspect it. Yeah, it's broken. Go and wake up the doctor. Wait, what? Wake up the doctor? You asked with confusion written all over your face as you wiped your tears from your eyes. Don't we need to call the hospital? We have a doctor on site, Tensy said. Oh, of course, you deadpanned. The completely normal, everyday thing. Call your on-site doctor. I can move my fingers, Iida said, still trying to argue with his older brother. Tenya, your fingers are swollen and blue. Go to Dr. Hawamacha, he said sternly. I'll come too. Better yet, I'll take him there, you said quickly, taking Ida's good arm and dragging him to the kitchen door. Yin, please, you need not concern. Listen, you snapped, halting in your path and spinning to face him. I care about you, okay? The shock on Ida's face was obvious, and sudden, awkward tension filled the air as your words registered in his brain. Oh, crap, I just said that out loud, you groaned internally. Just come on and shut up, you mumbled, whipping your head away to hide your embarrassed blush as you dragged him out of the foyer. The doctor is this way, Iida said softly, trying to pull you in the direction of the doctor's quarters, though you obviously had no idea on where on earth they were as you aimlessly marched towards the servants' sleeping area. Your house is too damn big, you mumbled embarrassedly. Iida smiled, watching as you turned and dragged him in the right direction this time. Left, Iida said as you came to a fork in the path, and then right. What am I, a horse-drawn cart? You huffed. Most certainly not, Iida replied, mortified that you would compare yourself with such a basic mode of transport. It was a joke, you deadpanned to him as you stopped in front of the doctor's office. I do not have time for jokes when it comes to telling you how wonderful you are and how much I value you, Iida said with soft sternness. Your adrenaline spiked and you kept looking away. Yes, a voice called as the doctor's door swung open. Young Tenya, what brings you here? Please check his arm, you said bluntly. This idiot took a beer bottle to the arm multiple times to save me. A valiant yet foolish move, the shriveled doctor said. Iida hung his head. Must I repeat the words of Melissa Ma? The doctor added with a twinkle in his eye. No, sir, please, Iida stammered nervously. Very well, the doctor commented. Do come in, the two of you. You tried to usher Iida in first, but he refused until you had entered ahead of him. Melissa Ma? You wondered as Iida took a seat at the doctor's examination table. Wonder who she is. You took a seat nearby and watched as the doctor took some X-ray scans from a mobile machine and then did an ultrasound. You have a fractured ulna, the doctor said. I would assume that it's from raising your arm overhead in self-defense? Yes, sir, Iida said softly. It's not a complete break, but you also have a hematoma over the site as well. Ruptured blood vessels? You asked. How bad is it? I'll arrange for treatment with the physiotherapist here, Dr. Hawamacha said. She is very good and will disperse the lesion quickly. Okay, he said softly, looking at Iida, who refused to look at you. How is the pain, Tenya? The doctor asked him. Minimal, sir, Iida lied. Your hand is shaking violently, Dr. Hawamacha stated bluntly. Here, take these and get to bed as soon as I've bandaged your arm. They are fast-acting, and I don't want you to fall asleep on your way back. And I'm not strong enough to carry a heavy ass, he added with a smirk. Iida took the pills from the doctor and threw them down, taking a glass of water that was offered to him to sip it and clear them. I'll just apply a holding cast for the fracture, the doctor said. It should heal in 6 to 8 weeks. Swiftly the old doctor pulled out all the equipment he needed and strapped up Ida's arm, preventing any unnecessary movement that would otherwise do more damage. Now rest, the doctor commanded. And no more heroics. Yes, sir, Iida replied softly as he stood up and bowed. Okay, Kung Fu, let's go, he said as he took his good arm and led him from the doctor's office. I am quite all right to get to my own room, Iida said as he was dragged from the office. I have a very strong constitution, and I doubt the drugs... Yo! You laughed as you looked back at him. You good? Mm-hmm, he hummed, staggering and swaying as he hung his head heavily. God, hell, you grunted. What the heck were those drugs, bull tranquilizers? He mumbled, his body careering off to the left. Hey, whoa, hold on now, you grunted, stepping back quickly and sliding your body under his shoulder to support him as you aimed for the stairs. Come on, you whispered through gritted teeth, trying to get him to walk up the stairs, but he couldn't. Damn, you seethed, quickly looking around the dark foyer and locating a room nearby. Okay, you useless lump, over here, you grunted, straining to drag his ever-increasing weight as his consciousness slipped from his grasp. You managed to drag him into the spare room and over to the bed, plopping him and yourself down onto the covers before squeezing yourself out from under his arm. Seriously? You huffed as you marched back to the door and closed it, and then waited for your eyes to adjust in the dark. What do I do with you? You walked back over and heaved up under his side, trying to lie him flatter on the bed. I need to take your glasses off at least, you muttered, gently pulling his glasses off his face and placing them on the bedside table. You paused, unsure whether or not you should just leave him or stay. I should probably stay, you thought as you walked around to the other side of the bed and climbed up onto it. Nothing's going to happen because he's passed out. Not that I'd want anything to happen anyway. Pfft. You gingerly pulled the covers back and slid underneath, leaving him lying on top. Oh my gosh, I'm sleeping next to Iida, you suddenly thought, scrunching down under the covers a little in a flustered manner. Oh, that's right. I need to look up that saying by Melissa Marr. You looked over to Iida and blinked as you looked closer down his side, seeing if his phone was possibly in his pocket. Thankfully it was, and you gently slipped it out, opened the internet browser, and then typed her name in to see what would come up. Your eyes widened when you saw the quote. Love makes you foolish. It makes you throw every bit of logic away, do stupid things, do dangerous things. Your heart rate increased as you read it over again. Does Iida really love me? As you lay there, Iida stirred beside you and rolled on his side to face you, his lips moving as he whispered something. Don't go, Yin. I don't want to be alone without you, he whispered. I need you. You teared up, feeling like the words that he had just said were the exact reflection of your feelings towards him. I'm not going anywhere, you whispered back to him. Against every fibre of your being, you reached out and placed your hand on top of his, tenderly caressing the hand that was resting on the pillow beside you. His hands were large and softer than you thought they'd be, and you moved your head back a bit so you could look at his fingernails. What a nerd, he even takes care of his cuticles, you chuckled internally, silently jealous that his fingers were more manicured than yours had ever been in your entire life. You looked at your fingernails that were sitting atop of his and grimaced. His whole hand has called mine ugly, you thought as your mind started to wander off and your eyes slowly dropped lower. The next thing you felt when you woke the next was something heavy across your back, and you raised your head sleepily to try and work out what it was, and you squinted and turned your head over your shoulder to look. As your eyes focused, you saw Iida still fast asleep beside you, with his injured arm across your back as you lay on your stomach. Oh God, you grimaced internally as you tried to move, and your whole back cramped. This is how I die, isn't it? You looked at Iida's sleeping peacefully, and tried to move again gently, but couldn't, so just lay your head back down and sighed. No sooner had the soft sigh left your mouth, you felt Iida stir, and you shot your head up again. Groggily he pulled a face with his eyes still shut, and then opened them slowly, eyelids fluttering a little as his gaze fell on you. Oh crap, you gasped softly. Yin, he rasped, trying to move away immediately to create some distance once he saw how close you two were. Yo, don't move, you barked as he frantically shuffled back. What are we doing in the same bed? He stammered, still wriggling backwards. Stop moving back, you snapped with fear. You're going to fall off the bed. Hey, stop! You reached a hand out to grab his good arm, but that only scared him even more, and he reversed faster, teetering on the edge of the bed as you reached out with your other hand and grabbed his shirt, his body weight dragging you across the bed as he fell backwards off it. You grunted as you landed on top of him on the floor. I apologise, he stammered, freezing under you as you pushed off him, hands either side of his head as you stared down into his intense blue eyes. Dumbass, your arm, you scolded him, sitting back and inadvertently sitting down on something that was bulging up under you. You jumped forwards with fright and sucked air in with horror as you realised what it was you just sat down on. You lurched forwards, and as he tried to sit up, you connected, and the two of you fell back again, with you on top, but this time his face was sandwiched between your breasts. Iida! You screeched as you rolled off him, kneeing his arm in the process. He let out a hiss of pain as you rolled away, and you quickly got up on hands and knees and crawled back over to him. I'm sorry, you okay? I'm sorry. It's quite alright. I'm sorry. I don't even say it, you growled. Iida blushed and cleared his throat, sitting up and looking around. How did we get here? He asked in a daze. Do you want it paraphrased? You deadpanned. Cheese, broken arm, doctor, high as a kite, talking in tongues, bed. Iida stared at you for a moment, absolutely bewildered. My apologies, I've no idea what any of that means, he said in a monotoned, confused voice. Well, it didn't make sense at the time either. The main thing is we need to get your arms seen to, you said straightforwardly. Wait, what day is it? Iida thought for a moment, and then his eyes shot up and met yours. Court day. Court day? Yes, Yin. Today? Yes. But we don't need to go. I have organised that you need not attend due to sustained trauma from the events, Iida said professionally. The sudden clenching in your heart subsided, and overwhelmed with relief you threw yourself into his arms and hugged him tight. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much that means to me, you added as you looked up at him, your lips suddenly touching his as he had his head craned down towards yours. You quickly let go of him and sat back as your heart thumped in your chest. Stunned look matched his stunned look as you both sat there and stared at each other and held a hand to your lips. Sorry, you mumbled. I didn't think we were that close. I mean, well, I know we're hugging, but quite all right, Iida replied as he looked away bashfully. Ian, I must confess, so that's where you two got to, a sprightly voice called from the door as it swung open. We couldn't find either of you, Tennessee added cheekily as he stepped into the room, followed by 2 waitstaff and a butler. Tenya, the lawyer needs you on Zoom to proceed with the court hearing, he said. Yin, we're here to make sure that you are relaxed as possible while your knight in shining armour kicks some lowlifes in the pocket. Would, preferred for it to have been said in a more eloquent manner, Iida said stiffly to Tennessee as he got up off the floor and offered you his good hand to help you up as well. No need for formalities and pleasantries when I'm in my own home, Tennessee said with a sly grin. The guy's going to get what he deserves. Do excuse me, Yin, Iida said as he bowed to you politely. I must attend this meeting. I'll be with you as soon as I've finished. Go do your thing, Iida, he said with a smile. May the cheese be with you. So you must have been the one who took a solitary bite out of the Roquefort cheese, then, the butler said with a scowl on his face. Tennessee held up a hand to him and shook his head. Don't make a fuss, Walter. I can fly across and get more this afternoon. Oh, yes, of course. Fly across and just pick up some cheese. Yep, normal. You thought as you just stared at these alien rich people. That would be much appreciated as we are holding a feast tonight in honour of young Iida winning his first case in favour of Miss Lynn, Walter said with a smile. Do I have to dress up and shit? You deadpanned. All eyes were on you in an instant. Begging your pardon, madam, but we will not be dressing you in such a thing, Walter said in an offended voice. Walter, she means... Okay. You know what? Never mind, Tennessee said with a chuckle. Yin, it'll be fine. You'll look amazing. But I don't want to look amazing. I just want to continue to look like trash. I will also be dressed accordingly, Iida added, hoping that by placing himself in the same situation you would feel better about the prospect of having to make yourself look more presentable. Who else is coming to this dinner? You asked suspiciously. Well, I was going to invite the President of France so he can watch you munch on the Roquefort, Tennessee teased. Heavens above, Walter gasped. Spare me. It's a joke, Walter, Tennessee said with a laugh. I'll just invite the Baron and Baroness. Is he kidding? You deadpanned to Iida. They are close friends, he confirmed. Oh, of course they are, you replied back, your whole face wearing the most blank expression you could muster. Well then, I will be attending my meeting, Iida said as he looked at Tennessee and then back to you again. I will be back with good news, he added as he bowed towards you. Stop with the bowing, you overgrown lump of politeness, you hissed with embarrassment. Tennessee watched on with amusement and smirked at his younger brother as the latter turned for the door and walked out past everyone. And you'll come with us, Tennessee said to you with a giant grin on his face. Do I have to? You grimaced. Technically no, but I know I definitely want to see Tenya's face when he sees you dressed up, Tennessee replied slyly. I know he has a thing for you. You bit the inside of your cheek with shyness and cleared your throat. Should you be saying stuff like that? Iida would be embarrassed that you told me, wouldn't he? You mumbled. I'm just doing my big brother duty, Tennessee said with a big smile as he walked over and took you by the shoulders, then spun you around and walked you to the ensuite of the room. What exactly is your big brother duty? You asked dubiously as you were forcefully walked to the bathroom. Embarrass my little brother and give you hints so that if you like him back, you know you can say something without being rejected. Does it look like I would care about being rejected? You asked, more to see what he would say. Interesting reply, Tennessee mused with a smirk. I'll keep that to myself. Now, go and have yourself a lovely shower and Walter will organise for the women to come and dress you. In what? Something nice. A dress? If you think a dress is nice, then yes. A pony? You replied cheekily. Well, if you want Tenya to ride you, then... Okay, enough. I'm gone. Bye, he said hurriedly, as he quickly stepped back and slammed the door in Tensy's smirking face. I'll make sure they play Genuine's Pony later, he called through the door. If you do that, I'll commit murder, you hollered back. Tensy laughed as he left, and you were quietly grateful that you were behind the door so he couldn't see your face. You tried to shower for as long as possible so that the wait staff would get tired of waiting for you and leave. You really didn't want to dress up at all. Why can't we just walk into a room, say, yep, we won, good job, sign these papers, and then be done with it? You moaned internally as you stared grumpily at the tiled wall, water cascading down your back and shoulders. Miss Lynn, a voice called out through the lock of the bathroom door. We are ready when you are. I haven't shampooed yet, you called back. Ma'am, you've been in there for 30 minutes already. What are you doing? Avoiding life, you replied. Very well, but for every minute herein, we will be charging you the water bill, she called again. Surely not, you panicked internally. I don't want to test it, though. Quickly you shut the water off and grabbed for the pre-warmed towel and dried yourself. Please unlock the door when you're ready, the lady called again. Begrudgingly you wrapped the towel around yourself and dragged your sorry form over to the door and opened it, standing there looking like a pissed wet cat. Okay, kill me, whatever, I don't care. Madam, we are putting you in the finest garments. Yeah, that's killing me, you deadpanned. The three women who were present exchanged strange looks, and one gingerly took you by the arm. It is not that bad, she said with a sweet smile. We'll make you look like a princess. Oh, God, you groaned softly as they dragged you off. Well done, young Iida. You have done very well, Ida's family lawyer, on the other end of the Zoom meeting, said, with a smile as he concluded their session. I think Yin and Lin will be very pleased with the outcome. As am I, sir. Thank you for your time, Iida replied politely, his head throbbing, heart pounding, and arm aching immensely. Were you nervous? The man asked as he pulled papers together and tapped them lightly on the desk so they would fall in place. Oh, a little, sir, Iida admitted, but I kept to the point, and thanks to your presence, we did extremely well. I only ask because you look extremely pale and you have sweat on your brow, the attorney said with a sympathetic chuckle. Oh, my apologies, Iida said quickly. I did not know I was in such disarray. Not at all, Iida, the man replied with a chuckle. I will let you go now, so that you may give a good report to Yin. Do you plan on confessing your feelings soon? Yes, sir, I do, Iida replied sheepishly. But I may wait until we are back at school. Very well. Well done again, he said with a smile. Thank you, sir, Iida said gratefully as he stood and bowed. The session timed out and the screen went blank. And then, only then, did Iida allow the pain to be revealed on his face. The sweating had been a little from nervousness, but overall it was the pain in his arm that was causing him to sweat the most. I really should go and see the physiotherapist, Iida thought as he wobbled slightly on his feet. Maybe I have time to see her quickly, before I see Yin. He pushed his chair back and staggered slightly as his vision started to warp. But I also might sit first because I feel a little dizzy. A loud thump echoed through the office as his body hit the floor heavily. It was close to another hour before Tensy decided to check and see if the meeting was still in progress. Seems to be a long court case, he thought as he left his room and casually strolled down the hallway towards the study. He must be fighting tooth and nail to get as much as he possibly can from those lowlifes. Unless he's also going after the father as well. He did tell me about what happened. Nearing the closed study door, Tensy paused and listened. Upon hearing no noise from inside, he knocked softly. There was still no sound, so he knocked a little louder, a frown pulling at his lips as he pressed his ear to the large wooden door. Tenya, he called. You in there? He reached for the handle of the door and tried to turn it, but it was locked. Something was definitely wrong. Crap, Tensy mumbled, knocking louder and yanking on the door. Tenya! Immediately he fled the scene, bolting down the hallway back the way he had come and aiming for the stairs. Walter! He hollered as he tore down the stairs. Get the keys for the study. The door is locked and Tenya's still in there, but he's not responding. Walter immediately stiff-manned into action, running as best he could for the security office where the spare keys were kept, while Tensy ran outside and looked up at the study window. Window's closed. I'm hoping that means that no one has climbed up the building and gotten in. They wouldn't be able to get past the walls or dogs without being noticed anyway. Tansy was on high alert, fearing that his brother may have been knocked off by the associates of the people that he was convicting of crimes towards Yin. Back inside the house, you had just finished being fitted in a lovely, not by your standards, dress. You hated it with a passion, but under much verbal protest you allowed it.
"This is for you, Tenya. Screw you. I hope you get a nosebleed over this,"
you seethed as one of the girls fixed the back of the dress, making you stand straight as she adjusted the straps while you stood on the fitting block. Suddenly you heard Tansy yelling in the hall, something about Iida, and your heart sank. "Wait," you said to the girls who were attending you. "Stop." You put your hands out to stop them as you listened for more, but Tansy had already run outside. "Something's wrong," you said as you jumped off the fitting block and ran for the door, dress hiked up as you made your daring getaway. "Miss, wait, please!" two of the girls cried as you yanked the door open and ran out onto the landing. You spotted Walter with keys in hand, running for the stairs, and ran down the hall to meet him as he got to the top.
"What's wrong? Where's Tenya?"
you asked as you dropped the front of your dress down long enough to ask him the questions.
"Study!"
he wheezed.
"Door locked. Not responding."
"Crap!" you snapped, turning and running ahead of Walter. "Wait, I don't even know where the study is!" you shouted back at him.
"Ahead, madam!"
Walter puffed, doubling over slightly as he pointed a shaky finger down the hall.
"Big wooden door on the right."
You turned and yanked the front of your dress up again and ran, looking for the hall-marked big door, and stopped when you got to it.
"Tenya! Tenya, are you there?"
Inside, Iida was just starting to come to. He tried to move, but searing pain in his injured arm rendered him immobile.
"Yin,"
he groaned in pain. "Oh, thank God," you shouted back. "What are you doing?"
My arm."
Just then Walter arrived with the keys and started fumbling with them to find the one for the study door, and Tansy came running back inside after checking to make sure there was no foul play from the outside.
"Did he answer?"
Tansy called as he ran towards you and Walter. "Yes," you shouted back. "He said something about his arm."
"Pain?"
Tansy called.
"Tenya, is your arm sore?"
you shouted at the closed door. "Yes," you heard him reply. Finally Walter got the door open and you burst through. Iida was lying on his back now, cradling his arm, still in the holding cast, as he grit his teeth and scrunched his face up. "What happened?" you asked as you crouched down beside him in your dress. Iida paused, all of the pained expression on his face fading as he stared at you, looking down at your dress. "You're beautiful," he said with soft earnestness. "No, I'm not. This dress looks ridiculous." "No, I mean it," he said with complete honesty. "What happened?" Tansy asked as he walked over to the other side of Iida. "I fainted," Iida replied bluntly to his brother, immediate looking back to you again and just staring. "Can you not look at me like that?" you huffed with embarrassment. "It's weird." "My apologies," Iida said as Tansy helped him sit up. "You truly look breathtaking." "Stop!" you wailed, smacking your hands to your cheeks. "You're not right in the head. You must have hit it really hard," you said, trying to explain why he was complimenting you so much. "I assure you I only speak the truth. I am of sound mind," Iida said as Tansy helped him stand. "Tansy, take him back to the doctor for more pain meds, and then get him to the physio," you directed. "Do you have a psychologist here as well? Take him there too," you teased with a smirk. "Dr. Kawaii Head?" Tansy asked. "Yes, I can make an appointment with him if you think that he needs it." "Dude," you deadpanned, "it was a joke. How many specialists do you have here?" "Just the essentials," Tansy replied with a wink. "I doubt that," he replied suspiciously. "Anyway, just get him help while I get out of this stupid dress." "Please don't," Iida begged. "Please." Your heart spun and did a plie, and you looked away. "Guess I'm already in it," you grumbled, trying to cover your happiness at how much he liked it on you. "Should probably just leave it on until the end of today. Then I'm never getting back in it." Iida smiled softly at you as Tansy escorted him from the room and off down to the doctor's office, his head twisting back over his shoulder awkwardly so he could still look at you for as long as possible. "Idiot," you huffed internally, your heart aflutter at the way he was looking at you. After he had properly left, you went back to the fitting room to let the girls fuss over you. Turns out that in that fall Iida had broken the rest of his arm at the fracture point and needed to have it splintered and cast by the doctor, so when he turned up to the celebration later that night he had a beautiful tailored suit with cast and sling. He arrived before you did, obviously, keen to see you when you entered. "Has Yin been announced yet?" Iida asked his brother, sidling up to him to whisper the question. "Not yet, dear brother. You are still in time to see your girlfriend arrive," Tensi teased in a whisper, a devious, cheeky smirk pulling at his lips. You make such candid remarks, Iida spluttered, his cheeks rosy red with embarrassment. Tensi chuckled and grabbed a flute of expensive champagne as one of the waiters casually strolled through the throngs of people who had gathered for the celebration. Miss Lin, are you quite ready for your reveal? A stout butler asked with airs as he pompously entered the waiting chamber. You were sat down on a footstool with your feet up on the stool, knee up with one elbow resting on your leg, as your cheeks slumped into it, the beautiful dress that you had been forced to wear all crinkled around your legs. Good heavens! The man cried when he saw how unladylike you were sitting. Please, miss, I implore. Did you say reveal? You asked in a dead voice. Don't tell me it's like some Cinderella-type BS where I have to walk down the stairs to thousands of waiting people and have my name announced. Yes, that is precisely what a reveal is, but in much more dignified terms, the butler replied. Now, Master Tenya Iida will be attending your reveal to introduce you to the esteemed attendees, the butler continued. He asked that he may be the one to present you. That bastard, you replied with a cheeky smirk as he dropped one leg down. He's doing this on purpose. I beg your pardon, madam, the butler scoffed, offended on behalf of Tenya. Nah, he's cool, but he's definitely doing this to make his brother jealous. Just then Tenya arrived in the doorway and burst out laughing when he saw how you were sitting on the footstool. You know there's a perfectly comfortable chair behind you, yeah? He said as he continued to chuckle to himself. You glanced back at the chair and shrugged. Yeah, what of it? You deadpanned. This is more comfy. I'll be honest, at first I wondered what the heck Iida was thinking when he brought you home, but now I can see your charm, Tenya said with a smirk as he walked over and extended a hand to you. Come on, Queen, you have a ball to attend. This is whack as hell, you whispered to yourself as you begrudgingly took Tensi's hand and let him lead you to the door. Okay, so there will be some fanfare music, then all will go quiet and someone will announce your name, then that's when we start walking down the stairs, Tenya whispered to you as you both walked side by side down to the hall. Do I have to smile? You grunted with a scowl on your face. No, you're welcome to look just like you killed a man, Tenya replied with a whisper, because I know that with one look you'll have killed Iida. Can you stop? You hissed with embarrassment. You're the devil. Tenya chuckled again and linked your arm in his as he neared the top of the stairs, nodding to someone across to the opposite side where he and you were stopped. Suddenly loud music from the live band played, and everybody stopped to see why the sudden tune had started up. After a short song the band stopped, and all fell silent as you and Tenya stood motionless at the top of the long, gradually widening stairs. Presenting, one of the announcers called, Madam Yin Lin, honoured guest of the Iida residence. Oh, for frick's sake, you deadpanned internally. Polite applause rose from the onlookers, and Tenya took the first steps down the stairs, practically dragging you down with him. You plastered the most fake smile you could muster on your face as your eyes scanned the sea of unknown faces in the room, slowly descending the stairs beside Tenya. In that moment you had forgotten all about Iida, and you just wanted to die on the spot, but unfortunately death would have to wait. Well done, Madam Yin Lin of the Iida residence, Tenya quipped slyly as he walked you over to someone in a suit. You're such an asshole, you hissed with an equally sly look on your face. Feeling the presence from the person in the suit before you, you stopped and looked at them while Tenya unhooked his arm from yours and held your arm out to the person. It only took you a second for you to realise who it was, and your mouth fell open as you looked up into the eyes of a very well-dressed Iida. Whoa, you said with surprise. You scrub up all right? Yin, you look superb, Iida whispered bashfully, the blush on his face a dead giveaway as to how he was feeling inside. Stop using big words, you berated playfully. Do we have to be here? Can we go somewhere else? Iida nodded and gently took your hand in his good hand and started for the back door, weaving between people as he took you away from the crowds. Tenya watched with amusement as his little brother whisked you away. He really likes her, he thought with a soft smile. I hope they work out. Wow, that was terrifying. Let's never go through that again, you said jokingly to Iida once you had gotten a fair distance from the house and were headed out underneath a covering of fairy lights. The softly twinkling, Ayama, jokes, lights were strung up between the trees and poles, making a canopy of soft yellow lights as you walked under. Iida hadn't said anything yet, and just quietly led you down to a clearing that had a beautifully lit water fountain in the middle of it. Hey, you okay? You asked gently, noting a stiffness in the air. You haven't said anything since we got outside. What's wrong? Yin, Iida said in a strained voice as he stopped and turned to face you. Yin, I have a confession. Your heart started to race, and you suddenly found it harder to breathe, his words locking your ribcage as his darkened eyes captured yours in the soft light of the fairy lights. Iida, please, I don't need a reply, he said softly. I just want you to know how I feel. I don't want to know. Your voice choked out, throat burning as your voice box refused to get the rest of the words out. I don't want to know so that I don't have to acknowledge how I feel in return, your brain screamed. Iida looked hurt, and you could clearly see that. You didn't want to hurt him, truly. It's just that it was becoming increasingly difficult to open your heart to people. Truth be told, you liked how everything was between you and Iida, and you didn't want to ruin it with trying to further a relationship that may or may not work out in the future. I'm sorry, he whispered regretfully. It was a selfish act. No, it wasn't. I'm just pathetic, you thought, tears springing up in your eyes as your brain yelled untruths at you. You shook your head and tried to speak, but no words came out, and then suddenly you were running. The further you got away from him, the worse you felt. You knew he genuinely liked you, and you knew that he would never do anything to hurt you because all he had ever done was protect you and be there for you. You're stupid, you yelled internally to yourself as you ran. Stupid, stupid girl. No one will ever love you. No one wants you now. You've lost your chance with Iida, and he was the only one who was willing to give you a pathetic ass a chance. Blinded by tears, you ran towards the doors and entered the back of the still packed hall, quickly ducking through the crowd with your head down until you ran headfirst into someone. Sorry, I need to get through, you mumbled in a monotone voice, keeping your head down as you waited for them to move out of the way, but they didn't. Suddenly the person took your hand and started moving you quickly through the crowds towards the back staircase that would take you upstairs. You sniffed and looked up to see who it was, and wasn't surprised when you saw it was Tenya. You again, you mumbled morosely. Why are you always around? I'm an Iida, we just magically appear when most needed, he replied with a kind yet slightly cheeky expression on his face. Saying no more, he led you upstairs and back to your room, kindly opening the door for you before gesturing for you to enter. There you go. You're free to hide in there, he said with a smile, although I can't deny that Tenya might come looking for you. He's so persistent, you snapped, half annoyed, half secretly elated that someone would pursue you so hard. That's Tenya, Tenya laughed. He's always been a little obsessive, and once he's made his mind up about something he becomes single-mindedly focused on it. Well, you're not wrong there, he replied with an eye roll. But, having said that, he is a dedicated and loving person, and I know for a fact that he would do anything to make sure someone in his care is safe and happy. You started to well up with tears again, and covered your mouth and nose with one hand to try and stop your emotions from showing, but it was no use. Hey, Tenya hummed softly. Don't cry. Why me? Why me, though? Why? Why? I don't deserve any of his attention. He's been so good to me and done everything that he can for me. And all I've done is push him away, you wailed. Sometimes we can't choose who we fall in love with, Tenya said softly. I know you've had a really tough time over the past, well, decades, probably, but I can vouch that Tenya is different to anyone you've ever met, and if you do like him back, you need not be afraid to let him know. You cried harder, some of the tears being from relief that Iida might still try and let you know that he still liked you, as deep down you feared that this was the end of him trying to confess to you. I'm sorry, you cried. Sorry, I'm crying everywhere. Don't apologise, Tenya replied, unfazed. It's fine. You go and rest now. You nodded and wiped your nose, sniffing loudly as you stepped back from the door and held onto it. Tenya smiled as he stepped away, turning and heading back down the hall towards where the celebrations were still happening. He had only just gotten back downstairs when he saw a very stern-looking Iida making his way through the crowded room. The brothers made eye contact and Tenya walked over. Brother, have you seen... Yes, but please just give her a moment to collect herself. She's a little overwhelmed, Tenya replied. Tenya looked crestfallen and looked down at the floor dejectedly. Brother, I do not know how to tell her without overwhelming her, he said sadly. I am not giving up, but this is more difficult than I realized it would be. Women can be like that, Tenya replied with a smirk. It's the ones that make you chase them that are the good ones. She's a good one.
I am aware that she is, as you say, a good one, but that does not make it any easier to get my message across, Iida said sadly. Have you written her a letter? A confession letter? Tenya asked. Yes, of course. One must always prepare drafts and edit accordingly, Iida replied with surprise. This is no time for unrehearsed script. Tenya chuckled and shook his head knowingly. I knew you'd say something like that. Well, why not go the old school way approach of writing a letter and placing it in her locker at school? It gives her time to read it over and deliberate on your words before replying. You are a genius, Iida exclaimed happily. This is a brilliant idea. Thank you ever so much. It's no trouble, little brother, Tenya replied with a smile. May I also suggest allowing Yin to have this night to think? Don't go knocking on her door. You've chased her enough. It's time to step back a little to let her breathe. I will accept your suggestion, seeing as you have already given me much direction tonight, Iida replied gratefully. Okay, good. After dinner is finished, go and write up the final draft of that confession letter, Tenya said as he grabbed another flute of champagne as it passed. Brother, how many glasses of champagne have you had this eve? Iida asked suspiciously. Am I one to keep record? Tenya replied with a smirk as he downed it in one go. Suddenly the father of the Iida household called for everyone's attention, asking Iida Tenya to come forward so that he could make a speech and a toast to his youngest son. I am proud of both my boys, Iida Sr. said to the sea of smiling faces as he held up another glass of sparkling wine in his hand. But today my youngest, Tenya, has gone above and beyond for a girl who is but a classmate of his. Iida stiffened slightly at his father calling you just a classmate, but apart from that, didn't show any other signs of wanting to correct him. My boy Tenya successfully prosecuted 2 people today and awarded his friend with over $200,000 in compensation, successfully landing one of those at fault in jail. Gasps of approval and polite clapping rose from the onlookers, and Iida looked down at the floor, unsure of how he should handle this attention. Tonight marks the start of a successful career for Tenya, and I wish him all the best with whatever he decides to do in life. May it be law, Iida Sr. joked as he reached out and patted Iida on the shoulder. Raucous laughter could be heard from the auspicious guests as they laughed at their host's wit, tittering amongst themselves as Iida continued to look at the floor. Well done, my son, Iida Sr. said tenderly as he squeezed Iida's shoulder. Iida looked up at him and gave him a weak smile before excusing himself and stepping away. Do excuse me, father, but there is a matter of importance I must attend to, he said softly, looking his father in the eye earnestly. Of course, Iida Sr. said, slightly confused by Ida's aloof demeanour. But first a toast, he said in a louder voice so that all could hear. To Tenya, his sense of justice, his tenacity, and his heart. Iida bowed politely to his father, then turned and bowed to the crowd as everybody clapped and replied to the toast. The soft clinking of glasses following the call as they spread the cheer amongst themselves. While everyone was preoccupied, Iida made his way from the gathering and headed up the back stairwell to his room, confusion clouding his mind. Why am I being applauded for being a decent human? Should not every person do their best to help with whatever resources they have? From where you lay in bed, now back in Ida's spare oversized clothes, you could still hear the party downstairs, complete with the muffled voices of Iida Sr. giving his speech and the laughter and clapping that followed. You rolled over in bed and pulled your legs up to your chest, a tear slipping down your cheek as you lay there alone. I want to go home, but I don't have a home. I just want to be somewhere warm and quiet where I can feel at ease. As the night wore on, sleep finally found you, and you forgot all about Iida and how Tenya had said he may turn up at your bedroom door, until a knock early the next morning woke you. You moved slowly at first, trying to figure out where you were, then all of a sudden your head snapped up from the pillow and you focused on the bedroom door. Yeah? You hollered in a sleepy voice. Madam, you have school today. Young Tenya has provided us with your school uniform that has now been pressed and ironed and is hanging in the adjacent dressing room, which can be located through the door beside your personal ensuite. You swiveled your head back over your shoulder and focused on the dressing room door. You called, half yawning as you called out. Yeah, okay. Thanks. Not a problem, madam. The car will be waiting for you at the front of the house. I have been informed that school starts at 8:30, and thus the car will be leaving at 8:07 sharp. Thanks, but I can walk, you replied loudly. Where's Iida gone? He has already left for school. He disclosed a matter of importance that needed to be attended to immediately at the school, the staff member called. Right, you replied skeptically, hopping up off the bed and walking towards the ensuite door. Okay, I'm going to get ready now. Thanks, bro person. You are most welcome, madam. Good day. You threw a backwards peace sign at the closed door and entered your ensuite, ready to start the day. As you showered, your mind went over everything that had happened over the weekend, and you chuckled to yourself when you remembered DF. I am going to have the wildest stories to tell her. Wait, should I even tell her I stayed here? She'll never let me live it down if I tell her. You finished showering and dried yourself on the plump, warmed towel, and then wrapped it around you and headed to the dressing room where your uniform had been hung. This is all good and stuff, but what now? Am I living with Iida? Permanently? Should I find somewhere else to live? Your mind continued to mull over everything as you pulled the beautifully pressed uniform on. Damn, they've done a good job, you thought as you looked down at the immaculate outfit. After grabbing your bag that was hung on the rack there, you headed out of the room and beelined for the front door. Yo! The voice of Tensy called to you as you reached the front door. Breakfast and lunch! He held out 2 brown paper bags to you and shook the one in his left hand. This one's breakfast. Oh, thanks, you said sheepishly as you took them from him. What is it? Something French, he replied with a small chuckle. Need a lift? He gestured to the waiting guest car. Nah, I'm going to walk, you shrugged. Not trying to be rude or anything, but I'm not used to being chauffeured, so walking's fine with me. I get it, he replied, signalling to the driver of the vehicle that he was no longer needed, and the car slowly rolled back to the car yard. Hey, Tensy? Thanks, you said softly, averting your eyes from his. No need for thanks, he replied, smiling down at you. It's Tenya you need to thank. I know, I haven't seen him since yesterday, though. You'll see him at school very soon, Tensy said mischievously, and you looked back into his eyes to try and figure out why he sounded like he knew something that you didn't know. Okay. I'm going now, bye, you said, turning slowly and walking down the steps and out onto the driveway that led to the front gates. The guard at the front let you out, and off you walked to school, your heart beating faster with every thought of seeing Iida again, and if it would be weird or awkward between you two. The closer you got to school, the more the anxiety rose from the pit of your stomach and up into your throat. You tried to swallow it down again, but it wasn't working, and that just pissed you off. Frickin' hell, what is wrong with me? I'm not usually like this. You stormed in through the iron gates and walked directly to the building and your locker, grumbling to yourself about getting it together as you angrily unlocked your locker door and threw it open. As the light from behind you fell on your opened cubicle, you saw a little white envelope sitting there next to your school shoes, and you wrinkled your brow in wonder at it. What's this? You thought as you reached out a hand and picked it up. It had your name on the front, so you unceremoniously dumped the things into your locker and pulled some books out, then stepped back and closed the door, still staring at the envelope in hand. Then suddenly it clicked. Oh God, wait! You glanced up and around the busy locker room, and then ran to the girls' bathroom nearby and locked yourself in a cubicle, sitting down on the toilet lid and fumbling with the envelope. Is this a confession note? Is this from Iida? Your shaking fingers tore the envelope open, and you pulled a small folded piece of paper out, while your heart threw slow, heavily painful beats against the inside of your ribcage as you unfolded the note. Dearest Yin, it read, I am very good with words until it comes to you, and then I find myself speechless in your presence. I have been trying to summon the courage to confess my true feelings for you, but I am finding it difficult to convey them adequately, and thus have resorted to a letter of confession. I will admit, the first time that it was revealed that you had a boyfriend, my heart broke. Not for my sake, but the fact that this person treated you like trash, when I knew I could treat you like treasure. Please forgive me if none of my words make sense, and forgive my forwardness, but I have a selfish request that I would be most delighted if you would honour. Would you meet me behind the courts this evening at 4 p.m? I would like to confess my love for you out loud, and would like to hear your reply. Please, Yin. Sincerely yours, Tenya Iida. Your thumping heartbeats were working so hard to keep your blood pressure stable that it pulsated your vision, the intense black and coloured splotches beating in your peripheries like some kind of weird disco. Oh God, how do I even reply to this? Do I accept if he asks me to be his girlfriend? The knot in your stomach tightened, and you stood up and tucked the letter into your pocket, still unsure of what to say to Iida at 4 p.m. Slowly you walked out of the cubicle and down the still busy hall to the homeroom class and entered. As you stepped inside, you saw Iida sitting stiffly at his desk, and your movement in the doorway caught his eye, the two of you staring at each other for a second before you both hurriedly looked away. Not wanting to make a spectacle of yourself, you quickly walked with head down to your desk and sat, refusing to look in Ida's direction as he snuck a glance back at you. "Hey!" DF called out to you as she entered. You looked up and gave her a weak smile as she walked over and sat down at her desk beside yours. "We have heaps to catch up on," she said emphatically, smiling at you as your eyes wandered shyly towards Iida. He was already looking at you and blushed as your eyes made contact with his, making him quickly avert his gaze and push his glasses up a little as he made it look like he was looking at something else. DF caught the awkwardness instantly and smirked when she saw that you both seemed a little flustered. "Did something happen?" she mouthed cheekily to you. You shook your head and mouthed back, "I'll explain later." She nodded and gave you the thumbs up. Then the teacher entered the room and the day began. All morning you and Iida exchanged glances. It was strange, but you felt even more drawn to him. Maybe it was everything that you two had been through in such a short space of time, but you actually just really wanted to be in his arms right now. At lunchtime, you and DF headed across the oval to sit and talk in private, and she immediately brought up the topic of Iida again. "So?" she asked with a smirk. "What's with you and class rep, huh?" "Nothing," you said bluntly, pulling the note out and handing it to her. "Read this, so." "What is it?" she asked as she took the letter and opened it, her eyes scanning as she read the first few lines. "Holy! Is this a confession letter?" She read a bit more. "It is!" she gasped. "Is it Iida? I bet it's Iida. Tell me it's Iida." "Oh my God, can someone get that phone?" "What phone?" "Because I just called it." "Bish, what?" "Girl, I freaking called this. I told you I was going to confess you. Oh, it's happening. What are you going to say? You're going to say yes, right? You have to say yes. It's yes or yes," she rambled, throwing the letter to the side and grabbing your shoulders and then letting go and standing up, touching her forehead with disbelief, then grabbing you again. "Are you done?" you asked with a smirk as you tried to look disinterested, but internally you were flipping out just as much as she was. "You're saying yes," she stated. "I'll say what I want to say," you replied defiantly. "Which is yes," she said. "You'll just have to wait and see," you replied mysteriously. She groaned and did the most dramatic flop back down beside you again, hanging off your arm. "Can I spy?" she asked excitedly. "No. Please? No. If you spy, then it's definitely a no," you threatened. "Babe, please. I want you to be with him. All jokes aside, you two are really well suited for each other. I'm being so serial right now," she begged, clinging to your arm and shaking it. "You'll just have to wait and see," you said with a smirk, keeping tight-lipped about what you were going to say to him at 4 p.m. The end of the day finally came, and you stood staring into your locker, waiting for everyone to leave so you could silently slip out the back doors and head to the courts to meet with Iida. "Oi!" a sharp voice called to you from your right, and you startled with fright, being caught off guard in the middle of a daydream. You yanked your head back from your locker and looked at the person. It was DF. "What?" you snapped at her. "You're going right, it's 4 p.m, she commanded, crossing her arms across her chest. "Oh, crap," you gasped, not realizing that you'd been spacing out for so long. "I gotta go." "What are you doing here anyway?" "I'm waiting to spy on you." "No, you are not, biatch. Move it along before I roundhouse kick your ass to Mars." She burst out laughing. "Okay, but you need to call me the minute you are finished. I need to know," she wailed. "Okay, but if I even so much as smell you within 100 yards of the school, I'll kill you." "Understood," she replied with a snappy salute. "I'm gone. I'll be waiting for that call though. Love you, bye." You quickly grabbed your bag from your locker, turned tail, and ran towards the stairs at the other end of the hall. "Run, rabbit, run!" you heard DF shout after you. "Screw you!" you yelled back as you ran. You could hear her laughter following you as you made it to the stairs and jumped down to the second level, then turned and jumped the next lot, landing at the bottom and grabbing for the larger door to push it open. The setting sun blinded you as you pushed the door open, but you didn't really notice as you set off across the field towards the courts. You tried to see if Iida was there, but you couldn't see him as your vision shook with each pounding step. What if this is all a joke? What if he's not there? What if he is there, but so is everybody else, and they're all there to make fun of me for being a pussy? Your steps faltered a little, and you slowed a bit, wondering if you should just turn around and run back the way that you'd come, but you decided to continue on, choosing a walk instead of a run, while the angel on your shoulder reminded you of all the good things that Iida had done for you, and why he would never desert you like that. You slowed as you got to the corner of the courts, and then looked around to the other side. your heart immediately thumping in your chest when you saw Iida standing there patiently. Taking a deep breath to try and calm your nerves, you stepped around and approached him, noting that he looked more worried than you at that point. Iida looked up in your direction when he saw movement from the corner of his eye, and the relief at seeing you coming towards him showed clearly on his handsome face. I thought you might not come, he said softly as he turned to face you. Forgive me for being so forward in my letter. I've had the whole day to reevaluate each line, and... Shh, you hushed him. Let me talk. Iida clamped his mouth shut and nodded, looking at you attentively and waiting your reply while you toyed with the hem of your skirt. I'm not one for mushy stuff, you mumbled, so I don't want this to be all cutesy or whatever. Iida nodded. I just wanted to thank you for everything you... Your voice caught in your throat as you tried to speak, a sudden rush of emotion rendering you speechless while your eyes started to tear up. You quickly looked down and wiped your eyes. You've been so good to me, you blurted out in a wobbly voice. I don't know why you like me. You are perfect to me, he said quickly. I just want you to know that, and I want to continue to prove it for the rest of our lives, he added. You bit down hard on the inside of your cheek to stop yourself from bursting into tears, and it seemed to work for a little while, long enough for you to get the most important part out. I like you too, Iida, you mumbled quickly. I want us to be together. Oh, it sounds so stupid. I'm going by. You turned to flee the scene, but Iida had grabbed you by his good hand and wouldn't let you leave. Please, Yin, be my girlfriend, he asked. You nodded rapidly and spun back towards him, face planting into his chest and sending him staggering back a few steps. He clutched his good arm around your back and held you as you clung to him in a desperate attempt to ground yourself and your emotions. You hugged behind the courts for who knows how long before you pulled back from him and stepped back in a daze. I should get going home. My parents... You are a guest at our family home, Yin, Iida commented with confusion. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Sorry, you mumbled. Well, this is awkward. Now what? I go home with my boyfriend? Let us go home together, Iida said with a soft smile on his face, extending his hand to you for you to hold. You took his hand in yours and looked away with a blush, but also scowled at the same time to try and cover the excited look on your face. Iida looked a little shy as well, but he did his best to hold it together as you both fell in step beside each other and headed across the field to the school gates, hand in hand. You walked silently at first, a little awkward at the new step in your relationship and not really knowing what to say to each other, but just then your stomach came to the rescue and growled loudly, making you clutch it to make it be quiet. You are hungry, Iida said. Let us get some food. One must never have an empty stomach. I'm fine, you lied. I'll just wait till we eat at your place, and then, if not, I'll just eat some cheese at midnight. You will do no such thing, Iida gasped, defiling Roquefort cheese like that. You cackled as you held his hand, and Iida smiled brightly at having made you laugh. Okay, let's get ice cream then, you said casually. You'll have an ice cream, right? I will get orange juice, he said proudly. No, you won't. You'll get ice cream, you replied. What are you, class rep? You teased. Live a little. You can have orange juice at home. I'll even put it in a sippy cup for you. I am grown. I have no need for a sippy cup, Iida replied earnestly. You're such a pompous teacup. Come on, you urged, taking the lead a little and pulling him along behind you as you headed for the ice cream shop that you'd seen that morning on your way to school. You pushed the door open and smiled as the little bell above the door tinkled, announcing your arrival in the cutest way possible. Mesmerised by the colours of each delicious creamy dessert behind the glass, you let go of Iida and ran forwards and then bounced along the display, from one side to the other, reading all the little signs to decide which flavour you wanted. Iida remained at the door, his eyes following your movements, while a little amused smile played on his lips. So what are you having? You asked him over your shoulder, a little tingle going through you when you saw how he was watching you. I am unfamiliar with standard ice cream flavours, Iida stated. Can you stop speaking in reach? Just pick a flavour, they're all good. He stepped up to the glass and looked down, reading the labels. I am afraid I don't know what very berry delicious tastes like, he commented softly. Ask for a sample, you replied with a shrug. A sample? Yeah, they let you try a little bit to see if you like it. It's free. Free? Yes, you don't need to pay for a little bit. I'm afraid that is a terrible way to conduct business, Iida said, adjusting his glasses with his unslung hand. Dude, you deadpan, Just try it. Okay, you know what? You said, turning to the guy behind the counter. I'm going to take the wheel on this one. Can you please give this giant ball of ignorance a sample of each of the ice creams so that his slow ass can make a decision? The guy nodded and grabbed a small sample spoon and then dipped it into the very berry delicious ice cream and then handed it over the counter to Iida. That's the berry one, you said to Iida as he placed the spoon in his mouth. You waited with bated breath for him to finish and then cocked your head to the side in silent question to him. It has a robust flavour. Iida, this isn't a wine tasting, you laughed. Do you like it or not? May I try some of the others for the sake of comparison? Iida asked the ice cream attendant. Yeah, sure. Which one next? Love potion? The guy asked, pointing to the vat next to the very, very delicious one. You smirked and gave Iida the side eye. He blushed. They have a flavour called love potion? Yeah, they got everything here. I will try a love potion then, Iida said as he politely bowed to the ice cream attendant. Please, if I may. The assistant nodded and got a small sample for Iida and then handed it to him. 30 minutes later. Iida, did you really need to get that many? I was unable to decide. You literally have like 10 flavours. They are all most delicious. I am surprised I've never come across these before. My father always imports the finest Mövenpick from Switzerland, Iida said as he took a scoop from the rock salt caramel cup. Yeah, I'll just stick with mine, he replied as he took a big lick out of the side of your ice cream cone. Yin? Iida asked softly, dropping his head and staring at the cup of ice cream in his lap. You hummed, still licking your ice cream and completely unaware of the change in Iida's mood. Would you call me Tenya? He asked softly. You stopped and looked at him, not quite knowing what to say in return. Okay, you replied, resuming your licking, then stopping again. Which flavour is your favourite, Tenya? He blushed and adjusted his glasses, and then took a mouthful of the pink swirled ice cream sitting beside him. Love potion, he replied tenderly, making you blush in return. Okay, good. Better than orange juice, hey? Now, I would not go that far, Iida said defensively. You snorted with laughter. You're such a dork. You nudged his good arm with yours and kept eating. He smiled gently and then continued to eat his plethora of ice cream flavours. Would you like to freshen up before supper? Iida asked you as you both arrived at his place after your ice cream binge. Ugh, I'm still full from ice cream, but I guess I can get more food down, you said, following him into the house. Welcome home, master and mistress, the maids greeted politely with a bow, standing in a line from the front door to the stairs. Hey, you greeted. Thank you for your warm welcome, Iida greeted politely back, bowing slightly to each of them as you both passed. Yeah, that too, you added sheepishly. Man, I'm honestly not cut out for the rich life, hey? You watched as Iida continued along the line and then started up the stairs, and you quickly ran to catch up and then headed up behind him. It's not that I don't like living here, it's just I need my own place. Iida glanced back at you and noted the almost sad look on your face. Yin, he asked softly once he'd gotten to the top of the stairs. Is everything alright? Yeah, I guess. I'll talk to you later, okay? I'm just trying to figure something out. We could take a walk in the garden this eve, as the sun sets over the high wall, he offered. Just saying let's go outside after dinner would have been fine, but okay, Mr. Romantic, he replied with a small smile. He nodded. Go and refresh yourself, and we will have supper and then talk. Sounds good, Robocop, you teased, peeling off towards your room. See you soon. He gave you another small smile and nodded, heading to his own room to change and shower before dinner. After having a bath and changing into Iida's oversized clothes, you walked to the top of the stairs to wait for him. You didn't want to randomly rock up in the dining room alone and risk having to talk to the pompous windbags that were probably standing there waiting for you with their obnoxious questions. As you waited, you heard Iida's door close and look over at him, your heart skipping in your chest at him in plain clothing with his bare muscular arm showing, with one still partially covered with the sling. I was waiting for you because, yeah, you mumbled as he got closer. I am glad you waited, he replied, extending his hand to you so he could hold yours as you walked down the stairs together to the dining room. As you got to the large doors of the dining room, you let go of Iida's hand and scratched your cheek nervously. You do not wish to hold hands? He asked, slightly dejected that you had pulled away. No, I don't know, you mumbled. Tennessee is not home, Iida said. Are you afraid of his teasing? No, you replied as you looked up at him. Your voice trailed off and Iida nodded apologetically. We are moving too fast. I will let you choose the pace of the relationship. You felt bad but nodded and looked down again, internalizing your emotions. It's not that I'm embarrassed. Maybe I'm a little, but also I'm just scared, you thought as you stepped in, once Iida had opened the doors to the ridiculously large dining room with equally ridiculously long table. What if he leaves me too, like everyone else in my life? You glanced up at Ida's broad back as he walked ahead, and then looked down again, and walked along behind him down to the end of the table. Iida greeted all the waitresses and waiters by name, and then gently pulled your chair out for you to sit down on, which you did, and another waiter pushed your seat in while Iida sat beside you. Wanting to thank your man for being sweet, you reached under the table and touched his leg to get his attention, and then let slip a soft thanks. Iida smiled at you, and then looked across to the head waiter, who was standing patiently on the other side of the table. We are ready for our first course, Iida said politely to the man. How many courses is this dinner? You whispered softly to Iida. Just the standard 5, he replied, letting his hand sit under the table as well and reach across for yours. His fingers brushed the back of your hand, and your heart did a little backflip at the same time that you processed that it was going to be 5-course meal. 5? You hissed with surprise. 5 courses? Yes, Iida asked with confusion on his face. Why are you surprised? If only he knew that I hardly ate when I was at home, for fear of being in the kitchen for too long getting beaten by Dad, or getting yelled at by Mum. You just shook your head in reply. No, it's fine, you said dismissively, waving your free hand in the air, because your other one had your fingers now interlaced with Ida's. The first course to come out was served by the waitresses, and announced by the sous chef. Please enjoy our goat cheese crostini with fig olive tapenade, the man in the tall chef hat said, with a polite nod of his head. You looked down at the 2 small slices of crostini bread with white cheese and the black olive mixture on your plate. Yeah, it's small, it's fine. I can handle 5 of these rounds. Let's do it, you thought as you took the small bread in hand and shoved it into your mouth. You tried to bite down on it, but your mouth was too full of that bite to bite it in half, and you choked on it while you were trying to maneuver it around with your tongue so you could chew on it properly. Gah! You groaned internally, looking like a horse with peanut butter on the inside of its lips. Iida didn't make any comment, and you both ate in silence, fingers intertwined under the table, while the waitstaff watched on. After finishing your first course, the waiters removed the empty plates from in front of you, and then the waitresses placed course number 2 down on the table. For our second course, we have mushrooms stuffed with pecorino romano, garlic, and breadcrumbs, the sous chef announced. Again, it was only 2 mushrooms that sat on the plate before you, and you readied yourself for the next round. Yeah, this is okay too, you thought, letting go of Ida's hand to use utensils this time. Courses 3 and 4 came and went, and you were starting to feel the pressure in your stomach as you neared the halfway mark with the main course. How are you going? You whispered to Iida after swallowing your mouthful. You ate more cups of ice cream than me. This is why I wanted orange juice, he whispered back. Is it possible for one's stomach to implode due to overeating? Only one way to find out, he replied softly with a cheeky voice. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through this. Hold on, let me ask the chef something. You looked up at the sous chef and smiled. Hey boss, what's for dinner? Oh, it's lemon creme brulee with dry white wine, he replied with a smile. Yep, sounds good. I have room, he said with a smile. How does knowing what would be on the menu for dessert help with getting through mains? Iida asked with surprise. I always find extra room for dessert if it's going to be good, he replied with a close-lipped smile as you chewed your mouthful. Then I shall do the same, Iida replied, redoubling his efforts to eat mains. You were both struggling as you shoveled the last few mouthfuls in, glancing at each other while completing your meal. Done! You yelled as you swallowed the last mouthful, smacking your cutlery down on the empty plate, then holding your hands up. I too am also finished, Iida called, holding up his hand as well. I totally won that, you remarked with a smirk. Not by much. I will be the victor next time, Iida replied with quiet mischief. Now for dessert, the sous chef announced with a bright smile, clapping his hands for the waiters to remove the empty plates. Whoa, time out, compadre. Let's just simmer down a little, my guy. I am about to burst. Just cool it before dessert, he said, holding his stomach and leaning back on the chair. The confused sous chef looked at Iida for an explanation, and he translated your words. My girlfriend, Yin. An excited gasp escaped from one of the waitress's lips, and then she immediately stifled it with her own hand, and another groaned. Oh, there goes my $10, you heard the waitress who groaned whisper. A bet is a bet, the other replied. Iida continued. Wishes to observe a moment's reprieve before commencing dessert. Very well, the sous chef replied, signalling for the present company to vacate the room so you and Iida could be alone. Yin, I apologize for pressing to hold your hand earlier. I need to be more respectful of your past and where you are at emotionally. Iida apologized. No, it's fine, Tenya. I'm sorry. I'm just a little all over the place at the moment. Understandable, he replied softly. You took his hand from his side and held it. I'm getting used to it, though, you said in a quiet voice. I'm just scared to get too attached, you know. I will wait forever for you, he said honestly, letting go of your hand and then placing it gently on your cheek. You wanted to go mushy, you really did. Your whole being was melting internally before him, but you stayed strong, except for your softly closed eyes and the slight head tilt into the palm of his hand. Yeah, okay, you gave yourself away. Big deal. Would you care for a walk in the garden and then return for a delayed dessert? Iida asked you. You just nodded, feeling lonely when he removed his hand from your face. Iida stood and you did too, leaving the dining room side by side, but not holding hands, as you made your way out to the garden. Are you cold, Yin? Iida asked gently when he saw you rub your arms with your hands. Nah, I'm fine. All the blood's rushed to my stomach, that's all. Here, he said, tugging on the jumper that he had tied around his waist and gently placing it around your shoulders. This should keep you warm while your blood is otherwise occupied. You snorted softly with amusement and let him put it on you, and then grabbed the sleeves and wrapped them around you. Thanks, you said softly. You both walked in silence, heading down to the back of the garden, to where there was a high wall on which you could sit and overlook the forest and bright lights of the city beyond. Are you happy with the current living arrangements? Iida asked as he sat down beside you on the wall ledge. That's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about, you said hesitantly. It's not that I don't like living here, but I kind of want my own space, you know? I'm really not cut out for this high-quality lifestyle. Understandable, he replied with a nod. Well, you have plenty of funds to find yourself a suitable place. If I could be of benefit, I can have our real estate agent find you somewhere. What funds? You asked with a laugh. I have like $20 in my bank account, and even then it's in my mum's name, so that means I have $0 now. Iida looked at you confused, then realised that you hadn't been there when the court verdict had been announced that night at the celebratory dinner. Yin, you have over $200,000 waiting for you in a settlement account, he said bluntly. What? You screeched. Are you putting money in an account for me? No, from the court case. We won. You now have $200,000 as compensation for what happened, although it can never really compensate for... Your sudden hug cut him off, and he stared down at the top of your head before smiling softly and wrapping his good arm around you. You are welcome, Yin. I wouldn't do it over again because instead I would have wanted to have saved you before anything happened, but I'm happy the outcome is that your life is now much improved. You were still wrapped up in your own head and just continued to hug him, not yet ready to speak. The soft breeze swirled around you both as you sat in silence, the awkwardness from earlier all but gone. I don't even know where to start with the thank yous, you replied as you sat back and let him go. There is no need for thank you. I saw that I could help, so I did. This is basic human decency. Dude, you literally became my lawyer to get shiggy digs sorted. That's not basic human decency, that's going next level, you deadpanned. But I used the resources I had to help. The gesture in and of itself is basic kindness. Well, I'm just grateful, you half mumbled, looking down and glancing across at his hand before taking it in yours. He nodded and then looked out at the lights. So what will your next action be? He asked. Get a place, I guess, you replied with a shrug. Silence fell again, and suddenly you remembered to tell him about your past and why you were the way that you were. I'm sorry, it's not like I don't want to open up to you or be close to you or whatever. It's just every time I've let someone in, they've hurt me, and I find it hard to trust people. Like, I know you're different from the rest, but it just might take me a while to come around, you know? I know I look like I have a hard exterior, but I'm super soft on the inside, and I might need reassuring from time to time, so please don't think that I want to break up or anything. Oh my god, I'm rambling now. You didn't need to know any of that. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm still going. Stop it, Yin! Ah, damn! As you had started talking, Iida had looked across at you, and the more you rambled, the softer the look in his eye became, until you had finished talking, and he was just gazing at you tenderly. There is no need for an explanation. I am very much aware of what you went through. I oversaw your court case, remember? How much did they tell you? You croaked out, suddenly getting a little emotional after your outburst. More than you would have liked for them to have divulged, but upon hearing it, it has made me swear to protect you for the rest of our lives. You felt a peace inside. There was just something about Iida's earnest manner that put you at ease. I'd say thank you again, but I feel like I've already used up my thank yous, you said with a sheepish smile. Iida just nodded with a small smile again, squeezing your hand gently. Will you help me look for a new place? You asked him softly. Yes, of course, Yin, he replied. It would be an honour. You scooted closer to his side, and your shoulder touched his, wanting to be a little closer to him now. May I put my arm around you, Yin? Iida asked with a gentle hesitation in his voice. Yeah, you said softly, a warmth washing over you as he wrapped his good arm around behind your back. How's your arm doing? You asked, pointing to his other arm, still in its sling. It is doing well. I still have a lot of rehabilitation to do, but it is making fine progress. Okay, good, you said quietly. There was silence once again as you both got comfortable in each other's presence. Then suddenly you remembered something. We should head back for dessert, you gasped, in the most alarmed voice he'd ever heard you use. I almost forgot about it. Shee, bro, that would have been terrible. Language, Iida said sharply, falling off balance as you jumped up from beside him. This is serious, Tenya. Dessert! Dessert! We can't miss the lemon something or other with dry colour thing. Sounds fancy and yum. Lemon creme brulee with dry white wine, Iida corrected. Stop talking rich and come and eat dessert, you said as you extended your hand to help him up. Anywhere you go, I will go, he said valiantly. You don't need to play hero all the time, you replied with a snort, secretly loving his protective nature. The two of you headed back down the garden towards the house, hand in hand, and a little more comfortable with each other. The next day you were up early, getting yourself ready for school, when Iida knocked on your bedroom door. Come in, you called. Yin, I believe we have a meeting this afternoon with Mrs. Craig. Another review of our rehabilitation program, Iida said. Were there any rules about if the two people in the program start dating? You leered over your shoulder at him. Not that I'm aware of, no. Okay, good, because she's going to flip her lid, you said with a laugh. Still can't believe I'm dating the class rep, you thought. It will be amusing to see her reaction, yes, Iida said with a smile. I will wait for you at the front entrance, Yin. See you there. Oh, okay, I'm coming, you replied. Be there in a sec. Iida nodded and then stepped back out of your room and closed the door behind him. Come to think of it, I haven't even checked my phone. I was supposed to text DF. I'll see her soon, though, so maybe I should just walk in, holding Ida's hand. You smirked to yourself as you imagined her reaction. This is going to be a fun day, you thought as you finished getting ready and grabbed your school bag and threw it over one shoulder, then strolled out of the room and down to the front entrance to meet Iida. You and Iida held hands a little as you walked to school, chatting about looking for a place for you and where you would like it to be. Close to school and transport would be good because I don't have a car, obviously, you said, looking up at him. It is no trouble, Yin. I can send the family car to pick you up and take you wherever you need to go, Iida said with a smile. I don't want to rely on you for everything. I've managed to look after myself up until this point. Mum was the only one who would drive me anywhere, and even then I had to get her in the right mood when asking. Iida nodded. That may be true, but you have had it hard enough, and I wish for you to be able to rest easy now. His soft gaze made you melt internally. Stop being so nice, you mumbled as you looked at him, then down at your feet. You're not even real anyway. Who would be so kind? I am real. No, you're a bot. I am not a bot. I eat. That's exactly what a bot would say, you teased. I'm joking, Tenya. I'm just super awkward with replying to people's niceties because I'm not used to it, so I just make a joke instead. I see. I'm enjoying getting to know you, Yin, he said with another sweet smile. As the school gates loomed ahead, you started to feel a little nervous and you gripped his hand a little tighter. Would you prefer to not hold hands in the school grounds? School policy does not permit students to display public affection. Screw the school policies. I want to show DF that we're holding hands. Yin, I apologise, but I must object, he said fearfully, as you gripped his hand harder and refused to let go. You dragged him into the school courtyard and headed for the locker room. A few people looked up, but the sight of you dragging a very scared-looking Iida behind you wasn't completely unusual, so they just ignored it and went back to what they were doing. "Oi!" you screamed down the hall when you saw DF at her locker. She looked up at you and stared. "What?" she hollered back. You quickly held your hand up, clasped with Iida's, and she screamed. "Is it official? Is it official? Oh my god, are you two dating?" she bellowed, catching the attention of literally the whole universe. "Yeah," you said stiffly. "It is." "Oh my god, it's official!" she wailed, running down the hall towards you two. "No running in the halls," Iida called sharply, but she ignored him and threw herself into your arms, forcing you to let go of Ida's hand to catch him. "I'm so happy for you two," she cried. "Wait," someone said from behind your happy trio. "Yin and Iida are dating?" "Whoa, what?" another person called. "Class rep and the bad girl? Guess she's been sheathed, huh?" "Bad girl? Sheathed? What the hell?" you snapped, spinning around and shooting daggers from your eyes at the person who just up and spoke their mind. "Yin, please," Iida said in a low, coming voice. "Please, leave it." The person who had called you bad slunk away and avoided eye contact, wishing they hadn't spoke so loud. "I don't care who these bitches think they are. Just because I'm with you now doesn't make me soft," you growled, glaring at the students nearby. "If I may make an announcement," Iida said as he turned around and pushed his glasses up onto the bridge of his nose with his fingertips. "I will follow Yin into the flames. If she feels threatened, I will be there to back her. Do I make myself clear?" The students around nodded sheepishly and backed away, leaving DF to recommence fangirling as you all walked to your respective lockers and got ready for class. You and DF walked into the class together with Iida following behind like some kind of bodyguard, and then you took your seats with you and DF still chatting away. "Okay, let's start," the homeroom teacher announced as he entered the room. "There will be a test at the end of this week on mathematics. I trust you will all be prepared for it." Iida glanced back at you from his seat and you smirked at him. "Gonna smoke your ass, Tenya," you whispered teasingly. "I like your confidence, Yin, but it is you who will be sitting in second place this time," he whispered back. "Iida, quiet please," the homeroom teacher chided firmly. "Oh shit, Iida just got told by the teacher," you thought smugly. Poor Iida looked most embarrassed and apologised quickly before hanging his head in shame. "Looks like we're evening out a little. I'm trying not to swear, and I think this might be the first time he's ever gotten in trouble at school." News of you and Iida dating spread through the school like wildfire, and no doubt the teachers had been whispering about it in the staff room, so by the time it came time to see Mrs. Craig at the end of the day, she already had a knowing smirk on her face, giving you both a sly look as you entered the room. "What's up, G?" you greeted her as you plopped down in the chair, but didn't spread out like you usually did. "Good afternoon, Principal Craig," Iida greeted, placing his good hand by his side and bowing to her before sitting. "I hear there have been some developments in the rehabilitation program between both parties," Mrs. Craig said as she leered at you both over her glasses perched on top of her nose. "Yes, Principal Craig, I am proud to announce that Yin and I are officially dating," Iida announced proudly. "Do we get a gold star?" you said with a smirk to the principal. "Well, I, for one, am happy to hear this," she said in a restrained, matter-of-fact voice, trying not to show too much excitement. "Iida, I assume that Miss Yin has been diligent with her help to you, although I did hear that there were some court matters that needed urgent attention." "Everything has been taken care of," Iida said professionally. "Yin has done well to bear the weight of such heavy emotional pain." "I'm right here," you monotoned, raising your hand. "I can leave if you all want to talk about me behind my back." "My apologies, Yin," Iida said quickly, and reached out for your arm to place his hand on it. "I meant no harm." "It's fine," you said with a half smile. "I was kind of joking, but whatever." "As for the rehabilitation program," Mrs. Craig said, catching your attention again, "although it is a little short of the actual end date, I would like to sign it off as a success." "Hey! Oh, gee!" you cajoled loudly, leaning forward with your fist out to bump hers. "Much appreciated," Iida said with a bow. Mrs. Craig awkwardly leaned forward and pressed her knuckles to yours gently, not really sure if she should be fist-bumping you or not. "We cool," you said as you slumped back in your chair. "Now, if we're done here, I need to go and start looking for a place to stay." "You need accommodation?" Mrs. Craig asked curiously. You'd forgotten that she didn't know everything revolving around the court case, and you had just put your foot in it. I'm getting a place on my own, because I want to," you said, glancing at Iida. "Somewhere close to school." "Would an apartment or studio work for you?" Mrs. Craig asked. "Yeah, I guess." "Because the block of units the next street over are nice. They're relatively new and have a few single apartment studios up for sale or rent," she said helpfully. "Yeah, sounds good," you shrugged, looking across at Iida. "We'll check it out." Iida nodded and stood up from his chair, then offered you his hand to help you up. "Thank you ever so kindly, Principal Craig," he said with another bow. "Yeah, thanks," he said with a smile. "Guess I won't be seeing you much because I won't be in here as often," he added. "Not necessarily a bad thing, Yin," Mrs. Craig said with a lopsided grin. "Be good, you two," she added, watching as you left the room. No sooner had you walked out, Bethany, the receptionist, stepped in. "Is it true? Is it true? Are they dating?" she hissed with excitement, quickly closing the door behind herself and running to the window to peek out between the slanted blinds. "My ship has sailed," Mrs. Craig said proudly. "Oh, God, it was so hard not to scream in their faces when they confirmed it," she said, fanning herself. "I would have snapped a pen," Bethany said as she looked back over her shoulder at Mrs. Craig. "Yin has already simmered down so much. I do wish them all the best," the principal said as she stood up and handed some papers to Bethany. "Do excuse me, Bethany, I need to head home early in case I have new neighbours." "Oh, okay, not a problem," Bethany said, taking the papers and watching Mrs. Craig leave. "See you tomorrow," the older principal called as she left. "Hey, do you want to go and have a look at these apartments nearby?" you asked Iida once you both got your things from your lockers. "Yes, of course," he replied. "Not because I want you to leave the family house, but because I want you to be happy." "Stop being nice." "It is my job as your boyfriend." "Boyfriends don't have job descriptions," he replied as he took his outstretched hand. "This boyfriend does," he replied, in a far too serious voice for the current situation, as he pushed his glasses up onto his nose. "Okay, calm down. You don't need to hurt anyone," you laughed. "Let's just take a quick look and then we'll head to yours. Is it going to be another 5-course meal? Because I don't know if I can handle another one of those." "I can ask the chef to make it a 4-course instead." "Why not just one?" you deadpanned. "Like commoners, just one freaking meal. Easy." "One meal?" Iida asked with a befuddled look on his face. Why would... Okay, you know what? 4's fine. Whatever." Iida nodded, and you both headed out of the gates and down towards the apartments. "Our personal builder worked on these," Iida said casually as you approached the 8-story complex. "That is literally the most rich person thing I've ever heard," you said with a shake of your head. "Like, I feel so poor standing next to you." "Yin, you have over $200,000 in your account," Iida said as he looked at you confused. "Frig. I mean, well, okay, yeah, that's, I totally forgot about that. That's going to take some time getting used to," he said with a laugh. "If you need financial advice or an accountant, we have both at the family residence," Iida said casually. "Another rich boy flex," you commented with a playful snort. "Thank you for the offer, but I'll be fine," you added as he squeezed his hand in yours. Iida let go of your hand and reached into his pocket to get his phone, and then dialed the builder who had been working on the apartment building ahead. A polite conversation ensued between them, and your man asked for the name of the real estate agent in charge of the property. "Thank you kindly," Iida said before bowing with the phone in hand and ending the call. "Tenya, they can't see you bowing when you're on the phone," he said with an amused chuckle. "But they can feel the respect, surely," he replied, pulling his phone from his ear and looking down at it before ringing the realty that were looking after the building. You chuckled and watched as he made the next call. How can he be so smart and a badass, yet such a literal child at other times? After Iida had ended the conversation, you both sat down on a bench nearby to wait for the agent to show up. "I honestly don't need anything big," you said, talking about the apartment. "It's just me, so there's just 1 bedroom, and that would do." "No girlfriend of mine will be staying in a small single-room apartment," Iida said, mortified. "Dude, when I lived at home, I never left my room. Honestly, I don't need much," you deadpanned. Iida paused before replying, then bowing slightly. You are most correct, Yin. My apologies. It was presumptuous of me to be telling you what you needed. He apologised. It's fine, you said dismissively. You're just looking out for me. I get it. Iida smiled and then looked past you as the agent arrived. You stayed quiet while Iida introduced you both and then explained what you were after in terms of a place to stay. The agent nodded knowingly. There are a few places available here of varying sizes. He unlocked the front door of the building and led you both in. Got any single-room apartments? You asked casually. Yes, 3rd floor, I think, the agent replied, walking to the stairs then heading up. Perfect, you smiled, following him up with Iida behind you. I don't need a big place. He walked up in front of the vacant apartment and then unlocked the door, allowing you and Iida to enter first. Oh, this is really nice, you commented as you walked around the small apartment, looking at different things. This is only slightly smaller than the maid's quarters at home, Iida said, making you give him a dead look. He saw your look and apologised quickly. How much is the place? You asked Agent. For rent or for buy? He asked. Buy? You asked, still wondering if you would have enough. 100,000, he replied. Sweet! I have enough to buy it outright, you whooped. The agent nearly went into cardiac arrest. I see. Well, let me get the paperwork together and we can start with proceedings if you like. Yeah, okay, you replied casually, running your hand over the kitchen bench top, not even fazed by the fact that you just told him that you were going to buy the whole place up front. Just then there was a knock on the door and you all looked in its direction. Did I hear I had some new neighbours? A familiar voice asked from the doorway. Oh my God, Mrs. Craig? You said with excitement and surprise. Hey, we're going to be neighbours. She can't be late for school now. She chuckled and shook her head. I leave school at school. Out here I'm just Jane. Yo, so I can call you Jane? You said with a cheeky smirk. Yes, you can, but the minute we get to school, I am your principal, Mrs. Craig. I got you, you replied, giving her a knowing wink. She shook her head with quiet amusement. The agent excused himself to make some calls, and you, Iida, and Jane Craig talked about the building and how it was relatively nice compared to the other places around town. This is a nice end of town, she said. I grew up in a rough area, so I know what it's like to have to lock everything up, and even then, it's still likely to get broken into. Oh, I never thought you'd be from the hood, you said with surprise. You radiate rich vibes, no offence, you added, turning to Iida. None taken, he said with a small bow. Never judge a book by its cover, Yin. I haven't always been straight-laced, she replied with a cheeky smile. I understand you more than you'd realise. Doubt it, but okay, you thought, deciding not to say your thoughts out loud. At that point, the agent walked back in with a smile on his face and approached your small group. Well, if I can have your email address, I will forward you the paperwork to fill out, he said to you, and you nodded, stepping aside with him to give him a few details. After giving him your information, he thanked you and you all left the apartment, letting Mrs. Craig go back next door to her place. I'm actually looking forward to being neighbours with Mrs. Craig. She's pretty cool, you said to Iida. You'll come visit often, right? Every day, Iida replied with a soft smile. Once back at the Iida residence, he took you to their family accountant and helped you fill out the form for buying the apartment. Man, honestly, I don't know what I'd do without you, you said gratefully to him. I'm not trying to be soft, but literally I'd be so lost right now. It's always a pleasure, Iida said with a tender smile. You returned his smile, and the two of you went down for a late dinner. The buying of the apartment went very smoothly, thanks to the help of the Iida associates, and the end of the following week saw you getting your belongings together, ready to move in. In that time, your previous house had been handed back to the bank, and most things of your parents had been repossessed. The items in your room had all been neatly packed and were already placed in storage on Iida's property, so you didn't even need to go anywhere to get them. But your room was the only room that you'd gotten things from. Yin, would you like to get any furniture from your old house? Iida asked you on Friday afternoon after school, once you'd gotten back to his house. You said softly, looking at the floor. I don't really have good memories of that house, so I think I'll get new stuff. If that's okay. I don't want to be wasteful, but... Oh, I completely understand, Iida replied tenderly, stepping forward and wrapping his good arm around you. There is no need for apologies. Okay, you whispered, enjoying the warmth of his embrace. I'll need some furniture and stuff, but I can get that later. We will buy the necessary items whenever you're ready, Iida said very happily. I know the perfect place. Well, at the moment, I just have clothes, a mattress, and a cup and a plate, but it'll be fine, he said with a laugh. I've got freedom, that's all that matters to me right now. No girlfriend of mine will be living in such a state, Iida said with shock as he stepped back and looked at you. We must go and get you a bedroom set. Complete lounge, dining, kitchen. Whoa, buddy, let me just remind you that it's just me in this house. I don't need that much stuff. But you must have the essentials, Iida implored. Come, let the men unload your things and we'll buy your indoor furniture. I love how you specified indoor, you said with a shake of your head. Iida was already preoccupied with his next move and was walking off down the hall to the intercom on the side of the wall by the stairs. Walter, he greeted as he pressed the button. Yes, master, Walter's voice came expectantly from the other end. Please arrange for the private jet for Yin and I. We'll be taking a day trip to France. I'm sorry, what? You yelled from where you were standing in the hall when you heard you'd be casually jumping across to France. Iida didn't even look at you but continued the arrangements. Yes, of course, master, Walter replied promptly. I will see to it at once. The car will be at the front door to take you both to the airstrip in 30 minutes. Please be ready by then. Of course, Walter. Many thanks, Iida replied, bowing to the intercom before hanging up. France, you deadpanned. We're going to France for furniture. I flew to France for a toothbrush once, because my other one was missing a strand of the brush, Iida said as he walked back to you, and then towards his bedroom with you following. Why doesn't that surprise me? You mused with a chuckle and an eye roll. You're too much, Iida. He walked into his room and you tailed him, realizing that this was your first time inside his room. You paused and looked around while he walked to his wardrobe and opened the doors, pulling out clothes to pack in a suitcase. I thought this was only going to be a day trip, you remarked, watching as he put the clothes in the open case. It is only a day trip, but one must always become prepared. Prepared for what? To change 4 times every 6 hours? You teased. I'm just taking myself and my phone. I will take my wallet, so that if it should happen that you need a change of clothes, I can buy you something there, he said with a smile, as he plopped his clothes down in the suitcase. You shook your head with a confused smile. I don't understand you, but I like you. Yin, would you please help me remove my shirt, so that I may put something more appropriate on? Iida asked, turning away from you and showing you his back, tugging his shirt up a bit with his good hand. It is most frustrating not being able to adequately remove one's clothes. I need assistance to dress my uniform in the morning also. You stepped forwards and pulled his shirt up, his muscular back flexing as he raised his arms to help pull it off. Salivating at the sight of his rippling back muscles, you clamped down on your tongue and furrowed your brows to help concentrate on taking his shirt off, but it wasn't helping much. There, you grunted, flicking the shirt up over his head. He grabbed for the back of it and was trying to pull it up and off, but the sling on his arm was getting in the way, and he couldn't quite get it all the way off. Apologies, Yin, I cannot seem to... He turned around to face you, so you could pull the rest of his shirt off over his head and arm, but his bare, bulging six-pack punched you straight in the eyes, and you inhaled noisily as you stared wide-eyed at him. What is it? Iida asked when he saw you staring at his broad chest. Iida, you're not allowed to have a body like that, you stated. I do not understand, he replied, looking down through the shirt hole to see what you were talking about. That, you gestured to his body. You cut like the statue of David, just with glasses. The statue of David is cut from marble. I am flesh. Bro, you have a hot body, you stated bluntly. This talk is... Iida stammered, blushing brightly as he struggled to pull his top off and hide his naked top half. You chuckled as he got more and more flustered in your presence, and finally got his shirt off so he could put another one on. Don't cover up, you laughed. I want to see your abs. Please, Yin, my heart cannot take your lusting over my nakedness. You make it sound so scandalous, you laughed. Most guys would love their girl to be fawning over them like this. I am not most guys, Iida said, chopping his arm emphatically once he had his new shirt on. I am Iida Tenya of the House of Iida. You were cackling away at him and his antics, then stepped forward and hugged him. Come on, you innocent hulk, let's go. Iida sheepishly packed the last things in his suitcase, then followed you to his bedroom door. Yin, if I may be so bold, considering that you have seen me in a state of disrobe, you also have a lovely figure. I do so enjoy placing my hands on your side to feel the natural curvature of your body. Tenya! You screeched. Please stop your Song of Solomon level smut. My mind has been defiled. Please forgive me, he cried, dropping to the floor and placing one good hand down on the floor, and then bowing repeatedly, most embarrassed about what he had just said to you. Get up, you hissed,
reaching down and grabbing his arm to help him up. It's fine. Don't make a scene. We're even now, okay? Is this considered dirty talking? He whispered in a croaky voice. You burst out laughing again. Bro, if you ever heard me dirty talk for reals, you would evaporate instantly, he replied, grabbing his elbow and helping him up. Let's just not even go down that rabbit hole. Iida remained silently blushing as he allowed you to drag him to his feet and out of the room, and then off down the hall and out to where Walter had the car waiting. I can't believe we're just casually going to France to buy a chair, you mumbled to yourself, sliding across the back seat of the car and waiting for Iida to hop inside beside you. We are not buying a chair, we are buying everything you need for your apartment, Iida commented as he settled in beside you. You chuckled and rolled your eyes, placing one hand on his thigh. Broskies, it's just B. I'd need just one chair. Iida glanced down at your hand on his leg and blushed again before looking out the window. What's wrong? You asked deviously, squeezing his leg a little. Your hand. It's not up high enough? Okay, you said, slowly sliding your hand up his thick thigh teasingly. Yin, we have company present, he whispered fearfully, glancing at the back of the car driver's head. You chuckled and removed your hand from his leg and patted his arm instead. It's okay, innocent one. I won't drag you to the dark side just yet. I would appreciate not being taken to the dark side, ever, he replied earnestly. You smirked and then turned away and looked out the window, watching the houses roll by. Iida glanced at you and then down at your leg, wondering if he should reach out and touch you. He started to make his move but then decided not to, choosing to retract his hand and place it on his own leg instead. Best I not be too forward, he thought. I will let her take her own time. She is getting more comfortable with me, and I am grateful for that. He smiled to himself and looked out the other window. It wasn't long before you arrived at the private airport and hopped out, following Iida along the tarmac to a small private jet that was waiting for you both. Master Iida, welcome aboard, the male flight attendant greeted. Thank you, sir. Please, may I introduce my girlfriend, Yin Lin, Iida said with a bow. Just call me Yin, you said to the guy as you took his outstretched hand for a handshake. I thrive on informalities. Very well, Yin. Pleasure to have you on board, the attendant said with a polite nod of his head. Iida led the way inside and you followed, choosing a seat opposite him with the table between the two of you. Yo, you said as you looked around. This plane's amazing. This is our day trip plane, Iida said with a smile. We use one of the other two larger ones for longer trips. You let your head flop forwards and bang on the table, making Iida and the attendant jump with fright. Yin? Iida asked with concern. Sorry, the amount of rich in your comment just made me temporarily pass out from poor blood pressure. Should I call for the emergency services? The attendant asked seriously. It's a joke. You deadpan looked at the attendant. I'm fine. Oh, I see, he replied sheepishly. Master Iida, your girlfriend is delightfully quirky. AKA weird, you interjected, but I'm okay with that. Iida smiled at you. She is perfect just the way she is, he said softly. Your heart snapped backwards and then recoiled, and you looked away, trying to act disinterested as you focused on calming your beating heart. After a short safety briefing from the attendant, you settled in for takeoff and then relaxed as the plane levelled out and headed for France. Would you like to watch a movie? Iida asked you, once you'd been bought drinks at the table. Yeah, I guess so, you replied, taking a sip of your drink. What would you like to watch? Iida asked. I don't know, what do you want to watch? You asked him. There is a new movie out called Two Heroes, Iida said. I have heard it is very good. The main actors are Midoriya Izuku and Yagi Toshinori. Oh, I like Midoriya, he's a good actor, you replied, getting up from your seat and following Iida into the small theatre on the plane. He sat down on the double-reclined leather chair, and you sat behind him, the two of you looking quite stiff. Iida called for the attendant to set the movie up, and after a few seconds it started, and the black curtains were drawn so that you could enjoy the movie in peace. I'm going to lean into you because I can, you mumbled, pulling your legs up comfortably and leaning your body into Ida's side, making him reflexively wrap his arm around you so you could snuggle in. You were trying to focus on the movie, but being cuddled into Ida's side had your full attention on him, and you became keenly aware of just how heavy his heartbeats were. Does this make you uncomfortable? You asked him, tilting your head up to look at him. He shook his head and looked down at you. No, it does not, but I would be telling a mistruth if I said your resting against me was not distracting, in a good way. Now it was your turn for your heart to start pumping faster, and the two of you just remained looking into each other's eyes,
wondering if you should make the next move. Iida cleared his throat and started to slowly bend his head down towards yours, and you tilted your face slightly so that your lips could meet his, closing that gap to show him that you were ready for the kiss. Surprisingly, there was immediate chemistry that coursed between you two. His soft parted lips met yours as you shared a gentle first kiss in the cinema room on the plane. You didn't realise that you had closed your eyes as the kiss started, only noticing once he had pulled back and your eyelids fluttered back open again. My apologies, Yin, that kiss was a little too heavy for a first kiss. Our lips were parted, he whispered with embarrassment. Do you know what? I liked that, because most guys try and force their tongue down your throat on the first go, he replied. So it was nice. It was a nice, normal kiss. Would it be too much to ask for another one? Iida asked shyly. Not at all, you replied with a smile, eagerly reaching your face up to his for your lips to meet again. Not much of the movie was watched on that plane flight, as you and Iida enjoyed getting comfortable in each other's arms and kissing occasionally. Iida was most respectful, as you knew he would be, and never placed his hands anywhere on you that could have been deemed inappropriate, but at times he almost checked in too frequently, asking if you were still comfortable with what he was doing. After all, he said earnestly, consent can be withdrawn at any time, and I want you to feel comfortable enough to tell me if I overstep any boundaries. You responded by sitting up a little bit more and crashing your lips against his, kissing him deeper than you'd ever done before. Tenya, I swear to you, you are not human. How can you be so perfect? Yin, we have had this conversation before. I assume you are human. Well, you said deviously, glancing down at his pants and back to his face. I know one way to check to see if you're human or not. How so? He asked, his mind not following yours into the gutter. You slid your hand slowly down the front of his chest towards between his legs, and he blushed the closer you got to his belt. Yin, I would rather you not discover the arousal No! You wailed, yanking your hand away. Why do you make it sound so dirty when you use eloquent words? Say stuff like rooster and pussycat. Iida's face went bright red, and he covered his mouth and nose as he looked away with embarrassment. Those words, he mumbled into his hand. Please, they are much too vulgar to come from my lips. Well, what if I say them then? You asked mysteriously, leaning back up to his ear and letting the softly whispered moan escape your lips. Tenya, you mewed seductively, delighting in how his body shuddered with unbridled excitement underneath you. Why don't you touch my... Yin! He gasped. Please, I am far too aroused for this to be happening now. I fear I may... His voice trailed off. Do something in your pants? You deadpanned against his ear. He nearly died, still blushing furiously as his heart hammered against his chest. Do excuse me, I need a glass of water, he mumbled into his hand, gently sitting you back down next to him and quickly exiting the cinema. You chuckled as he disappeared, but then felt like maybe you'd overstepped the boundaries too much, and the cheeky smile on your face faded. What if he thinks that I'm a whore now and wants to break up with me? Your intrusive thoughts asked you, making a knot of anxiety ball up in your stomach. You hung your head with despair and waited for Iida to return, certain that he would come back with news of wanting to break up with you at how inappropriate you'd been. As soon as he re-entered and looked at you, he knew something was wrong. Yin, he asked gently, what has happened? You don't want to be with me anymore, do you? You asked in a broken voice, still unable to look up at him. Iida was shocked, to say the least, and just stared at you with confusion, trying to figure out where you had come up with that idea. Was it because I left you, that you felt like I no longer wished to be in a relationship with you? He asked gently, sitting down beside you and waiting for your reply. Well, I was being inappropriate, and you probably think I'm a whore now, so... You stopped there, your eyes now brimming with tears. Yin, there is nothing you could do that would make me love you any less. I have, fortunately or unfortunately, fallen deeply in love with you, and I cannot stop myself from feeling this way. I did not leave to make you feel less loved. I left because the feelings I have for you are very strong, and I felt that I would not be able to contain myself should you continue to place your hands on me like that, he said with a blush, shifting in his seat and adjusting his glasses. I shouldn't have pushed myself onto you like that. I was just having some fun, but I took it too far, you mumbled sadly. I very much enjoyed it, he uttered in a low tone, but I do feel like we are moving a little too fast considering we've only just shared our first kiss. Yeah, I know, you mumbled. Guess I'm just used to being like that. Sorry. There is absolutely no need for apologies, he said emphatically, reaching an arm around you and pulling you into his side. I already know your past, and I am here for you as a friend and a lover.
Why did you say lover? You squeaked with embarrassment. And why do these words make me squirm much more than vulgar language does?
Eloquent speech reaches the heart, whereas vulgar speech stretches
down to the... Okay, I'll stop,
he said, cracking a small smile and wiping your eyes a little. Yes, Iida replied, clearing his throat as he adjusted his glasses again. Just then the flight attendant called from the other side of the screen. Mr. Iida and Miss Yin will be at our destination soon.
That was quick, he said with surprise. How long have we been flying for?
For plot purposes, the flight has been shortened to around 2 hours, Iida replied with a polite smile.
I'm sorry, what purpose? Is this some kind of term that I don't know? You asked, confused.
Let's not discuss this now. I will explain later, Iida said as he took your hand tenderly in his and stood up, lifting you up as well and leading you from the cinema and back to the seats at the table to buckle up and prepare for landing. You buckled yourself in and waited, wondering where Iida was going to take you once you'd landed in France. We will first visit a very well-known furniture place in France, Iida said with an excited look on his face. I'm sure you've heard of them before. Ligne Rosé?
No, you deadpanned.
But they are of the top line of luxury yin, Iida replied in a baffled voice.
How have you not heard of such exquisite furniture?
Because I shop at Walmart, he said with a laugh.
They have chairs there with 3 legs, sometimes, because someone's knocked off the 4th one, but it's on sale, so why not buy it and deal with falling off later?
Iida stared blankly at you. I am inclined to believe that to be some kind of absurd joke, Iida asked hopefully.
No, not really. Honestly, this does actually happen at times, you replied with a grimace.
This is unheard of.
For you, yes, but it's normal for me, you replied with a grin. Anyway, I promise I'll get a chair with 4 legs. Maybe, you added with a cheeky smirk.
I should hope so, Iida replied. Although, I would happily stand and hold on to a 3-legged chair so that you may enjoy sitting, if that is what is required of me.
Get you a man who will hold a broken chair so your broke ass can sit down, you chuckled, making a generalised statement more than anything else. We will start our descent now, the voice of the captain said over the plane's loudspeaker. Shouldn't be too long before we land. You smiled at Iida as the announcement was made, and he smiled back softly, adjusting his glasses as he looked across at you. The plane landed, and you were both warmly welcomed to France. Bonjour, Monsieur Iida, the valet driver greeted as the austere aircraft crew walked you from the private plane to the waiting limousine.
Bonjour, sir, Iida replied politely. Would you please take us to Ligne Rosé?
Oh, but of course, the valet driver replied in his gorgeous accent, making you simp just a little as he looked up in the rearview mirror and gave you a lovely smile, his blue eyes sparkling as he looked over you. Monsieur Iida, this is your girlfriend?
Yes, Anders, Iida replied with a proud smile. She is very special to me.
She is magnifique, Anders replied with a wink at you. A pleasure to meet you, Miss... Just call me Yin, you replied with a dismissive hand wave. Miss Yin, such a beautiful name, Anders said, his accent making your name suddenly take on a new feel. Monsieur Iida is very lucky to have you. Oh, yeah, of course he is, you replied with a cheeky smirk at Iida. I mean, what would he do without all of my fart jokes and toilet humour? She makes no such jokes, Iida said quickly to Anders. Don't try and save face, Tenya. You know how I am, he replied with a laugh. Oh, first name basis, Anders quipped. Monsieur, my lesson in love has paid off. He did not give me love lessons, Iida said, hurriedly looking at you. You chuckled at poor Ida's flustered state, and Anders had a little chuckle to himself in the front seat as he drove through the busy streets towards the furniture shop. Anders slowed as he reached the store in question, and you looked out your window at the very chic-looking building. So this is where I'm getting my 3-legged chair then? You asked Iida cheekily.
You are determined to have a 3-legged chair, and this confuses me, Iida said with a confounded shake of his head.
Anders got out of the car and walked around to your side, opening the door and bowing to you as you hopped out. All the very best with your search for a 3-legged chair, Anders said politely, and you cackled in return. I'm going to get one just to confuse Tenya. Anders smirked and then walked around to Ida's side of the car and opened the door for him. Your girlfriend, how you say, is a handful of delight? Yes, she is fun, Iida replied with a warm smile,
pushing his glasses further up on the bridge of his nose with his one useful hand. Your arm, monsieur. Anders gestured to it curiously. Yes, I was defending my girlfriend, Iida replied, looking lovingly over the top of the car to you. And I will not hesitate to do it again, should the need arise. Oh, so valiant, Anders replied with an awestruck gasp. I shall let you two go and shop. I will return once I am called. Thank you kindly, Anders. I will send you a message when we have finished shopping, Iida replied with a polite bow. Anders nodded and closed the door, and then walked back to the driver's side and hopped in, as Iida walked over to where you were standing waiting on the sidewalk. Shall we start? He asked, offering you his arm. Let's go, Daddy-o, you said triumphantly, ignoring the look on his face as you walked him towards the door. Ooh, sexy, you mused as you pushed the door open and laid eyes on a deep red couch near the front door. That's definitely a horizontal dancing couch for sure. Look at the colour. I beg your pardon, Iida gasped. Yin, you cannot say vulgar things in here like that. Why are they all weird colours? You hissed at him, ignoring his statement before your eyes darted around the shop. Weird colours? He asked, confused. Yeah, that one there's butthole coloured. You gestured to a strange brown-coloured couch. Yin, please, Iida gasped with horror. I don't even know what the colour of a butthole is. You said butthole? You cackled in a whisper, covering your mouth so that you weren't laughing out loud in the dead quiet store. I never thought I'd hear you say that word. Oh my god. Help, I'm crying. You continued to cackle away softly as he cleared his throat and maintained his composure. Bonjour, a female voice called. Puis-je vous aider? Bonjour, madame, Iida replied. We are just browsing for now. Parles-tu anglais? Oh, oui. Yes, I speak English, the lady replied with a beautiful red lipstick smile as she walked towards you both. Please, do let me know if I can help with anything. Iida nodded. Merci. We will call if we need you. You smiled at the lady and then whispered to Iida. I didn't know that you knew French. I know a little of each of the major languages, Iida replied. We had tutors from a young age. Why doesn't that surprise me? You mumbled to yourself. Yin, what about that lovely green couch over there? Iida said suddenly, pointing to a mint green fabric lounge. Do they have it in other colours? I like the shape though. Madam, Iida called out into the shop. Nous avons besoin d'assistance, please. The lady came back into view immediately. You would like my assistance? She asked. What is it that I may help with? Hi, you said. Does this lounge come in any other colours? Oui, yes it does, she said with another beautiful smile. Can I ask what colours? You asked. The lady listed some of the colours, then got you a chart to show you in case there were any misunderstandings. Oh, okay, cool. I'll take it in that colour, you said, pointing to the chart. The lady nodded, announcing that she was going to check if they had the lounge in stock, and you told her that you would have a walk around and look at other things that they had to offer in store. Okay, so I have a lounge now, you said to Iida. What next, table? Your eyes scanned the small pockets of furniture that were set up all over the store, and you walked around a bend to come face to face with a small studio setup that had all the added pieces of furniture that you would need. Oh my god, you gasped, smacking Ida's good arm. It's a chair! A three-legged chair! They have designer three-legged chairs here! This one is supposed to have 3 legs, Yin. This one does not match the description of the three-legged chair you spoke of on the plane. I want it. I don't even care. I need it. If you desire to have it, then it shall be yours, Iida said, walking over and testing it out by sitting down on it and spreading his legs a little, his arm in sling, hanging a little across his chest. Just that unassuming casual pose was enough to make you moan, and you let out a soft noise of appreciation and then looked away. Iida blushed at hearing your noise and quickly got up. Why did you make such an erotic sound just now? He whispered with concern, walking back over to you. Because you looked hot as heck with 3 prongs coming out of your ass, you said stupidly, then cackled. I'm being dumb. You did look hot though, the way you sat on that stool. I did not realise one could look hot, as you say, just by sitting on a stool, Iida replied with a perplexed look on his face. But I am happy that it amused your aroused side. Amused my aroused side? You hissed with embarrassment. Stop! No. But Yin, I merely... No! Please, I must tell you. No, You quickly slapped your hands to your ears and started singing. There's some whores in this house, there's some whores in this house. What in the world are you singing? Iida gasped, trying to cover your mouth with his good hand. Please, I do not believe that is a real song. You haven't heard WAP? You asked him, pulling a hand from your ears and looking back at him amazed. Okay, now it's my duty to educate you. I'll have you listen to it when we get back. I would rather not, he replied with a sweat-dropped look on his face. Madame, we have your colour in stock, the female store assistant announced as she walked up behind you and Iida. Awesome, he said excitedly. And can I please have this stool? Oui, of course, she replied. I will have it packed and shipped to your address, if you wouldn't mind coming with me. You and Iida followed her to the front desk and started filling out your information so that the items could be shipped to your new address, and along with the lounge and stool set, you got a dining table, some chairs, a desk, bedroom set, wardrobe, and a few smaller items for around the house. I'm scared to see what this is all going to come to, you grimaced in a whisper to Iida when the lady walked off to add everything up. I am more than happy to pay for everything myself, Iida said calmly. Over my dead body, you replied. I have money I can pay. The lady came back and was about to tell you the amount, but you stopped her. Please, just take my card, you said with a wince, handing your bank card to her. I'd prefer not to know how much it came to. She nodded with another smile and proceeded to then hand your card back. Did it all go through? You asked nervously. Oui, of course, she replied. You were concerned it would not? I wasn't sure, to be honest, but I'm glad that it worked. You grinned sheepishly at her. Okay, well, thank you for that. Much appreciated. I'm going to look forward to sitting on lounges and lying on the bed and sitting on the stool. Okay, I'll stop now. Let's go, Iida, so I can stop rambling. Iida gave you a small, amused smile and then held his arm out for you to take it. Yes, it is getting late, so if you want to head back home now, then we should leave. How long did we spend here? You asked. About 2 hours. Already? You asked. It literally felt like 5 minutes. That is what shopping in France does to you, Iida replied with a smile. Let me call for Anders to come and pick us up. We can do a small tour of the family property here before heading back onto the plane. In no time, Anders had arrived to pick you back up, and he asked how the shopping adventure went. I got all my stuff, you replied with a smile. Now I just got to fit it all in my place. It's not a very big place, but Tenya seems to think that I need enough furniture for a small army. But what if you have guests? Iida asked. Do I look like the type to have guests over? You asked with a laugh. You are the only guest. And it is an honour to be the only guest, Iida said humbly. Dude, you're my boyfriend. You're above the level of guest. It is an honour all the same. The rest of the afternoon went quickly, as Iida showed you their family's vineyard and a few small shops that Tensy owned. Then Anders started heading back to the plane. We will have to come back here to attend one of Tensy's parties, although I am not much of a drinker. Iida adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. I do not know what I would be like under the influence of alcohol. I think you'd be a fun drunk, you mused. Either that, or you'd become doubly anal about everything. Anders burst out laughing in the front seat, then quickly covered it by coughing and cleared his throat. Pardon, he creaked. It appears I have something stuck in my throat. You grinned at him, and Iida gave you a look before looking away silently. Oh, did I hurt his feelings? You thought as you noticed Iida remaining silent. The rest of the car ride to the plane was quiet, and you started to feel a little sleepy, so rested your head on Iida's shoulder, which he didn't seem to mind at all. Finally, you got to the private airport and said goodbye to Anders, and then got your bags, well, Iida got his, and boarded the plane for home. I'm just going to lay down for a bit, you said to Iida as you fell face first down onto the lounge alongside of the plane. Yes, you rest, Iida mumbled, sitting down in his seat and reclining it a little. In no time you were both out like lights and only woke when you had landed back at the airport. Master Iida, Yin, we have landed, the male flight attendant said to you both, rousing you from your sleep, and you both groggily opened your eyes and pulled yourself up and then stumbled out to the waiting car. It was a short trip to your apartment, and once the car stopped out the front, you dragged yourselves out and headed upstairs to your place. Hey, you mumbled to Iida, do you have the keys? He nodded and produced them from his pocket, then put them in the lock and let you both in. Man, I'm so shot, hey. I'm just going to sleep on the mattress on the floor, you mumbled, feeling your way past the boxes in the hallway and heading for the bedroom.
Shortly after entering your room, you tripped on the corner of the mattress that was on the floor and then fell down onto it, bouncing a little and feeling the plastic that was around it. "Tenya," you groaned. "Can you help me rip this plastic off?" You heard your boyfriend making his way down the hall to the room. Then he made his way towards you, but tripped on your leg and toppled down onto you, winding you with his weight. "Oh, my apologies, Yin. I cannot see in the dark. I do not think they have connected the electricity yet, as I tried the lights earlier and they did not work." "It's fine," you replied in a strained voice from under him. "Just help me get this plastic off, and I'll try and find a blanket. Stay with me tonight?" you asked in a soft tone. There was silence from Iida as he thought about it. "If you wish for me to stay, then I will stay," he replied. "Thank you," you whispered, helping him rip the plastic off the mattress, then feeling for each of the boxes in the room and opening the tops. There should be a blanket in one of these. There aren't many boxes." You opened the second box and reached in, feeling pillows and blankets. "Oh, thank God," you exclaimed. "Oh, good, there's sheets here too. I was literally just going to grab a blanket." "It bewilders me that you wouldn't even consider putting down a sheet." "I slept outside once because I was too scared to cross paths with my dad," you admitted. "So I just slept on the back porch. No blanket, no nothing." Iida tenderly wrapped an arm around you in the dark as you sat back with an armload of items. "You will never again have to sleep outside or in an uncomfortable position," he promised. "Hey, Tenya?" you asked gently. "Did I upset you with my comment in the limo earlier about being doubly anal?" "I do acknowledge that I can be quite strict," Iida said. "But just once I think I would like to prove to you that I am not always a rule upholder." "I know you're not. You beat up my dad and ex-boyfriend. That's enough evidence for me," you replied. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so mean. It just came out." "I will still prove it to you," Iida replied before taking some bedding items and laying them down. "Sleep here with me?" you said when it looked like Iida was going to leave you. "Sleep? In the same bed?" "We're not going to do it. Just sleep. I just want someone warm next to me," you admitted softly, letting that wall down a little and showing your vulnerable side. "If you insist that I stay, then I cannot refuse," he replied, laying down stiffly on the bed. You snuggled into his side and pulled the covers up around your neck, inhaling Iida's scent beside you. He smells so good," you thought as you nuzzled your nose into his bicep. Iida lifted his arm and wrapped it around behind you and then pulled you into his side. One of your legs neatly lifted up and over his as you pulled your body into his side and placed your arm across his chest. Slowly he turned his head and kissed your forehead, and you quickly looked up and caught his lips against yours. He started with surprise, but then kissed back, allowing his lips to part gently and your tongues to touch. He didn't allow this kind of kissing to last for too long and pulled back after a few seconds. "Yin, I apologize. I must stop there for fear of giving in to late-night temptations." "I'm not stopping you," you whispered seductively to him. "No, I must stay strong. I know I said I would like to be a rule breaker, but for matters involving you I will be very firm, so as not to do anything inappropriate and inadvertently hurt you." "You're too respectful, Iida, but I like that," you replied with a little giggle, burying your face into his side again. "I'm looking forward to seeing what will be like in the future." "I agree," Iida said as he smiled softly in the dark. The next morning you woke, still wrapped in Ida's arms, and quickly sat up and looked around to get your bearings. "Oh, apartment. What day is it? Is it the weekend?" "It is, right?" A knock at your front door made you jump, and you scrambled over Iida to get to it, still in yesterday's clothes and with your hair everywhere. "Yeah?" you rasped as you yanked the front door open, looking the guy up and down. "Have a delivery from France for a Miss Yin Lin." "What? That was quick," you exclaimed. The guy just stared at you. Yeah, that's me. Okay, bring it up," you invited. "It's a few items, miss. Would you mind popping the door open?" the guy asked. "Oh, sure, yeah." You quickly busied yourself shifting a few boxes around and then looked up as Iida came stumbling out of the room. "Stuff from France is here already," you said to him with surprise. "Yes, I asked them to make it express," Iida replied in a raspy morning voice. "I will help you unpack today." Thanks, but watch that arm, okay?" you warned. Just then the first pieces of furniture arrived and you directed the workers where to put it. It took a while for them to get everything up to your room, but then after that you thanked them and they left you and Iida to unpack stuff. "What's this, a flat pack bed-based thing?"
you said, looking at a box particularly closely. I believe so. I will take care of that one if you want to start setting up the lounge room.
Yay! You exclaimed excitedly. I get to set up my lounge!
Iida smiled to himself as he watched you bounce away. Then he turned his attention back to the bed base and crouched down to have a look at the instruction pictures closely. By now you had finished setting up the lounge area and had put the TV cabinet at one end and the new lounge at the other with a small table beside it. Looks okay, you thought as you stood back to check your handiwork.
Hey, Tenya!
You called, placing your hands on your hips proudly. Come and see my work! You heard something fall in the bedroom and you looked down the hall, then let your arms fall to your side and called out to him again as you headed towards the sound. Tenya? Yes, Yin, his reply came, followed by another bang. What are you doing? You asked as you walked into the room, to find him with the bed frame around his waist and tools in his one good hand. Well, he started, chopping his arm in an erratic and stiff manner. I was having slight difficulty making up the bed frame and with one arm, and so popped it against my body to support it while I was putting the bars in and screwing them down, but now... You're stuck, you offered with a laugh, your laugh starting out as a small chuckle and growing until you were outrightly cackling at his misfortune. May I have some assistance, please? He asked politely, a little embarrassed at having trapped himself in your bed frame.
No, you chuckled cheekily. Now I have to stay here forever. You are my bed now.
Yin, please, he asked again, turning around with the bed frame around his middle and bumping into one of your boxes of stuff.
Okay, don't move, please, you said, still unable to stop laughing.
You walked over and took the tools from his hand and then followed his instructions to help get him out. Once you had gotten the bar loose enough for him to escape, you lowered the bed frame to the ground and helped him step out of it.
Go and sit in the lounge, you said with another laugh. I'll take it from here.
Iida nodded sheepishly and left to get a drink of water, and you continued on making your bed frame and then lugging your mattress on top.
Done,
you called out once you'd finished. Come and see. Iida came back into the room and smiled as you gestured grandly towards the bed.
Ta-da!
You announced brightly. A very well done job, Yin, he said proudly. I am most impressed. I am amazed. I can make bed. Me smart. Me make bed, you said. It's pretty comfy too. I've tried it. You turned back to it and then jumped up onto it and sprawled out with your head turned to look at him. Ah, home sweet home, you sighed with a smile. Thank you for getting me this far in life. We have a long way to go together, he replied with a smile. A soft moment was shared between you two as he stood at your bedroom door and you lay on your bed. Yin, I suppose I should go home. I have been missing since early yesterday morning, and although I notified my parents of my whereabouts, they will most definitely be wondering where I am. True, you replied, getting up off the bed and walking over to hug him. Thank you for all you've done. You are always welcome, he said, kissing the top of your head. Last exchanges were made, and then he headed home, leaving you in your apartment, alone, with a heap of boxes to unpack and wrapping paper from the furniture everywhere. You had been so busy working that day that you hadn't even stopped to eat, not that there was anything in the cupboards anyway, and your stomach suddenly growled, letting you know that it was starving. Ugh, food. Maybe I could order takeaway or something? You grabbed for your phone on the bench and was about to start looking for takeaway places in the area when there was a knock at your door. Yeah, you called. It's just me, the voice of Mrs. Craig said from the other side. I have food. Food! You yelled, placing your phone down and quickly running to the door, then yanking it open. I know you've been busy unpacking today, and I figured that you would need something to eat, she said with a smile, looking over her glasses at you. Oh, you're a godsend, you said gratefully. Come in. The house looks like how my life is right now, but whatever, you said flippantly, leading her in. Mrs. Craig placed the dish that she had made down on the bench and then looked around. Have you unpacked plates? It's okay if not, I can duck next door and grab some of my own. Plates, you mumbled, looking around in the boxes present and trying to guess which would have plates in them. I'll be back with plates, the older lady said quickly with a chuckle, ducking out of the kitchen and taking off down the hall, then returning quickly from her place with plates and cutlery. Thanks, he said with a smile. I remembered when we moved in next door it was a nightmare, she said with a small chuckle as she pulled the foil back off the dish that she'd bought. Oh my god, mac and cheese, you groaned excitedly. I love mac and cheese. I'll be very honest with you, it's the only dish I can make, Mrs. Craig laughed.
I doubt that. I bet your mum always had you in the kitchen handing down her recipes, you said as you walked over and accepted a bowl of mac and cheese from her outstretched hand. Never judge a book by its cover, Mrs. Craig said wisely, and twisted back to grab you a spoon. As she turned, her shirt rose up a little and you caught sight of her tattoo. Holy! You yelled, which startled her. Do you have a tattoo? Language, Yin, and yes I do. Therefore, I urge again, don't judge a book by its cover. Wait, you said dubiously. So what's your story then? I get a feeling that you've got a tale to tell. Indeed I do, Yin. You and I are more similar than you realise, she said knowingly. What's your story? You asked curiously, taking a big mouthful of the hot, cheesy goodness. Come and sit down to eat, she said, gesturing to your new lounge. Just a little warning, a little bit of a trigger warning. There's light mention of SA. Please do not read if this is a trigger for you. Yo man, I'm about to pull a mum move here and say that we can't eat on the lounge unless there's a towel down, you mumbled through a mouthful, gesturing to Mrs. Craig as she walked to your new lounge. Ah, yes, she said with a chuckle. The new furniture rule. Mm-hmm, you hummed, putting your bowl down on the bench and running off to the room to grab a towel. Once he returned and set it up, you and Mrs. Craig sat down for a good chat. I was born into a lovely family. My dad and my mum, they were both beautiful. My little sister was a lot younger than me by 14 years, but she was very sweet. And, you quizzed her, so far I don't see any similarities between you and I. Wait for it, Mrs. Craig said, taking another mouthful of food and chewing on it a little before swallowing and continuing. Then my dad died in a car accident. We were all shattered, my mum especially. She changed. And because I was a little older and at school most of the day, I don't think I copped as much of her outbursts as my younger sister did. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, you said softly. It's okay, Mrs. Craig said gently. About 6 months later, my mum brought home a new man. I didn't like him from the first second that I met him, but my mum kept insisting that he was a wonderful person. Gut instinct's always correct, you said knowingly, and Mrs. Craig nodded. They got married after 3 weeks and he moved in. That's when he started sneaking into my room at nights. I don't need to say any more for you to understand what was going on. You nodded sadly. The mac and cheese was not tasting as good now. I tried to tell Mum what he was doing to me and that I feared that he might be doing the same thing to my younger sister, but she got really defensive and then started blaming me for everything that he was doing to me. She never denied that he was doing it, she just shifted the blame. For a while I started to make sure I was completely covered from head to toe. Not a piece of skin showing, but he kept coming into my room. Pretty soon I realised that it wasn't the clothes that I was wearing that was causing him to do these things to me, so I ran away. You nodded, placing your bowl down to listen to her story without distraction. I felt bad, she continued, because I left my sister at home. She was only 3 at the time, and I have no doubts that he started doing the same thing to her because I had left. Your face contorted with pain, feeling very empathetic towards her and her sister's situations. I went to the streets and fell in with a gang. They looked out for me, but we got into a heap of trouble, she said with a sad headshake, a bit of a smirk pulling at her lips as well. But after being caught stealing or selling drugs about 5 times, the police took me to an orphanage. You're lucky you didn't end up in jail, you said with relief. I was close to being locked up, but begged for any other options, and that was the only other option, so I took it. How long were you in the orphanage for? You asked. Only a short time. I hated everyone in there, but they were always nice to me. I was just a very angry person. Understandable, you said with a chuckle, finally taking another mouthful of food. A foster family took me in, mother, father, and younger brother. They put up with so much nastiness. Just say crap, you interjected. They put up with so much crap from you. Well, yes, they did, but they showed me unconditional love, and slowly I got my life together. She smiled. Oh, it's such a sweet ending, he said with a smile. Do you know anything about your biological family? Did your stepdad ever get jailed? Did you try and save your sister? I've tried so many times to find them, but I can't seem to locate them. I really want to see my younger sister again. Apologise at least, but I doubt I'll ever have the chance, she said softly. I just hope
And then she said your mother's name. Is doing well. Whoa, you said with a laugh. That's my mum's name. Mrs. Craig looked up at you and stared. Sorry? She asked in a strained voice. That's... Your voice trailed off and you quickly did the age maths, still staring back at her. No. No. No, you're not serious. No. You got up off the lounge and started pacing back and forth with your hands clutched to your head, fingers intertwined into your hair. Yin, is it her? Mrs. Craig asked urgently. Please, do you have a picture? Please. You stopped your pacing and looked up at her, freezing in place for a second, then bolting for your phone. With shaking hands, you unlocked your home screen and flicked to your camera roll. Scrolling back to earlier in the year, you settled on a picture that you'd taken of your mum when you'd gone to renew her driver's license. She wanted to practice on your phone and had taken a few pictures. Here, you said, handing the phone to Mrs. Craig. She took it in her hand, looked at it, and then broke down immediately, taking your emotions down with her. Is it her? You wailed, sobbing empathetically with her. Is my mum your younger sister? She nodded while wailing, reaching out to embrace you. You shared a long hug, both ruined by this sudden reveal and not really knowing how else to proceed with it. Is she okay? Mrs. Craig finally choked out. No, you sobbed. No, she's not, but she's away from Dad now, so I hope she'll be okay. Yin, what happened to her? This is all my fault. I should have taken her with me. You cannot blame yourself for this. This is just a really crap situation, and you are only young yourself. I do know where Mum is, though. Would you want to see her? I think so, but I just need to think about this. Understandable, you replied, trying to calm yourself down. I'd need to check first, too. I don't know what kind of therapy she's in. I'm so sorry, Yin. I had no idea that we would be, related? Yeah, me neither, you replied with a sob-hitched chuckle, wiping your eyes again. So you're my auntie then? Well, yes, she replied, still trying to process this information. So, you'd be my Auntie Jane? You asked. Okay, but honestly, I've only ever known you as my principal, so this is really weird. So, if you don't mind me asking, how was your mum when you saw her last? Mrs. Craig asked. Your face fell, and you looked down with sadness. Look, I'll be honest, I haven't had the best life. I assumed life wasn't wonderful, Mrs. Craig said softly. The times I had spoken with your father, my brother-in-law, he didn't sound like a happy man. Yeah, far from it, he replied with a sigh. He's a raging alcoholic and would beat me and Mum all the time. Yin, I'm so sorry, she whispered apologetically, placing a hand on your shoulder to comfort you. Sometimes I tried to defend Mum, but then she'd turn on me. She was quite emotionally unstable. Same with our mum after our biological father died, Jane Craig sighed. Unfortunately, it must be because of her influence on your mum. It's a vicious cycle. Yeah, well, Tenya, actually saved me from being beaten by Dad one night. That's why he has his arm in a sling, you admitted. Iida is a very good young man, Mrs. Craig said proudly. I know. I don't know how I got him, but I'm grateful, you said with a tender smile. You're a good person, Yin. We're from the same stock, so I understand your past. Iida is lucky to have you. You burst into tears again. No one's ever told me that they've been lucky to have me before. I'm always lucky to have someone else. Mrs. Craig teared up. Sweetheart, you are beautiful. Iida is lucky to have you, and I'm lucky to have such a wonderful niece. You sobbed harder. Mrs. Craig stayed at yours for another 3 hours as you both talked about family life and tried to connect as many dots as possible. There was no doubt that she was indeed your older sister of your mum. Yin, I've had time to think, and I would like to meet your mum again. Would it be possible? She asked nervously after you'd finished talking about everything. I've been searching for her for years. I honestly don't know. Like I said, I'd have to find out if she can have visitors, but if I can make it happen, then I'll do my best, you replied. I think it might do her good to be able to connect with you again, seeing as you've gotten your life together after what happened when you were a teenager. Mrs. Craig nodded. Yes, I'd like to at least validate her, and maybe we could somehow get closure on what happened to us regarding our stepdad. If you need a lawyer, let me know. Iida has all the connections you need. I will, Mrs. Craig said with a smile, then stifled a yawn. Oh, sorry, I tired you out, he said with a laugh. She shook her head. No, not at all, but I do need sleep. Thank you for tonight, Yin. I'm right next door if you need me. Thanks, he said with a smile, standing up and hugging her, and then seeing her off at your front door. Oh my God, what a trip, you muttered to yourself in disbelief as you stumbled down the hall to bed. Imagine that. My principal is my long-lost auntie. You changed into your sleeping gear, and in no time you were fast asleep. The next morning, Sunday, you woke up at 1 p.m. to the sound of someone knocking on your front door, and you fell out of bed and ran to get it. Good afternoon, Yin, Iida said politely as you yanked it open. I rang your phone a few times, and when you didn't answer, I thought I would come by to make sure you were all right. She's my auntie, you suddenly blurted out, remembering your conversation from last night with Mrs. Craig. I beg your pardon? Iida asked, confused. Come in, you offered, dragging him inside. Mrs. Craig is my auntie. Yin, you will need to explain, Iida said with a bewildered look on his face. You sat him down and told the story of Mrs. Craig and how it all just made sense, and Iida just sat there baffled. Well, this is quite a revelation, he said, scratching the back of his head and then pushing his glasses up onto his nose. Yeah, you replied, that shocked face creeping back across your features as it all came back to you. All I have to say is that I'm here for anything that she needs. If she is related to you, then by proximity I have a duty to provide for her as well, he said valiantly. Tenya, you could honestly start up some kind of harem with that attitude, you said with a laugh. But don't you dare start collecting girls or I'll kill all them, then you, then myself. I would not dream of such a thing, Iida gasped with horror. Yeah, I know, you have your hands full with just me, right? You leered, scooting towards him on the seat and crawling up onto his lap. Yin, he stammered, face flushed as your face neared his, and then ducked to the side, pressing your nose against his neck and inhaling his masculine scent deeply. You smell good, Tenya. Starting to feel things, you whispered seductively, dropping your chest against his. As you relaxed your body down onto his, your lips met his soft neck, and his free hand caressed your side, and then slid to the higher part of your hip bone, somewhere that he hadn't ventured to before. You reached to his hand and slid it around to your ass to show that he could touch you there, and he stiffened as you moved his hand. You can squeeze it if you like, you whispered against his neck, kissing up to his jaw, and then kissing along it. His teeth chattered together as he started to short-circuit, Kaminari style. You giggled as he remained in a frozen state, letting you do whatever you wanted to him as his brain went to mush. Tap it a little, you whispered deviously. Give my ass a little smack. That would not be nice, he finally replied. I must treat you with care. But I like my ass being smacked, you pouted, sitting back. Why? He asked with confusion. Well, it's not just me. Many people like being smacked. What is the appeal of being smacked? He asked innocently. Look, I'll show you, you said, getting off his lap and getting him to stand up and turn around. Ready? You asked, holding your hand back. Not entirely, but if I must endure, then so be it, he replied nervously. You let your hand go and smacked him right on the side of his right butt cheek, his ass feeling very firm in your hand. Oh, that's a hard cake you have there, Tenya, you yelped, shaking your hand to rid yourself of the pain. I did not find that appealing at all, he replied remorsefully as he looked over his shoulder at you, the look on his face making you cackle with laughter. Okay, won't be doing that again, but I don't mind you giving my ass a little tap every now and again, you said cutely, turning around and poking your backside out and then wiggling it a bit for Iida. Must I hit it with force? He asked in a befuddled voice. Only if you want me to moan, you leered back cheekily. He blushed heavily. I'm kidding, you chuckled. Come on, just a little tap. Setting his jaw with determination, he stepped forwards and then tapped your backside with the tip of his fingers, then immediately recoiled with regret. I apologise for touching you inappropriately, Yin. Please forgive me, he said earnestly with a sorrowful bow. Yeah, you're too cute, You turned around and wrapped your arms around his head and neck that you were at the perfect height for you to grab due to his bow, and pushed his head between your breasts. After hugging him for a bit, you let go and then sat back down and invited him to sit as well so you could continue chatting. Being a lazy Sunday, you unpacked a few more boxes, watched a movie, and then wrapped up for the night. "It is school tomorrow, Yin. I will wait for you at the gates of this apartment and we can walk together," he said with a closed-lipped smile as he got up to leave. "I know it's school tomorrow, Tenya," you teased him. "I'll be on time, I promise." He nodded, and you got up and gave him a warm hug, and then stretched up to allow your mouths to meet. Iida was getting a lot better at kissing you, loving how his tongue gently caressed yours whenever he got more into it. "Sleep well, Yin," Iida said softly once you'd finished making out. "You too, Tenya. See you tomorrow," he said with a smile, walking him to the door to see him off. He had only just left when Mrs. Craig popped her door open. "Are you spying on me now, Auntie? Gonna send scandalous messages to my mum about me making out with my boyfriend?" you teased. "Nothing of the sort," she replied smartly, peering over her glasses and then winking at you. "I actually wanted to discuss our newfound relation." "Yeah?" you asked, propping yourself up against your open door. "Would you mind if we keep it a secret at school, just until we can properly confirm?" "Yeah, no probs," you replied. "I get it." "Okay, thank you," she replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to meet with your mother, my younger sister, soon. You will let me know when I can meet with her, yes?" "Yeah, I'll talk to Iida tomorrow. Sorry, we kind of got sidetracked today and I forgot to ask him about it," you replied sheepishly. "And no, that's not code for doing it. Iida doesn't even know what that is, I don't think," you added with a laugh. Mrs. Craig smirked. "I don't want to talk out of school, but the strict, straight-laced ones are the ones you need to watch." "I'll keep you posted," you replied with amusement. "Anyways, gotta go do more unpacking and sort my stuff out for school tomorrow." "Have a good night," she replied. "And eat the rest of the mac and cheese too, please. It needs to be gone." "You don't need to tell me twice," you said with a laugh, stepping off the door and walking back into your house. "Bye, OG!" Mrs. Craig cracked a smile and then went back into her own place. The next morning you met Iida at the apartment gates, walked to school, completed the school day, then headed home. Everything was starting to feel a lot more comfortable now that you had a new life to live. "Hey, how's my mum doing?" you asked him on the way home. "I know she's in rehab and stuff for the DV and she titties." What was that word? She titties. Women titties. I was just trying not to say the S word. You just said it now. I know, sorry. Anyway, yesterday, before you begged me to spank you, I was supposed to ask if it was possible for my mum to have a visitor, you asked. "For the record," Iida said sternly, chopping his arm erratically with embarrassment, "I did not beg to be spanked. I was forced into it," he added in a hollow, scarred voice. "And as for visitation, I'll have to check." "Were you wanting to visit her?" "I would strongly advise against it," he warned. "No, not me. It's for Mrs. Craig, Auntie Jane. Same person," he replied. "Ah, I see. I will contact the authorities in charge and notify you," he said with a polite smile. "Thanks," you replied, reaching the gate to your apartment and then letting you both in. "Come up for dinner and chill?" you asked. "It's just me in there, and I get lonely." "I cannot allow for you to feel sad or alone, so I will stay," he replied in a protective tone. "For honour!" you roared suddenly in a deep voice, startling him. You cackled when you saw him jump, still giggling as you grabbed for your keys to unlock the front door. "I've almost finished unpacking," you said proudly as you walked up the stairs and then let yourself into your apartment, dropping your bag by the kitchen bench and straight lining it to the fridge. "You want a drink? I went late night shopping last night. The store down the road's really good. They even have..." You stopped mid-sentence as you grabbed a drink, then turned around to face him. He had the softest look on his face, and it made your heart act up. "I was merely admiring you and enjoying your carefree speech," he said lovingly. "Please tell me more." "Here," you said, passing him a popper of orange juice. "I know you like these." "Orange juice," he said, almost too excitedly, and you giggled. "Okay, now you can go and sit down. I'll make dinner." "No, I will help," he said, putting his popper down and walking over to the fridge, and then pulling it open. "What do you require for dinner?" "Okay, first of all, sorry, but it's only going to be one meal and not five, you said, walking up beside him and looking in. Get the potatoes, please. We also have more mac and cheese from Jane. Man, that woman cooks a lot. I'm not complaining though. You busied yourself chatting away as you got the peelers and knives and other things that you'd need. Tenya, can you... You looked back at him, holding onto a potato. What are you doing? This is a potato? He held it up to take a better look. Yeah, you asked with a confused chuckle. What's wrong? Why is it not the correct colour? He asked curiously. What do you mean? Why is it not smooth and white? This one is bumpy and has many different shades of brown. What do you mean not smooth and white? This potato isn't peeled yet. This is the outer skin? He asked, pointing to it with his free hand as he held it in his sling-bound hand. Yes, Tenya. Do you not know what a potato is? You chuckled. Are you that rich that you've never had to peel a potato before? It is not because of my family's wealth. I just have never pursued kitchen hobbies, he replied defensively. Okay, I'm going to teach you how to peel a potato. This is ridiculous, you said, handing him a peeler and shaking your head. How does this contraption work? He asked as he looked it over. Come over to the sink. The peelings are going to fall in there, and then we'll put them in the bin later, you said, guiding him by the elbow to the sink. He got into position and looked down at the potato and then placed the peeler against it. Yeah, you encouraged. That's good. Now drag the peeler down. Iida followed instruction, and a thin strip of potato skin came free and then fell into the sink, and he just stared at it. Extraordinary, he uttered in amazement, looking back at the potato in his hand. And how often is this technique applied? Until the whole potato is peeled, he replied, amused by his baffled reaction to peeling a potato for the first time. This is a lengthy process, he commented, after doing a few more swipes and seeing it really hadn't peeled much of the potato. Yep, but if you want potato, and I do, you got to put in the hard yards. This is phenomenal, he uttered again, watching as the potato was slowly peeled to completion, then grinned brightly when he'd completed it. Good job, he said with a small chuckle, taking the potato from him. Now we need 5 more. 5? He gasped. Yeah, you replied. You need more than 1 potato to feed people. I will peel the other 5 as well, he said confidently, walking back to the fridge to get another one. You can bring them all out, Tenya. They don't need to stay in the fridge until the last minute. Of course, he said, pulling another 4 potatoes out and looking at them fascinated. You shook your head and kept on preparing dinner while Iida peeled the other 4 potatoes. What other delicacies will we be having for tonight's dinner? He asked once he had finished up with the potatoes and they were in the stove cooking. Well, we have a macaroni in a pot, you said, suddenly being taken over by the lyrics to the song. Iida looked at you confused as you continued. That's a wet and gushy. Yin, he gasped, face flushing red instantly. What? It's a song, you replied with a nonchalant shrug. I find it very hard to believe that would be a song, he replied, still sporting a bright red blush. It's my study music, he replied with a chuckle. I refuse to believe that it is of classical origin. Classical music is preferred for optimizing the brain for study, Iida said, pushing his glasses up onto his nose. No, this song isn't classical, but it's iconic, you leered back at him. You know what? I think you need to hear it. No, wait, you definitely need to hear it. You quickly grabbed your phone and then pulled your small speaker over and synced them up. Okay, you ready for this? You asked with a cheeky smirk, pressing play on the YouTube video. The music started, along with the catchphrase being chanted in the background, and you jumped in and chanted along. There's some whores in this house, there's some whores in this house, you belted out at the top of your lungs. Yin, Iida gasped with a mortified look on his face. You turned and grabbed the front of his shirt and body rolled against him as Cardi sang the first line, with your lip syncing to hers. I said certified freak, 7 days a week, wet and gushy, make that pull-out game weak. Ida's face strongly resembled the colour of a slapped ass, remaining frozen as you spun around and dropped to the floor, bouncing on your heels with your knees spread out before slowly standing up, ass coming up first, as you continued to lip sync to the song. You reached back to him as he straightened and strutted towards the lounge, pulling him along behind you. Feeling the song, you turned and grabbed him with both hands and then moved him so that he was against the lounge and pushed him firmly back to make him sit down. He fell backwards quickly and slumped back, legs spread apart as you straddled him and grabbed under his chin and then tilted his head up to look at you. Hold on top, I want to ride, you sung. Do a kegel while it's inside. His mouth fell open with shock and you grinned in return, still lip-syncing.
While the song continued, you flirted it up with him, occasionally biting into your bottom lip or rolling your hips against his, which he would quickly halt, lest you feel how excited he was with this erotic display. "Macaroni in a pot for this wet and gushy," you sung. "Give me everything you got for this wet and gushy." "Yin, this strong is far too explicit. This is pornographic," Iida stammered, trying to maintain his composure as you pressed your hands to his chest. "You loved it, Tenya, don't lie," you hummed seductively. You leaned back down to kiss him and found that his lips were very warm and his mouth a little more wet than usual. As soon as your lips met his, he deepened the kiss and reached to caress your face, pulling it closer, and you gave in to him and pulled your body against his, knees either side of his hips. "His heart is racing," you thought, feeling it hammering away against your chest as you pushed into him a little more needily. His hand slid from your cheek, down your side, and then to your waist, and slowly to your ass, his body starting to move on its own as he slid a little further under you. You pushed yourself against him, feeling something very firm underneath you as your hips rocked involuntarily against his. I apologize," he suddenly gasped, catching himself and sitting up while adjusting his glasses that had fallen a little skewed on his face. "Don't apologize," you chuckled. "I'm just as turned on as you are." "This is very dangerous," he said softly. "I cannot trust myself alone with you. I fear that something extramarital could occur." You burst out laughing at his comment and doubled over him as the music stopped. "You're too much, Tenya," you laughed, kissing his nose, then sitting back. Before you could say anything else, the sound of hot water hitting an even hotter stovetop snapped your attention towards it, and you jumped off his lap to see what was happening in the kitchen. "Crap!" you gasped, grabbing the dial to turn the temperature down as your pot of potatoes boiled over. "Yin?" Iida called. "Yeah, no, we're good, don't worry," you called back, frantically blowing the bubbles that were cascading down the side of the pot. "May I please use your bathroom?" he asked with a blush as he walked into the kitchen. "Yeah, go, it's down the hall," you replied, not looking up at him as you worked to calm your angry pot of potatoes down. He nodded and walked away, the extremely large tent in his pants going unnoticed by you as he disappeared off down the hall. He was gone for a little while, but by the time he came back you had it all under control and were making a few extra things to add to dinner. "Do you require assistance?" Iida asked bashfully as he re-entered the kitchen. "Nah," you said flippantly, waving your hand. "Got it in the bag." He walked over behind you and wrapped an arm around your waist before bending his head to the nape of your neck and kissing you suddenly. What was that for?" you stammered in a flustered voice, trying to look back at him over your shoulder as his unsuspecting kiss caught you well off guard. "I do find you very attractive, and I wanted to let you know in a way that you would understand," he stated, almost proud at his reasoning behind giving you a neck kiss. Well, it worked," you replied, suddenly feeling bashful in front of this man who just kissed you in such a vulnerable spot without even feeling flustered about it. Iida gave you a tight-lipped smile and adjusted his glasses, then gestured to the food that you were making as he let go of your waist. "This looks exquisite," he said. "It looks like crap, but it'll pass," you said with a chuckle. "Your language, please," Iida chided gently. "But it's true. I don't know how else to say it," you replied, checking on the potatoes again. A few minutes later you were ready to go, so you dished everything up and then grabbed some cutlery from the drawer and did your happy food dance as you carried everything over to the new lounge. "Towel," you said suddenly. "We need a towel. No one sits on this lounge with food until it's covered." Iida quickly took off down the hall and grabbed a towel from the cupboard and then raced back and lay it smoothly, making sure to cover the lounge completely. "There," he said proudly. "Towel has been applied correctly." "Thank you, Tenya. You understand," you said gratefully, sitting carefully down and handing Iida his plate of food and set of cutlery. Unable to hold the items in both hands, he decided to sit the plate on his lap and use his free hand to feed himself, looking awkward as hell. "Here, let me feed you," you offered, reaching for his fork and taking it from his hand. "Want some macaroni in a pot?" you leered. "I cannot eat this dish again without thinking of the lyrics to that song," Iida shuddered, a light pink dusting his cheeks. "It's yum, Mrs. Craig made it. I'd make some obscene comment about her and relating it to WAP, but I won't," you teased. "I do not even want to imagine what kind of crude comment you would make," Iida replied, gingerly opening his mouth for the food that you were presenting to him. "How's your arm going, by the way? Are the physio and doctor happy with how it's improving?" you asked, changing subjects. "Yes," Iida said, then opened his mouth for you to put some food in. "When does the cast come off?" Iida quickly swallowed his food before replying.
The physio said it would be another few weeks before I could take any cast off completely, but they now have 3D printed casts that are better for healing, so I'll be getting a printed cast on in 2 weeks' time. That's so cool, you replied with a mouthful. What colour are you getting? Fluorescent orange, he replied, so that I can use it to direct students at school. You snorted with amusement, mouth still full of food. Why doesn't that surprise me? You mused through a half mouthful. The first few days of that week were spent with you hanging out with Iida and studying for the upcoming test at the end of the week. Iida insisted on listening to classical music while studying, so occasionally you would slip some kind of your favourite genre song into the mix, or your favourite band song, or anything that had sexually explicit lyrics, just to mess with him. It was always a delight to see his face blush with embarrassment. You ready for the test today? You asked Iida as you walked to school together on Friday. I am confident that I will be number 1 in the class, he replied, pushing his glasses up higher on his nose and setting his face firmly. Yeah, right, buddy, you just keep telling yourself that, you replied teasingly. I am aware that certain bets are placed on these types of things, so if I get top marks, Iida said, would you consider accompanying me to the night festival a few weeks away? That is the most polite bet I've ever heard anyone use, you replied with a laugh. Usually, you just demand what you want, like my wager. If I get top marks, then you have to come shopping with me to Walmart. Well, in here it's called Seiyu. It's basically Walmart, but Japan. Iida shuddered. The shop with chair legs missing, he whispered with horror. You have PTSD over chair leg now, you chuckled. Yeah, come and see how the rest of us live. Yin, as terrifying as your proposal is, I will shake on it. May the best student win, he said astutely, turning and reaching his good hand to yours. Thanks. I plan on winning. Again, like I always do, because no one can beat me, but whatever, you replied with airy cheekiness. Iida gave you an amused look. Your confidence amuses me, Yin, he replied, shaking his head a little as you continued the last way to school. The test was up first thing in the morning, and you gave Iida a confident smirk as he handed the paper back to you for you to take one. I'm going to smoke you, you whispered to him. I look forward to the challenge, he replied. The papers were distributed to the rest of the class, then the teacher called for everyone's attention and the exam began. Time skipped 1.5 hours later. You were the first one to finish, and you got up and walked purposefully slowly past Iida's desk, allowing your hip to brush his arm as you passed him. How you like that? You thought cheekily, knowing that feeling any part of your body against his was going to send his senses reeling. Glad to be done, you made your way to the teacher's desk and placed the paper down, and then walked out of the classroom and down to your locker. You were deep in thought as you pulled your wallet out of your bag, intending to go and get yourself a drink from the school vending machine while you waited for the rest of the class to finish. Just as you closed your locker, an arm was placed up against the metal door beside yours, and you jumped with surprise. I did not finish much longer after you, Yin, Iida's stern voice said as he blocked your way. Oh, good. I like a man who finishes last, you quipped coyly, running your fingers up the front of his school uniform to his chin, and then tilting it up with the tip of your index finger. I still think I've got you beat, though. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, Yin, he replied, slightly flustered at how commanding you were being. Always remember, you are braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, and smarter than you think, Christopher Robin, you replied smartly. Don't underestimate me, Tenya. He looked down at you from where you still had his chin up in the air, a very proud, soft look filling his face, and you immediately did a 180 and averted your eyes, pulling your hand down from his chin and crossing your arms as a pout pulled at your lips. Stop looking at me like that, you mumbled, quickly turning away from him. He grabbed your arm to stop you, and you looked back at him curiously. You are indeed amazing, he said with gentleness in his voice. Stop it, you replied, flustered now. Stop being so soft. But I mean it, he said, letting your arm go and following you out of the building. Yeah, well, I can't handle your genuine compliments because I'm not used to them, and I don't want to be a blushing mess at school, you replied, poking your tongue out at him to try and ward off your flustered feelings. I will shower you with compliments after school then, when we're back at the apartment, he said brightly. I'll play WAP, you shot deviously. Please, I would prefer not to listen to such pornography. Would you prefer to see it then? You leered. No, please, I implore you. You cackled, letting out your ugly laugh. I'm kidding. You'd literally evaporate if I showed you any type of that stuff.
You stopped at the vending machine, and Iida waited silently as you got a drink for yourself. You want orange juice? You asked him. I have my own money, I will buy it, he replied. No, I'll get it, you said, punching in the numbers to get him an orange juice. Yin, have you viewed such devious materials as you mentioned earlier? He asked softly, and you looked back at him with a coy smile. A lady never tells, he replied airily, passing him his orange juice once it had rolled out of the vending machine and into the catch. Best you don't ask, Tenya. He quickly opened the straw and put his popper to his mouth and then sucked on it heavily as you both walked over to a seat nearby to sit down. This drink's yum, want to try some? You asked him, brightening up the conversation. He looked at it, then nodded. Yes, I will try a little. You held it out to him and watched him take the straw tenderly between his thin yet inviting lips, sucking on it a bit before pulling back. Before he could say a word, you leaned forwards and kissed him, smack on the lips, making him recoil with surprise. Sorry, I just wanted to kiss you, you replied, before sucking calmly on your straw again, acting like nothing had happened. Iida blushed again, surprised by the sudden display of affection. Just then the bell went and you looked up. Looks like it's time to go back, you sighed in a dead voice as you got up and casually strolled towards the doors, making Iida scramble to keep up. You are an enigma, Yin, he said in an amused voice as he caught up beside you. You shrugged as you sucked the last of your drink before dropping it into the bin as you strolled past. Want something to eat? I'm starving, you said as you opened your apartment door later that afternoon and entered with Iida behind you. Yin, I feel like you have some kind of condition that revolves around food. Yeah, it's called staying alive, you replied sarcastically, and if you want to live, you need to eat. Now, do you want something or not? You pulled the fridge door open and doubled over into it, bobbing your head up and down to see between the shelves. I would like to use your bathroom amenities, if possible, Iida asked instead. Yeah, sure, go for it, you replied dismissively, still solely focused on finding food. Do you have a spare towel that I may use? He asked a little shyly. You looked up at him with a mildly perturbed expression. Oh, bathroom amenities. For a second I thought you were meaning just using the toilet, and I was like, why the hell would you need a towel? You chuckled, straightening up as you turned from the fridge and let the door close. Let me get you one. You headed off down the hall, and Iida followed sheepishly behind, still a little embarrassed about even having to ask for a towel in the first place. There you go, he said brightly, pulling a fluffy green bath-sized sheet towel from the cupboard and handing it to him. Many thanks, he said softly, taking it from your hand and walking to the bathroom. Odd, you thought as you watched him go, then shrugged and walked back to the kitchen to continue to search for food. You almost forgot about Iida as you moved from the fridge to the cupboard and got your snacks together, then sat down on the towel-covered lounge to chill while watching TV. A few minutes later, Iida appeared, very hesitantly, in the periphery of your vision, and you did a double take as he stood there with just the towel high around his chest, covering his torso as much as possible. Yo! You shrieked, spilling the bowl of chips on your lap. My apologies, he stammered. In my haste to freshen up, I forgot that I did not bring spare clothes. It's fine, you laughed. But why do you have the towel so high up? Just pull it down. I want to see that washboard. You wiggled your eyebrows suggestively. Iida clutched his arm across his body, the one arm in his cast being held high as if to cover his nipple line. Dude, you laughed. Chill, it's me. I am in a state of disrobe, Yin. I am already exhibiting scandalous behaviour. You laughed loudly, clutching his sides as he doubled over. Okay, come on, you harlot. Let's get you some clothes. I still have some of your old big t-shirts here, you said, walking around to him, then heading calmly off down the hallway. Much appreciated, Yin, he said softly as he followed you down the hall to your room. You walked to your clothes drawer and yanked the drawers open and pushed some things aside, looking for a particular shirt. Ah, here it is, you said excitedly, turning to hand it to him, but he had taken a few steps towards you, and you smacked into him as you spun, making him jump back in fright and trip on the end of your bed, then topple down onto it, his towel coming loose and slipping down to expose his broad chest. Oh, I apologise, he said quickly, trying to pull it up, but you had jumped onto him by then and prevented him from pulling it up. Aha! You shouted triumphantly. Your tummy's mine! You slapped your hands to his bare torso and quickly slid them to his sides, furiously scrunching your fingers into his ribs, making him writhe under you. Yin, I implore you to cease this tickling at once, he cried, trying to stop you with his one arm as he grunted, trying not to laugh out loud. You love it, you replied deviously. Kiss me to make me stop. That will not stop you. Yes, it will. Kiss me. you said again. He quickly did a half crunch and pressed his lips to yours, which you immediately took advantage of and returned while wrapping your arms around his neck and forcing him back again, your clothed body on top of his bare-chested one. You seductively traced his bottom lip with your tongue, and he parted his lips, allowing you to kiss him deeper, which you indulged in immediately. While you kissed, Iida wrapped his good arm around your back and held you as you made out on the bed. "Tenya," you uttered softly, pulling back a little from the kiss to speak. "I really like you. Our feelings are mutual," he whispered back against your lips, his other cast-bound arm slowly sliding over your back so he could hold you closer. You continued to kiss a little more. "Such soft lips," he uttered, "an exquisite sensation." "Is this your way of dirty talking?" you whispered with a giggle as you continued to kiss down to his chest. "I am being honest. I am merely saying what I feel, and right now, in this moment, I feel love." You pulled back and looked deep into his navy blue eyes, your heart doing a backflip, then pausing for the applause. He pulled you against his body and hugged you tight, conveying the rest of his feelings to you. "I am not requiring a reply to my confession," he said softly. "Just know that you are loved." You turned your face further away from his so he couldn't see you crying. It had been a long time since you'd been told that you were loved, and even then you strongly suspected that the person who told you they loved you didn't mean it. How has my life gone from crap to apex in such a short time span? You thought, allowing yourself to remain in Iida's tight embrace. Finally, you hugged him tightly back. "I love you too," you whispered. "If this is what love really feels like, then I want it forever." "It is," he replied gently, "and you will have it forever." The kissing continued intermittently, but there was a lot more gentleness behind it than there ever had been before, and you were so into it that you didn't notice Iida discreetly adjusting himself every so often so that you wouldn't be able to feel his very obvious bulge. "Would you object to take out food tonight for dinner, Yin?" he asked after a while. "No, why?" you asked, your lips a little swollen from so much kissing. "I feel like there needs to be a celebration for how far you've come," he said, staring deeply into your eyes. "I was just thinking that," he said. "I've started at the bottom, now I'm here. Thanks, Drake." "Who is Drake?" "The one who said that line," you said with a smile. "Yeah, let's do the takeaway." "Allow me to pay for it," Iida offered graciously. "This is to celebrate a new life with love and support as its pillars." "Yeah, I'm down for that life, sign me up," he said, rolling off him and sitting up, then handing him his shirt. "I don't have any pants or underwear for you, so you'll just have to wear your old ones." "Understandable," he said as he accepted the shirt from you and sat up. "I'll go order," he said as you hopped off the bed. "You can get yourself sorted." "Much obliged," he said politely as you left. 3 days later, the results of the school test were announced. "Please find your student number and read the mark beside it, then pass it on," the teacher said, handing the paper forward to the first student. Iida glanced back at you, and you smirked at him. "I totally have this in the bag," you thought, watching as the students ahead of you scanned the page and eyed their results. You could clearly see the looks of disappointment, then those of elation as the paper slowly made its way over to Iida. You watched as he took the paper and then passed it on with no expression. "Wait, is that a good thing or a bad thing?" you wondered. A little unsure now, you waited until the paper had been passed to you, then grabbed for it and scanned down the numbers quickly. Number, where's my number? Pass, bitches! Yeah! Number 1 in the class again, baby! You grinned from ear to ear and passed the paper on, before sitting back smugly and crossing your arms across your chest with pride. "Tenya!" you hissed, low enough to get his attention, but not loud enough to draw the others' attentions around you. He turned his head to the side, undercut on show as he lent his ear to your words. "Time for a trip to see you." He flexed his jaw muscles and gave you a stiff nod, then looked back to the front of the classroom, and you tilted your head with confusion. What was that all about? You thought, furrowing your brows as you stared at the back of his head. Was he angry that I beat him? Again? Surely not. I didn't think he'd be like that. You tried to read his emotions from where you were sitting behind, but no good. Guess I'll just ask him after class, you thought, as you uncrossed your arms and leaned forwards, sitting them back on the desk again. After class, you decided to put your things in your locker before going to find Iida. You had just put your books away when you saw him approaching you down the hall, and you noted that he looked stern as he marched purposefully towards you. You closed your locker and turned to face him. "Hey," you said, brows knitted in confusion. What's wrong with you? Why are you... Suddenly his arm was pressed beside your head against the locker as he towered over you a little, his intense, small, navy blue eyes piercing your very soul. Tenya? You asked meekly, taken by surprise and not knowing what to say to his sudden serious mood. I am overcome with emotion, he said in a serious voice. What? Why? Are you mad that I beat you? Yin, he said, still staring at you intently. I am honoured. He let go of the locker and bowed low before you, making you jump with surprise and embarrassment. Get up, you hissed, whipping your head left and right to make sure no one in the empty hall was seeing this. You have my greatest respects, he continued, still doubled over with his head down. Why? You hissed, grabbing him around the neck and trying to straighten him up. Because although you have been dealt a very harsh blow in life, you have not allowed it to affect your grades, and for that I am in awe. You stopped pulling on him and stepped back. Wait, you're not mad? You asked. I thought you were mad. I am the furthest emotion from mad, Iida said as he straightened and looked at you, tears brimming along his lower eyelids. Don't cry, you hissed in a hushed tone. This isn't cry-worthy. But it is. I am honoured to be the boyfriend of such an incredibly strong woman, he said, bowing again. If you don't stop bowing right now, I'm going to knee you in the ribs, you hissed, chopping him on the head with the edge of your hand. Stand straight! Suddenly you were engulfed in a one-armed hug as Iida showed you just how much he thought of your tenacity despite the adversity, and you caved a little to his touch. Well, you mumbled into his shoulder, I did have you to thank. No, Yin, this is innate. You are born with this strength, and I pray that our children will be blessed with your resilience as well. Children? You gasped, stepping back with a hot face. Who said anything about kids? I would like to be the father of your children in the future, Iida said earnestly, making your heart race. Tenya, you can't just say stuff like that out loud. I'm about to have a heart attack. I make no apologies for my forward comment, for I stand by my word, he said again. Okay, horny Shakespeare, you muttered with embarrassment. Anyway, in other news, you're coming with me to Sayou/Walmart this afternoon because I need to get stuff. Must I? He suddenly sweat dropped. Yes, because I beat you fair and square in that test, and the rule was, if I win, you have to come to Walmart with me. Would it be advisable to bring some kind of protection? Where do you think we're going? To war? You laughed. Yes. It's just Sayou, it's fine. But Yin, the chair legs, Iida whispered with concern, pushing his glasses further up his nose. It'll be fun, you cajoled. Let me show you my world. I can show you the world, you started singing. I have concerns, Iida replied with a dubious look on his face. 4 hours later. Let's go, you said excitedly, dragging him towards the large doors of the local Sayou store. Yin, we are still in school uniform. I suggest we go home and change before venturing back here, Iida implored. No can do, buddy, you can't escape. I'm all aboard the hype train, you replied, yanking him into the store. Iida's jaw fell open when he saw the size of the place and paused for a second to take it all in. You can get literally anything here, you commented, replying to his look of amazement. Yin, this place is rather large. Yep, that's normal, you said, pulling him over to the shopping trolleys. You can buy a whole week's worth of meals here for like $50. $50 would not even buy a bottle of vintage French champagne, Iida commented as he idly pulled the shopping trolley from the bay, still staring down on the closest aisle. While he was preoccupied with the sights, you jumped up onto the side of the trolley and swung into it, the clanking sound of your feet hitting the metal bottom causing Iida to look at you. Yin, he gasped, mortified that you were now inside the trolley. Remove yourself at once. There are rules regarding the use of shopping carts. You must not... Onward! You implored. I need food. Yin, go! You pointed ahead. Let's do the shopping. Reluctantly, Iida pushed the shopping trolley forwards, still lecturing you about shopping etiquette and reminding you that you both were still in school uniform, so should anyone find offence in your actions, it would go back to the school immediately. I don't care, you replied. I'm not hurting anyone, just push the damn trolley cart so I can get food. Down the aisle, Iida pushed you, walking very stiffly as he went, his nervous gaze switching from left to right as you hummed happily to yourself in the cart. Whee! You sung, raising your arms up as he went around a corner. Please refrain from frivolities, Yin, Iida said strictly. Boo! You sung, putting your arms down and turning around the trolley to kneel up and put your face close over the bar. Please, sit down, he directed, letting go of the trolley and chopping his arm at you while using the momentum of the cart to roll along so that he could reprimand you with his one free arm. You quickly reached out and grabbed his face and then dragged yourself and the trolley towards him and planted a kiss on his lips. Without warning, after completing your kiss, you spun back around and sat down, but as you spun, your shift in weight steered the cart off course and it crashed into one of the nearby shelves, knocking some of the tins into the trolley and into your lap. "Banner from the gods!" you yelled with joy. "Oh wait, these are tins of something random. I don't even know what this stuff is. Never mind, not manna." As Iida grabbed the cart and berated you for your actions, you lifted the tins back onto the shelf and sat back down again, apologising for being reckless. "We must act in an acceptable manner in this store," Iida reminded you. "We are a representation of the school and—" "Onwards!" you implored once more, directing Iida to move forwards again. "Did you hear me, Yin?" "Yep, loud and clear, Captain. Now let's keep it moving," you encouraged. Up and down the aisles you were pushed, occasionally halting Iida so you could reach out over the sides of the trolley to get items. "Okay, next aisle," you said, looking up at the signs ahead and grinning deviously when you saw furniture at the bottom of the list. "Surely you have everything you need?" Iida asked as he looked down at you, sitting cross-legged in the bottom of the cart with random goods surrounding you. "Nope," you replied, withholding a smirk. "Got a few more things to get." "What else could you possibly need?" he asked. You had your sights set in the direction that he was pushing you, eyes scanning the shelves at the end of the aisle for one particular item. Just something," you hummed. Iida looked up and saw the chairs at the end of the line and stopped abruptly. "Yin," he whispered fearfully. "Tenya, forward," you commanded. "No," he whispered with horror. "The chairs." "Tenya, no, don't reverse, forwards," you cackled, grabbing onto the sides of the cart and trying to rock it forwards with your weight as he pushed the cart back. "I cannot see such deplorable furniture," he said in a stricken voice, pulling the cart back the way you'd come. "No!" you wailed dramatically, getting up and leaning out over the front of the cart with your hand outstretched towards the disappearing furniture section. "Goodbye, three-legged chair." "We must leave this store. Post haste!" Iida implored, which made you lose it, cackling away in the cart as he pushed you into the next aisle. No, I need to show you the chair," you said, standing up and leaning over to the side. "Come on." Iida fought you the whole way, but you managed to drag him and the cart down the aisle to the furniture section, and then stood your ground as you looked for the quick-buy items. "Tenya!" you gasped. "What is it?" he asked fearfully. "There!" you pointed. Ida's eyes followed your pointing finger and paled. "The three-legged chair. A cursed item," he breathed in horror. You grinned excitedly. "I'ma buy it." "No, you are not. I will not stand for this. Raise your standards, Yin. You are better than this." You had never laughed so hard in your life, doubling over as Iida dashed around the cart and grabbed you around the waist with his free arm and then dragged you off down the aisle, mumbling something about therapy with his psychologist while tears of laughter spilled from your eyes. He finally managed to convince you to leave the chair there, then you grabbed some cheese from the fridge section and hopped back into the cart for the final leg to the checkout line. With head down, you moved things around in the bottom of the cart and prepared to hop out once more, finally shifting things around enough to get your legs free and jumping from the side. "Okay, see, that wasn't that bad, was it?" you asked Iida, looking at him and noticing that he was staring at the person ahead of you in the line. You followed his gaze and saw the person ahead was in bright red heels, fluorescent yellow leggings, and a pink sleeveless top. Yeah, there's some very avant-garde looks here," you whispered to Iida. "There's a page on the internet dedicated to the people of Walmart and their interesting dress styles. I don't know if it extends to Seiyu Walmart, but probably does." "I did not know that they sold heels in that size," Iida commented, amazed by the sheer length of the shoe as the wearer turned to their foot side on. "Yeah, I probably bought them in aisle 4, you mused. That was the clothing aisle. Iida nodded. "This has been by far more educational than I ever thought possible. Thank you for bringing me." You're welcome," you replied with a smile, your smile fading as you looked to your right and saw an older lady scowling heavily at you. You just stared right back at her before she huffed and walked away. "Bitch, what the hell's her problem?" you scowled before your attention was drawn to the checkout as the line moved along. After buying everything, Iida helped you get all of your things back home, and you invited him to stay, but he insisted that he had to go home. "After today, I feel I need to debrief with my psychologist," he said with a shudder, and you had to bite your tongue to hide the smirk. "Then I must see if I can arrange a meeting between Principal Craig and your mother." "Oh, actually, yeah," you said with a smile. Go and do that. I hope they get to meet. I think it would be very therapeutic for the two of them. Iida nodded. My sentiments, exactly. I will see you tomorrow. You leaned up and gave him a kiss goodbye before seeing him off. Hey, you greeted Iida as you met on the corner near your block the next morning. How'd it go with talking with the psychologist and whoever else it is that you needed to speak with about Mum and Mrs. Craig / Auntie Jane / Principal? You then paused. God, she's got too many names. It went very well, he replied with a smile as he fell in step with you. I am hoping that we will have a chance to talk to Principal Craig today to let her know that, with her permission, your mother will be notified of her whereabouts, and should your mother approve the visitation, she will be allowed to make contact. You hummed. Okay, so we've got to ask Mrs. Craig if it's okay that her sister knows that she's around. You pointed your hand from left to right. Then her sister has to say that she wants to see her again. You pointed from right to left. Yes, Iida nodded. Man, so many formalities, you said, throwing your hands up. But I get it, my mum might not want to see her. I hope she does, though. It'll be good for the two of them. Iida nodded, his agreement, and you both entered the school grounds, making your way towards the main building. Rep, a male member of the school council greeted Iida as he made his way over to the two of you, bowing politely. Principal Craig asked for me to escort you and Miss Yin to the office once you arrived here. She said it was an urgent matter. You and Iida looked at each other before Iida turned his head back to his underclassman and addressed him. Thank you, Kohei. Please take us there, he said, falling in behind his younger club member. Well, this is good timing, you whispered to him as you walked. We can talk to Mrs. Craig about the, thing regarding that visit. Yes, it will be a good meeting, although I'm curious as to the reason for Principal Craig calling on us so early in the morning. Yeah, who knows, he replied with a shrug. You all reached the office and Iida thanked the underclassman and entered. Please take a seat, you two, the receptionist said in a stern voice as she scowled over her glasses at the two of you. Mrs. Craig will attend to you in a moment. Attend? What the heck? You thought as you sat down, giving the receptionist a dirty look. You allowed the dirty look to stay on your face long enough to show the receptionist your displeasure at her words, but then relaxed as Iida reached across for your hand. It will be okay, he reassured you, having seen your reaction to the receptionist's words. You gave him a small smile, then sat back, waiting for your principal / auntie to call you in. A few moments later she opened her door and called you both forwards, her lips pressed into a thin line of disapproval. Hey, you greeted her once she'd closed the door to you all. What's up? Please take a seat, she said stiffly. You sat down but watched as she walked around behind her desk and stood. She seemed to be a little annoyed about something, but you had no idea what it could be. Were the two of you at the local Seiyu store in the evening after school yesterday? She asked pointedly. Yeah, you replied, scrunching your eyebrows together. Why? I've had a complaint from someone that you and a male, I'm assuming Iida, were causing an uproar in the store. The hell? Language, Yin? Both Principal Craig and Iida chided you. No, seriously, what the hell? You punctuated, immediately getting riled up. The report was that you were crashing into shelves, having extramarital doings in the aisle, and then making derogatory comments about a fellow customer, Principal Craig said in a very irked tone. Oh, please, you scoffed with annoyance. Do you seriously believe that BS? Yin, I'm going to have to give you a detention for your inappropriate language and for your behaviour outside of school. Your conduct has set a bad example for the other students and to the rest of our local community. We have certain values and principles that we uphold, and I will not allow you to mar our reputation. And Iida, I will be taking your title of class representative. What? You snapped, jumping up. We don't even get to tell our side of the story? You'd believe some story of some frickin' Karen over us, and then without even asking for an explanation, take Tenya's title? I don't think so. You can give me all the detentions you want, expel me, make an example of me, but don't you dare touch Tenya's title. Yin, please, Iida whispered, mortified. No. You looked at him, and then you looked back to your auntie, but your comment was still being directed towards him as you stared her down. You've always protected me, Tenya. Now it's my turn to stand up for you. Mrs. Craig stood silently, staring at this sudden protective side that you'd never shown before. All the times that she had threatened you with calling home, you had backed down. But you were different now. For your information, you spat vehemently, The trolley did crash into the shelves, but I placed all the items back in their rightful place, all undamaged, might I add. As for the extramarital activities, are you kidding me? You know that's false. Shame on you for even so much as entertaining the credibility of that accusation. And lastly, making derogatory comments about a fellow shopper. The term I used was avant-garde, which, when referring to fashion, means a forward-looking movement animated by innovative designers and artists who dare to go against the mainstream and propose ideas that stand out from the conventional, which I would hardly call a derogatory comment. So frick your chicken strips. If you're going to be such a prude, then throw me out of this school. I want nothing more to do with you. Mrs. Craig's eyes widened and welled with tears as she stood there, fists balled up and nostrils flaring, irate that she was being like this. Tense silence reigned as everyone in the room remained stunned by your sudden flurry of words, voluntarily mute as he waited for her response. Suddenly Iida stood up beside you and bowed his head towards the principal. Principal Craig, I take full responsibility for... Oh, shut up, Tenya. I take full responsibility for this. I was the one who hopped in the trolley. I was the one who said it didn't matter that we were in school clothing. I know the accusations against us are exaggerated and mostly untrue, but I won't let you be dragged into this. You snapped at him, then turned your attention back to the principal. Let Tenya go, right now, with his title, and then let's have you and I talk this out, huh? Mrs. Craig looked from Iida to you, and back to Iida again, then nodded towards him. You can go, she said to him, with your title. With all due respect, Iida said, head still bowed, I will stay. I will not let my girlfriend shoulder this on her. Go, Tenya, you growled. Let me be your hero for once. I will not go, he said firmly, still staring at the floor with conviction. Man, seriously? You replied him, dropping your angry in an attempt to try and switch to begging him. Please? No, Yin. Oh, for fruitcake's sake, bruh, just leave. I am with you till the end, Iida replied. Dude, I'm not dying. I'm just going to talk to her. You pointed to the principal, not even being able to bring yourself to say her name. You were still so pissed with her stupidity. Principal Craig sighed heavily. I will admit I've made a mistake and have been too harsh without getting the other side of the story, she said apologetically. I will also admit that I am not good when it comes to receiving criticism from outsiders. My fear of the school's reputation dropping caused me to panic and lash out. Don't panic and lash out, we have your back, you said, softening when you saw how she was backing down. If you need us to go back to the store to fix whatever, then just say so. No need, she said, holding her hand up. No one from the store rang, it was just one customer who witnessed your antics. I bet it was that old lady, you scowled. There was some old hag scowling at me when we were lining up to pay. Principal Craig nodded and sat down, her cue making you sit too, closely followed by Iida. Sorry I swore, you mumbled, averting your eyes and scratching your cheek. I kind of got worked up. This is the final language warning, though, Yin, Mrs. Craig said. You really do need to hold your tongue, but I understand the outburst. You nodded. Yeah, I'll do my best to rein it in. Principal Craig, we also have news for you, Iida added in, now that everyone was calm again. We have come to ask permission that your sister be notified of your whereabouts, and if you wish to make contact. This is the correct procedure given the circumstances. The decision is placed in her hands, whether or not she wishes to see you again. I understand, Principal Craig said with a slightly wobbly voice. Please let her know that I am here and I'd like to meet with her. Of course, Iida replied, bowing once again. Okay, well, if that's all, are we free to go? You asked her, noting that she might want a little alone time after such a heavy start to the morning. Yes, that's all, she replied, clearing her throat and collecting herself as she stood up to wait until you had exited the room. Hey, I'm sorry about saying that I didn't want anything to do with you. That was hurtful, you said softly to her. I do want everything to do with you. We're family now. I'm sorry I lashed out. It's quite all right, Yin, she replied with a soft smile. You nodded and gave her a small smile before turning away while Iida gestured for you to exit the room ahead of him. As soon as the doors to her office closed, Mrs. Craig allowed her emotions to show, tears flooding down her cheeks. Oh, she's grown so much. She's well-spoken, strong, and has someone to fight for. Far from the girl that she was a mere few months ago. Oh, I'm so proud. Yin, Iida said softly to you as you walked down the hall together after exiting the principal's office.
You hummed in question, still looking straight ahead. I am most impressed and most grateful for what you did a moment ago in the principal's office. Yeah, nothing to be impressed about or whatever. I just felt really strongly about it, so I acted, you replied nonchalantly. Nonetheless, I'm still impressed, he said with an adoring look in his eye. You gave him a small closed-lipped smile and huff with small pleasure through your nostrils, heading for the lockers. Deep inside, you were still a little annoyed at the whole Say You incident, but pushed it to the back of your mind, allowing a little hope that your mum would see Auntie Jane again. I really hope it works out. The next day, Iida was very excited when he met you on the corner. Yin, your mum has requested to see Principal Craig. She was overcome with emotion upon finding out that her older sister is still alive, and it appears that she has been told that she had passed away. What? You gasped as you fell in step beside him. Her parents told her Auntie Jane had died? Apparently so, he replied. God, that's so messed up. I'm so glad everything's coming out in the wash now. Are we going together to tell Auntie Jane? Yes, I believe we should notify her immediately, Iida said with a small smile. She deserves to know as soon as possible. I agree, you smiled. Man, I hope they mend their relationship. I'd love for everything, myself included, to somehow come good. Imagine if we became a functional family again. Sometimes in life things don't go as you had hoped, but there is always a silver lining to every rain cloud, Iida said profoundly. If it hadn't been for my dysfunctional family, I don't think that we would have gotten as close as we are now, so in a weird way I'm grateful for all the BS that's happened. Language, Yin, Iida said softly. Sorry, you said, taking his free, swinging hand in yours. Once at school, you and Iida made your way to the principal's office, ready to give her some good news. Principal Craig, Iida greeted her as you both entered the room. Oh, good morning, you two, she greeted, walking back to her desk and sitting down. What can I do for you? Yin's mother has tearfully agreed to meet with you. It appears that she was told that you had passed away, and that's why she had never tried to find you, Iida said with a polite bow. Oh, gosh, Mrs. Craig gasped softly, covering her mouth as tears brimmed in her eyes. I didn't know they'd told her that. She knows the truth now, Iida reiterated. Would you allow me to arrange a meeting for the two of you? You would have to go to her rehabilitation centre. Yes, that's fine. You just tell me the time and day and I'll be in attendance, Mrs. Craig said earnestly. Very well. I will arrange it and be in contact soon, Iida said, still with a bow. You smiled at Mrs. Craig and she smiled tearfully back at you. Let me know how it goes, you added softly. I will, she replied with a nod. The following week, the same day as Iida got his new fluorescent cast put on, your Auntie Jane was taken to see her sister. The car was arranged to pick Mrs. Craig up and drive her there, while you were with Iida at his physio appointment to get the new cast on. So how's it looking, Doc? You questioned the physio. Yeah, it's healing nicely, she replied, checking the x-rays that had been taken at an earlier date. I think he will only need this cast for 3 or 4 more weeks before he can take it off for good. That's good, you said happily. We should do something to celebrate, Tenya, once it comes off. That would be wonderful, Iida replied with a closed-lipped smile to you before watching as the physio cut the cast off. I would very much enjoy an outing with my arm being incapacitated. You've been so patient, you said to him, patting his good arm gently. Not long now and you'll be free of it. In another 20 minutes the physio had the cast removed, arm measured and 3D cast printed, and it was fitted neatly to Ida's arm. How does it feel? The physio asked him as he stared down at the new 3D one in awe and winced a bit. It is a little stiff at the joint, he said tenderly, rubbing his elbow, holding it as he tried to stretch his arm out through the pain. We'll work on that, the physio promised. For now, just use your arm as you usually would. The cast will protect against any heavy blows, but we need to start facilitating normal movement again. Iida nodded, still trying to stretch his arm, bringing it to his body and then pushing it out again. All of his pain's because of me, you thought sadly, your remorse clearly showing on your face. Iida caught your look and turned to you. Yin, I would do it all again without hesitation, he said earnestly. Do not even entertain sadness at my plight. You nodded and looked away, still feeling a little bad. Later that afternoon, Iida was at your place, and you pulled out some moisturising cream to rub onto his elbow to massage the pain away. Please be gentle, Iida urged. It is most tender. I know, you replied with a gentle smile. I'll be gentle. I just want to help in some way. I feel bad otherwise.
I already told you. You need not feel bad. I know, you sighed. You had only just started to massage the cream in when there was a soft knock at your front door. Who could that be? You hummed quizzically as you got up to investigate. You opened the door to Auntie Jane and gasped with excitement. You done already? Come in. How'd it go? How's Mum? Question after question spilled from your lips. It was a very emotional reunion, your Auntie Jane said in a slightly dazed voice. So many emotions. I bet. As you walked Auntie Jane in, she saw Iida on the couch with his new cast on. Oh, Iida, my apologies. I didn't know you were visiting, Mrs. Craig said politely. Please, come in, Iida said, standing quickly and bowing to her. How was your visit with your sister? Wonderful, she replied with a soft smile. But first, congratulations on your new cast. I assume your arm is improving? Yeah, physio said it would be about 3 to 4 weeks before he got the cast off fully, but it's doing well. Bit sore, but okay, you reported. Nice to know you're doing your nursing duties well, Auntie Jane said in an amused voice, giving you a side glance. You huffed with a smirk and looked back at Iida with his fluoro cast. So, how was it? You asked Auntie Jane, gesturing to one of the other chairs in the lounge room. She walked over and sat down, plopping her hands into her lap and leaning forward to tell you both about the reunion as you both took your seats again. Well, long story short, we got to discussing what happened to us while we were apart. Auntie Jane paused, her bottom lip quivering as she looked down into her hands and wrung them together. Is it what you feared? You asked gently. Your stepfather? Auntie Jane nodded sadly, wiping a stray tear with the back of her hand, her glasses being adjusted higher on her face as she tried to clear her eyes. I'm so sorry, you said, quickly standing and walking over to hug her. She reached up and hugged you back. It's fine. I'm just glad her and I are in contact again. We got to talk a lot out, and I don't know about her, but I feel a lot lighter. She also asked if I would look after you, Yin, while she's getting help. She said she wanted to apologise to you for being a terrible mother, and that she wants to do better. Tell her I appreciate it, you replied with a smile, and tell her to take all the time she needs to recover. Auntie Jane nodded again. I will tell her that. We have weekly meetings scheduled at the Rehabilitation Centre, so I'll get to see her often, she said happily. That's great, you said with a relieved smile. I am grateful that everything has worked out, Iida added in as well. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll be heading home. I need to rest, Auntie Jane said with a tired sigh. I've had a big day. Of course, you and Iida said in unison. Go and rest. Iida stood in a half bow at the lounge as you saw Auntie Jane off to your door and watched her walk next door and then turned and made your way back to Iida. I'd love to have some kind of magical reunion with Mum or Dad, something that turns everything around, you know. For the time being, I will be your family, Iida said gently, sitting back down on the lounge and patting the seat beside him. Feeling overwhelmed with love for him, you sat down and snuggled into his side. Thank you, Tenya. The next few weeks at school were uneventful. Life had really started to settle down now, and apart from Iida becoming a little more strict, now that he had his own personal fluorescent arm to direct people, life was good. Please attend to your lockers in an orderly fashion, Iida insisted, chopping his fluorescent arm in between people as they stood at their lockers. Please, maintain a distance of... Tenya, you snapped at him. Let people live, God. They're just trying to get their books and go home. You grabbed him by his good arm and dragged him away, steering him towards his own locker. Well, if anything, your range of movement has improved, you commented, referring to his chopping action being a little more fluid than previously. It pays to be diligent in one's workout and rehabilitation plans. As you can see, I have incorporated incidental exercise into the routine, Iida said as he got his books and school bag. So the directing of students is part of your exercise routine now? You asked, amused. Most certainly, he replied with an earnest head nod. You chuckled and took the crook of his arm, linking your hands around it and walking him from the school building. How much longer till the cast comes off completely? You asked as you headed out of the school gates and off to your apartment. Next week, he said excitedly. Yay! You sung. We need to celebrate. Well, there is a night festival coming up, and I was hoping that you would consider attending with me. Would you, perhaps, call it a date? Iida asked hopefully. Tenya, you deadpanned. We've been dating for how long now, and you're still asking if we can date? I must make sure that we are always on the same page. I would not want you to feel uncomfortable at any point in our relationship. You're gorgeous, but please, I'm fine, he replied with a chuckle. There's nothing you could do to hurt me. You're always on my side. You shared a smile, then continued on, arm in arm, to your apartment. Once inside your apartment, you offered Iida a drink. I'm just going to change and check my phone. I left it at home this morning, you said as you walked off. I bought orange juice for you too. It was on sale in Seiyu. Yin, I do hope that you have not been going back to the same store to find the lady who reported us, Iida asked dubiously. Don't worry, you sung. I made sure that I'm out of school uniform so I can punch her in the frickin' face and no one would know. Yin, please, your language, he gasped with horror as he walked off down the hall laughing. I'm kidding, maybe not, but it's fine. Still smiling, you entered your room and picked up your phone, the screen lighting up the minute you flipped it over. There were a few messages from DF before she had known that your phone was at home, and then a missed call and a text from a number that wasn't saved in your phone. You scrunched your brows with curiosity and pressed on the text message. Hi Yin, it's Dad. I know you might not want to hear from me again, but I've had a lot of time to think while I was sobering up in here, and I really want to see you again. I just want to apologise and make things right. I know an apology means nothing, but I want to start somewhere at least. I'll understand if you don't reply, but if you could find it in your heart to give me a second chance, then please call me on, and then he left a number. Love, Dad. Your mouth ran dry as you read the message 3 times over, debating if you should reply it or not. Yin, Iida called out, making you jump as your attention had been solely focused on the message. Yeah, what? You snapped back at him, emotions in a jumble as you accidentally replied to him angrily. Is everything okay? He asked cautiously, the tone in your reply alerting him to the fact that something was afoot. You hummed, walking back out to the hall with your phone in hand. I got a message. You handed your phone to Iida, who took it and read the message. I would strongly advise against replying, Iida said in a low voice as he handed your phone back, that protective streak arcing up in him. Why? You asked pointedly, feeling the same way as Iida, but at the same time your heart was being pulled in another direction. I don't know your father well, but from what I have witnessed, I highly doubt he is truly sobered up. Yeah, but you don't know that for sure, you replied, sounding defensive of your father, but in reality you were just shaken by the text. Please, Yin, Iida said softly. I don't know, I'll think about it. I don't want to live with regrets or whatever. After seeing my auntie and mum mend their relationship, Your voice trailed off. I know, Iida said gently, placing his hand on your shoulder. This is hard for you, but please, don't do anything rash. You nodded, stomach churning as you mulled it over a bit. Anyway, let's just ignore it for now and talk about something else. When's that festival night thing? You asked, shaking your head to rid your mind of the text. You really did try and relax and just chat normally for the rest of the time that Iida was there, but that text from your dad was niggling away at the back of your mind, demanding you make a decision, and you found it really hard to focus and act like you usually would. As soon as Iida left to go home that night, you picked your phone up. Hi, Dad, you sent, gritting your teeth and deleting it immediately, then trying again. Hey, you sent, waiting for a moment before sending more. When did you want to talk? You put your phone down and stared up at the ceiling, resting your head on the cushion behind you. I don't want to come across as too harsh, but I also don't want to come across as too softly either. I've lived a life of absolute hell under his roof, so he's going to need more than a sorry to be forgiven. But if he is serious, then who am I to deny him a second chance? While you had your head back, your phone dinged, and you looked down at it. I'm so happy you replied. Please, if you're available, come to the jail tomorrow, or the next day. We can talk in the common area. I'm allowed to have one visitor, he sent. I could do tomorrow. What have I got to lose? Just go and hear what he has to say, you thought, as you tapped out your reply to him. Tomorrow is good. I'll come and see you after school. See you. Thank you so much, Yin. I'm in tears. See you tomorrow, he sent back. In tears? That's a bit over the top, isn't it? You thought as you put the phone down and went to the kitchen to make dinner. The next day you walked home with Iida as usual, but then feigned tiredness, claiming that you needed to rest. Iida was most obliging and tucked you into bed before leaving, and you waited until he had gone before sneaking out of bed and quickly making your way to the bus stop so that you could catch the 4:04 to the jail to meet with your dad. You felt like you were going against what Iida had said to you, but at the same time this was your life and you had to live it. I won't be long, I'll just hear him out and then I'll leave. It'll be fine. The trip to the jail was shorter than expected, and you hopped off the bus and walked the rest of the way to the large correctional facility just outside of town. I'm here to see my father, you said into the speaker at the front gate, mentioning that he was expecting you and that he was going to arrange for you two to chat in the common room. The guard agreed and met you at the gates, escorting you to the main foyer and getting you to sign in, then handing over your belongings so they could be kept safe for the visit, and also to make sure that you weren't trying to smuggle anything in for your father. You have 10 minutes with your father, Yin, the guard said as he led you down the very sterile, white-looking hall to the meeting room that had chairs along the bench, a double-glassed window, and then chairs for the inmates to sit on the other side. You nodded stiffly and swallowed hard as you walked over to one of the chairs and sat down. As your backside hit the wooden seat, the door on the other side opened and your father entered, shackled at the wrists and in orange overalls. Your heart started pounding in your chest when you saw him, and you bit into the inside of your cheek as he approached the booth on the other side of the glass. The guard holding him let go, and he sat down, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked through the glass at you. With a shaking hand you reached out and picked up the phone off the side of the wall, placing it to your ear as he did the same. Yin, he said softly, the gentleness in his voice unrecognisable. He looked so different now to what he usually looked. The time in the cell with no alcohol had done him well. Hey, you whispered hoarsely. How have you been? You shrugged in reply, unable to get any words out. He nodded. Listen, I just wanted to see you. I'm glad you're doing well. You look well, he offered, trying to get the conversation started. You nodded again, suddenly feeling like this whole meeting was a mistake. The awkwardness was palpable. So, you hummed in a slightly bored tone. I joined a program, your dad said, his eyes watching you as he spoke. It's to help get your life back on track. Yeah, that's good. There was another long pause, and all the hope that you had regarding your dad being a changed man started to fade. You weren't sure why, but you just felt like even though he wasn't drunk, he was still the same. Your guts churned, suddenly feeling like you wanted to get away. Okay, well, good luck with your program, you said as you started to pull the phone from your ear to place it back on the wall. Yin, wait, your dad said, shifting forwards in his seat and reaching a hand to the glass as if physically trying to stop you from leaving. You paused, waiting for him, slowly returning the phone to your ear. Listen, he said with a sigh. Would you give me a chance? What do you mean? You asked, confused. I mean, would you bail me out of here? Tell them I'm better now. What? You asked. What do you mean, tell them I'm better? You're in the middle of a program. You're not better. But you can see I'm better, right? I apologized, he said firmly. What? You asked again, starting to get your back up a bit. You can't just apologize and it'll be better. You said that yourself. You put me through hell, Dad. Absolute frickin' hell. Yeah, but I haven't laid a finger on you since now, have I? He snapped lowly, his jaw flexing with pent-up anger. You studied his face and shook your head slowly. You don't get it. You haven't changed at all. I'm such an idiot. I should never have come here. You were about to hang up when he called out to you again, begging this time, his voice being heard loud and clearly from the distance that you had the receiver from your ear. Just, please get me out of here. I'll do anything. I won't even contact you once I'm out, he begged. I know you have the money, Yin. Is that what this is about? You suddenly snapped, yanking the phone back to your ear. The money? How did you find out about that? I have my ways. Now get me out of here, he demanded. You know what? Screw you. You have no power over me. You are exactly the same as before, and you frickin' deserve to rot in jail. You're a frickin' piece of scum. Go and die, you seethed, slamming the phone down on the hook and then jamming both your middle fingers up at the glass panel between the two of you, the adrenaline pumping through your veins so hard and fast it put you on a high as you watched your toxic father lose control on the other side of the booth. You watched the untamed anger contort his face, and all of a sudden you heard yourself laughing, a horrible, grotesque laugh that was allowing all of that hurt and pain that this man had caused you to come to the surface. It felt good to be able to turn around and walk away while holding your middle finger high, still able to hear your father cussing you out from behind the glass, but he couldn't do a damn thing this time. You held the power. You were untouchable. With the biggest grin on your face, you marched back to the front desk and collected your items. Visit went well? the guard asked upon seeing the look on your face. Most shittiest visit I've ever had, and it will definitely be the last, you replied, still with the giant grin on your face. The guard gave you a wary glance and nodded before stepping away to press the exit buzzer. You left on your own, still letting out manic cackles every now and again as the adrenaline overflowed. It was only as you left the jail and started back towards the bus stop that you looked up and saw Iida running towards you. You froze when you saw him, and it appeared that he had seen you at the same time. "Yin!" he shouted from the distance. A crazed laugh escaped your throat, followed by the most ugly crying you'd ever experienced, and you collapsed onto the sidewalk, shaking profusely. Iida ran to you and immediately scooped you up in his arms, holding you secure and tight as he backed back against the wall nearby to hold you until you'd calmed down. You were a babbling mess, sobbing and asking for forgiveness from him, none of your sentences making any sense. It's okay, he repeated slowly. Deep breaths, Yin. You tried to take a deep breath, but you only hyperventilated more, suffering a panic attack at seeing your father again, but also being scared absolutely lifeless by the fact that you had the balls to give him the middle finger and walk away from it alive. That was a massive move for you, and you knew it. Your mind was proud of you, but your body wasn't coping with the stress. You continued to shake in Iida's arms, occasionally whispering a thank you to him, and he just nodded and held you close, reminding you that he was there for you and nothing was going to happen to you. Finally, slowly, you calmed down, hiccoughing breaths being the only sign of your breakdown now. Once you'd stopped shaking, Iida put you down and rang for his concierge to come and pick you both up. Are you hurt at all, Yin? He asked you. You shook your head sadly. No, I'm not hurt, and I'm sorry I went. What happened, if you don't mind me asking? He said gently. You hung your head. I thought... You bit down hard on the inside of your cheek to stop from crying, from humiliation. I thought he had changed, but he hadn't. Iida nodded and reached for your hand. There was a silence, and you hesitated to look at him. Are you going to say I told you so? You asked softly. No, of course not, he replied. That would be inappropriate. You smiled sadly down at your shoes, still holding his hand as the car pulled up to pick you both up. The ride home was silent, but weirdly comfortable as you held Iida's hand. You couldn't bring yourself to pull your hand away at that point, you just needed the comfort. Back inside your apartment, Iida waited for you to change into comfortable clothes, and then he bundled you up in blankets and cuddled with you on the bed, just happy that you were safe, and that your dad hadn't done anything to you. It was while you were bundled up on the bed that you felt comfortable enough to tell Iida about what happened, telling him that you felt like something was wrong the minute that you and your father had started speaking in the common room. I should have listened to you, you repeated sadly to him. But no, had to go and romanticize it. I just saw how well things were going with Mum and Auntie Jane and hoped that things could be good between him and I. I guess I'd forgotten about the pain. There is absolutely no reason for you to feel the need to apologize. Sometimes you just need to see for yourself. He adjusted how he was lying on the bed so that he could kiss your forehead and that was poking out from underneath the blankets. I'm just glad that you are okay. It was all about the money. How did he even know about that? You asked Iida. I am not sure, Yin, but from what I do know, jail inmates have an intricate system of knowledge and trade. He must have paid someone for the information. Do you think he'll send someone to come after me? You asked fearfully. I am not sure, but I do think it is a good idea to get a new phone number, so that he cannot track you. Iida said, I can get a new phone for you tomorrow, or we can go after school together. Yeah, that sounds good, he said with a smile. I will block the number in your phone now, so that he cannot harass you. Then tomorrow, you will not have to worry about it, he promised, getting off the bed and reaching for your phone, then opening it and blocking the unknown number that had messaged you before. Iida never told you that there had been 4 more harrowing text messages and a missed call from that same number, and he quickly took screenshots of the messages and sent them to his phone as evidence, before blocking and deleting the contents so that you wouldn't be triggered when you picked your phone up next. On a more happier note, Iida said, putting the phone back down and crawling up on the bed beside you, I have a scan on my arm scheduled tomorrow, and should the x-rays prove my arm healed, I will be able to remove the cast by this Friday. Really? You said excitedly. That's awesome. So we'll be able to go to the night markets when you have no cast at all? That's great. Iida nodded happily. Although I will have no fluorescent arm to direct students at school, he said sadly. You let out a little chuckle of amusement. Listen, I'm sure you'll be fine. You are just as good as directing people before you had it than after you had it. You are right, Yin, he said with a small smile. I shall resume my previous methods of directing then. You chuckled again and snuggled down into your blankets, content in his presence and happy that you had him there. The next day, as promised, you and Iida went shopping for a new phone for you. It was such a good feeling being able to start anew, and you proudly set it up with a selfie of you and Iida as the wallpaper. As expected, the x-ray of Iida's arm showed that he had indeed healed perfectly, and he was allowed to take the cast off. He was put under the supervision of the physiotherapist for his rehabilitation, but as you suspected, he was beyond diligent with his exercises, and his arm was doing very well. Are you presentable, Yin? Iida asked as he waited nervously in the lounge room of your apartment for you to come out. I'm just finding my shoes, you called back, rummaging through another drawer. Where did I put them? Iida heard you muttering to yourself as more banging noises could be heard from your room. Language, he called out to you when he heard a swear word in amongst all the banging and hitting. Where'st art thou frickin' shoes? You hollered cheekily, knowing that was going to rile Iida up. A lengthy monologue lifted through your open bedroom door as Iida lectured you on the proper use of language, and you listened idly as you crouched down and looked under your bed to try and find your shoes. Found them! You shouted, cutting into his dramatic scolding as you dragged them out and put them on, somewhat ignoring Iida as he continued to talk. Shoes on, you exited your room and walked down to him. Okay, class rep, I'm ready. Iida turned to look at you, and he blushed immediately, looking away a little as he bashfully scratched a cheek. You look beautiful, Yin, he said softly, hesitating and looked back at you. And so do you, Mr. I'm a big boy now I don't need a cast on, you teased. Must I remind you that the cast was not due to age restriction. It was for protection of my arm during... I know, Tenya, I know, you said with a chuckle as he took his hand, the hand that had the cast on, but was now free of any coverings, and led him to the door. Let's go have some fun to celebrate your no-cast arm. It was a short ride by Iida's family car to the markets, and before you knew it, you were there. The concierge dropped you and Iida at the gates for the night, and you walked off, ready for a night of fun. What do you want to do first? You asked him after you had hopped out of the car and thanked the driver. Whatever you would like to do, Iida said politely. Okay, first of all, I want food because I'm a bottomless pit, you said, your eagle eyes already honing in on the food stalls not far away. Of course, Iida replied, following you through the crowd. Whatever you like, you shall have. You smiled back at him as you wove your way through the people, making a beeline for a particular store that sold the food you were craving. 1 serving of this, please, you called to the attendant as you approached. Sure, he replied, quickly getting your food made and then handing it to you in exchange for your coins. Thank you, you called to him, backing back through the crowd so you could find somewhere quieter to try and eat your meal. What did you order? Iida asked you, trying to look into the container curiously. This, you said, opening the lid. Here, try some, it's so good. You grabbed the plastic cutlery and then got a bit of the food on the end to feed Iida. Open wide, you instructed him. Bashfully he opened his mouth and then ate the food, nodding as he savoured it. This is surprisingly delicious. Right? What do you mean by surprisingly? Of course it's delicious. You sat and ate a little bit more before spying some games nearby. Ooh, is that a punching bag, Tenya? You asked him. Pretty sure it is. He adjusted his glasses and looked over to where you were pointing, squinting to see in the distance. I believe you are correct, he said. Let's go then. You'll smash that thing. I've seen you punch before. Iida stood and headed towards it, with you following behind, still munching on food as you came up beside him and watched people line up to punch the bag. The rules were pretty simple. Highest score won. If you got over 700 in the first round, then you'd go to the next round, challenging others until there was only one top score. Iida watched carefully as person after person paid $1 to play, some getting a score of 100 and some getting a score of 800. Are you going to try? You asked him, nudging his side with your elbow as you shoveled more food into your mouth. I'd like that prize, you said, pointing up to the line of prizes hanging from the roof of the stall. Iida nodded, still watching people try their hardest. When everyone present had had a turn, he stepped forward and placed $1 in the punching bag manager's hand. Alrighty, folks, we got a new member to try out. Let's give him a hand, the loud attendant called, hyping Iida up as he stepped over to the bag. Not with your bad hand, Tenya, he called in warning, earning a few looks from bystanders. Iida, at hearing you call out, switched arms and changed his stance so that he could punch with the arm that he hadn't broken, then stepped forwards and swung at the bag. The metal bar holding the ball swung backwards and up, smacking into the rail with a loud clang, and the whole machine shook as the numbers skyrocketed to 999. A loud gasp of surprise shot through the onlookers, and you smirked proudly as the manager's eyes nearly fell out of his head. I do believe we have a winner, he announced, stepping forward to shake Iida's hand, while the crowd burst into a round of cheering and clapping. Iida bowed first to the manager, then to the crowd, and asked for the prize that you had asked for. Damn, he said with surprise when he came back to you with the present. That was amazing. It's a good thing no one died when you punched them. That was a pretty strong smackdown you just did. It is but simple matter of physics, Iida replied calmly as he pushed his glasses back up on his nose. The machine registers the highest score, only when the ball swings fastest towards the rail. As long as you angle your punch slightly upwards, you will get a high score. So smart, you said with a chuckle. I'm glad I'm with you tonight. You kept walking along, looking at things until you came to the fish-catching pond. Ooh, my turn, you said excitedly, dumping your now empty box of food into a nearby bin and running over to the fish pond. What is the aim of this game? Iida asked you as you paid the lady for 2 paper poi. This is called goldfish scooping, you said excitedly. See this? This is a poi. You held up the small paper-lined scoop to show him. When catching the goldfish, you need to be gentle so that the paper doesn't rip because it will get soggy when it's wet. Any fish that we catch, we get to take home. What will we do with this many goldfish? He asked, gesturing to them all. Aha, young grasshopper, you said wisely with a chuckle. You think we can catch all of these? You have much to learn. Iida looked at you as you cackled stately, staying in character and pretending to stroke a long beard. We will be lucky to catch one. Surely you jest, he mused, dipping his poi into the water under a goldfish and missing it completely as he lifted the small catcher out of the water. Confused, he tried again, much to your amusement. Again and again he missed, trying a variety of speeds until his poi broke and he had no fish. You smiled and dipped your poi gently into the water, waiting a little as the goldfish swam over the top of your paper before you lifted it gently out of the water. One lone goldfish stayed on your poi, and you quickly dumped it into the plastic bag filled with water that the elderly lady, who was manning the store, held out for you. Many congratulations, Ian, Iida said proudly. I must try again. He paid another amount of money and received another poi with which to catch fish. But alas, he was unable to catch any. You, on the other hand, had caught your second one. You really are the master of this game. I will not lose to you. I will go home and practice until I am able to beat you, he promised, making you chuckle happily as you gratefully took your 2 goldfish from the elderly lady and thanked her for the game. Come on, he said, let's keep going. Happily you walked hand in hand along the rows of stalls, occasionally stopping to watch different attractions and chat lightly as you went. The fireworks are starting in a few minutes, a voice called over the ground speakers. Please make your way to the viewing point. Oh, I didn't know they were going to have fireworks, he said with excitement, jumping forwards and dragging Iida behind you. Come on, we need to get a good spot. Iida and yourself, with goldfish in hand, ran through the crowds, taking a small detour up the side of the hill so that you had a better view of where the fireworks would be launched from, and sat down on the grass to wait. This is the perfect way to end the day, you commented to him, listening as the people below started their countdown. Every day is a perfect day when I'm with you, Iida replied softly, clearing his throat and adjusting his glasses as he avoided eye contact with you. You're so cute, you chuckled, turning your head to look over the crowd as they got to the countdown of 5, then 4, then 3. 2, 1, you shouted loudly, screaming as the first firework shot up into the night sky and exploded. Iida wrapped his arm around your side and pulled you in closer as you watched the different colours light up the night sky, reflecting heavily off Ida's glasses as he glanced across to him. He turned his head to look at you, and you looked at him again, giving him a small smile as he leaned down and pressed his lips to yours. You allowed your eyes to close, and you melted into his caress, tasting his tongue as you kissed in the light of the fireworks. The show didn't go on for very long, and before you knew it, it had ended, leaving the stars alone to shine down on you. Tenya, you said with a smile as you shuffled closer to him and rested your head on his shoulder. Thank you for everything. No, Yin, I must thank you. You have taught me so much in such a short space of time. I'll say, you replied emphatically. Who'd have thought that I'd ever be where I'm at right now? I mean, I've topped you in academics, topped you in the goldfish game. If I recall correctly, the only thing that you have not topped me in is in conduct, he replied. I told you, I am the top delinquent. I conduct myself delinquently. No one is more delinquent than me. That whole sentence is grammatically incorrect, Yin, Iida said, chopping his arm at you. It's the goodest sentence, you leered teasingly. It is atrocious. You're atrocious, you snorted with amusement, lunging to the side to cut off his retort by sealing your lips to his. I love you, you whispered as you pulled back from him. I love you more, Yin, he stated, staring lovingly into your eyes as the stars shone brightly overhead. You are indeed my top delinquent. And there ends the completed book of The Top Delinquent. Thank you so much for sticking with me through yet another book. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to see you in the next one.